Lu Chen's words had just fallen when he continued to attack, leaving no chance for Su Hanyan to reply. With the support of the Daxia Imperial Court, it naturally was beneficial for the Misty Immortal sect, but Su Hanyan also understood that if the Daxia Imperial Court truly supported them, the cultivators who would enter the Misty Immortal sect's cultivation academy to study would most likely also end up loyal to the Daxia Imperial Court. Eventually, the Misty Immortal sect would become a place to cultivate talents for the Daxia, just like she was now, completely controlled by Lu Chen, who could do whatever he wanted. Su Hanyan could only curse Lu Chen in her heart, this bastard who wanted everything. Having her wasn't enough, he also wanted to take away all her innocence, and after taking away her innocence, he wanted to control the Misty Immortal sect's cultivation academy. After who knows how long, Lu Chen exhaled deeply and then continued, "Well, actually, you don't need to think too much. I just felt that since it's the Misty Immortal sect's first time establishing a cultivation academy, you lack experience, so I wanted to help you." Hearing this, Su Hanyan snorted lightly, not believing a word Lu Chen said. Then Su Hanyan said weakly, "Well, we'll not trouble Your Majesty." "That's fine then," said Lu Chen. "Since you plan to explore setting up the cultivation academy on your own, I won't say much more, but if you have any questions, you can come find me anytime." At this point, Lu Chen patted Su Hanyan's buttocks lightly, and Su Hanyan snorted but said nothing. Now, Lu Chen leaned forward, his broad chest once again pressed against her jade back, and he continued to whisper in Su Hanyan's ear, "Hanyan, your body is so soft, truly irresistible." Su Hanyan pursed her lips and ignored Lu Chen's sweet nothings, knowing that she probably wouldn't be able to return home for the next 2 months. Having given him a taste of sweetness, he wouldn't easily let her leave. At that moment, Su Hanyan said, "Your Majesty, I'm curious, do you really intend to achieve the Tao through women?" Lu Chen laughed and said, "You've asked that nearly 10 times, haven't you?" Almost every time Su Hanyan was oppressed by Lu Chen, she would ask this question, truly curious. Lu Chen had only secluded himself once, and most of his time was then spent on women. Could such a person really become a great emperor? Previously, Lu Chen would at least handle some affairs of the Daxia dynasty, but now that the crown prince had grown up, he had become a hands-off shopkeeper, doing nothing. This fellow wasn't either in bed with one of his concubines or on his way to one of their chambers, even more depraved than a demon cultivator. Although Lu Chen's dual cultivation technique indeed could be practiced to elevate one's realm, who would take such a method as their primary form of cultivation? Every time after being intimate with Lu Chen, Su Hanyan would think, is this guy really planning to become an emperor through women? If he succeeded in this path, who knows how many cultivators' Tao hearts might shatter. But Su Hanyan felt that Lu Chen probably had no hope, even if his background was strong. The way he was degrading, becoming a great emperor seemed almost impossible. At that moment, while gently running his hands over Su Hanyan's smooth skin, Lu Chen said, "Don't think I am degenerating. In my eyes, every path has the potential for success. I walk the life Tao, and as long as I persist, I will eventually become an emperor. The most important thing in cultivation is to have a steady Tao heart, not to doubt your own path. The more you doubt, the less likely you are to succeed. Every cultivation path has been forged step by predecessors. If no one tries, those methods of cultivation wouldn't exist." Lying on the soft couch, Su Hanyan scoffed again, choosing not to continue the conversation. She wanted to see how this guy could become an emperor through what he called the life Tao. Seeing that Su Hanyan had no more to say, Lu Chen resumed his movements, and Su Hanyan could only once again partake in his life Tao. Meanwhile, in the Ziyang world, Great Chu Dynasty. Bai Wenbin was on the flying boat, watching the dancers dance. He was in a very good mood at the moment. Although the assassin from the Blood Rainbow Pavilion had not managed to bring back Lu Chen's head, the assassin reported that Lu Chen had self-destructed. And he had also confirmed through his spy that Lu Chen had indeed self-destructed. With Lu Chen gone, Bai Wenbin had one less powerful competitor. Although Ji Chuyu might have already become Lu Chen's Taoist couple, Bai Wenbin didn't particularly mind. After all, Ji Chuyu was so beautiful, playing around with her was not out of the question as long as he didn't take responsibility. Thinking this, Bai Wenbin picked up a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp, then said to the dancers, "Continue the music, continue the dance." But just as Bai Wenbin's words fell, a guard suddenly came to the small courtyard of the flying boat. "Commander, something terrible has happened." Hearing this, Bai Wenbin frowned. "I, the commander, am quite fine." The guard quickly realized his mistake and hastily corrected, "Commander, Lu Chen is back." Bai Wenbin's expression instantly froze, then quickly darkened. Lu Chen. Hadn't he self-destructed? Regaining his senses, Bai Wenbin immediately asked, "What's going on? Didn't the assassin from Blood Rainbow Pavilion say he had self-destructed? Even that assassin from the Yin-Yang realm was severely injured by his self-destruction. How could he possibly still be alive?" The guard quickly said, "It's the spies in Black Moon City who sent word. They saw with their own eyes Lu Chen returning to the city lord's mansion." Bai Wenbin fell into deep thought. Blood Rainbow Pavilion highly valued their reputation, they shouldn't have lied to him. If Lu Chen really had self-destructed, then who was this Lu Chen that had come back? Could it be that the Lu Chen who self-destructed last time wasn't the real Lu Chen, and this one now was? Thinking this, Bai Wenbin's expression twisted and he immediately said, "Immediately continue the investigation. Find out if this newfound Lu Chen is the real one." "Yes, Commander." After receiving the order, the guard turned and left the small courtyard of the flying boat. Bai Wenbin waved his hand, "All of you leave." As Bai Wenbin's words fell, the dancers and musicians quickly exited the courtyard, leaving Bai Wenbin alone at his seat. At this moment, Bai Wenbin clenched his fists. The spiritual energy violently surged around him, scattering the surrounding tables and chairs. "Lu Chen, whether you are really alive or not, if I could kill you once, I can kill you a second time. I want to see just how many lives you have." Saying this, Bai Wenbin immediately spoke to the guard at the courtyard gate, "Summon someone." Soon after, Bai Wenbin arranged for someone to invite the assassins from Blood Rainbow Pavilion. A few days later. Blood Rainbow Pavilion. In a red forest, a sustained melody of a chin resonated. At this moment, a woman clad in a long red dress stood atop a large tree, gazing into the distance. The woman's beauty was unparalleled, her demeanor noble, and her divided red dress swayed with the breeze, revealing her long, snowy white legs. At that time, an elder appeared behind the woman. "Greetings, Your Honor." The woman asked indifferently, "What's the situation?" The elder answered, "According to the investigations of our subordinate, there was indeed a major outburst of the demonic tide at the Sealing Demon Lands, but it was blocked by a loose cultivator." Hearing her subordinate's response, Pavilion Master Nangong Qingye was slightly startled. The demonic tide had actually been pushed back by a loose cultivator. She wasn't hoping for the demonic tide to spread, but she had heard a piece of news recently. Tianji Pavilion had predicted that the demonic tide might erupt on a large scale in the near future, and they hoped that various powers could focus on the sealing demonic grounds. If the demonic tide were to spread, the world would be thrown into turmoil and suffer tremendously. Although Blood Rainbow Pavilion was not exactly a righteous power, it wouldn't benefit from the spread of the demonic tide either. Thus, Nangong Qingye had her subordinates investigate the situation of Black Moon City to see if there were any anomalies in the sealing demonic grounds. Nangong Qingye continued to inquire, "A loose cultivator. What cultivation state is that cultivator in?" The elder answered, "To answer Your Honor, that loose cultivator is only in the Genesis realm." Nangong Qingye found it hard to believe. Could someone in the Genesis realm really stop an outbreak of the demonic tide? Nangong Qingye continued, "If the demonic tide can be stopped by a creation realm cultivator, then it makes no difference whether he is there or not. If even a creation realm cultivator could stop the demonic tide, it meant that this particular demonic tide was not very significant. Black Moon City's soldiers, armed with black gold weapons, would have sufficed to hold it back without the need for a creation realm cultivator." The elder went on, "Your Honor misunderstands. The scale of the previous outbreak of the demonic tide was indeed the largest in a millennium. According to my investigations, it seems that the loose cultivator cultivated some kind of demon exercising sword technique. His swordsmanship has a strong repulsion against demonic chi, greatly restraining it. Because of his presence, the demonic creatures in the Sealing Demonic Grounds did not dare to attack Black Moon City and could only remain in the Sealing Demonic Grounds. Without that loose cultivator, Black Moon City might have already fallen, and even a large portion of the Great Chu dynasty's land could have been occupied by demonic creatures. A trace of doubt flickered through Nangong Qingya's beautiful eyes. A swordsmanship that could restrain demonic qi. She had never heard of such a technique. Nangong Qingya stated, if such a swordsmanship exists, then we must obtain it. Hearing Nangong Qingya's words, the elder fell silent. Seeing that he did not speak, Nangong Qingya asked sharply, what? The elder quickly said, a few days ago, Blood Rainbow Pavilion accepted a contract without much thought from a hall master of the Great Chu dynasty. It turns out the person they were to assassinate was that very loose cultivator. As the elder finished speaking, Nangong Qingya immediately released a thick blood aura, which blew the elder away. In this world, the heavenly demon was like a sword of death hanging over the heads of cultivators, and nobody knew when the sealing of the demonic grounds would be broken. Many had perished in the year they sealed the heavenly demon. If it broke free, the world would once again face massive suffering and death. If a sword technique existed that could counter demonic qi, obtaining it would be like having a life-saving charm. And those fools had gone to assassinate the person with the demon exorcising sword technique. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, the elder hurriedly spoke, please calm your anger, Your Honor. Although the mission was initially reported as a success, we have received new information. A person identical to that loose cultivator reappeared in Black Moon City a few days ago. We suspect he didn't die, and the assassination was actually a failure. Nangong Qingya scoffed and said, since the mission failed, you know what must be done, right? The elder quickly responded, rest assured, Your Honor. I've already sent people to capture that hall master of the Great Chu dynasty. Nangong Qingya then said, I must personally visit Black Moon City myself. During my absence, pay more attention to Zishao dynasty. Yes, Your Honor. As the elder's voice fell, Nangong Qingya disappeared from the spot. The elder spoke to the air, safe travels, Your Honor. Meanwhile, on Bai Wenbin's flying boat. Bai Wenbin was planning to go to Black Moon City to see if Lu Chen was truly still alive when suddenly, a guard burst into his room. Commander, something terrible has happened. Upon hearing the guard's words, Bai Wenbin frowned, if you keep cursing your commander like this, believe me or not, I will kick you off the flying boat. The guard realized he had misspoken and hurriedly said, this subordinate knows his fault. Bai Wenbin then asked, what has happened now? The guard replied, the people from the Blood Rainbow Pavilion not only refused our mission, but they also killed all the people we sent. Moreover, the Blood Rainbow Pavilion sent people to warn us that if we attempt to strike at Lu Chen again, they will. Trembling, the guard did not continue. Bai Wenbin's face darkened, do what to your commander? Speak. The guard promptly said, they will kill you and throw your body into the sealing grounds to feed the demons. Bai Wenbin immediately felt an itching rage. Wasn't it said that the Blood Rainbow Pavilion would take any assassination job as long as they saw money? Why not accept his mission? Instead, they even warned him not to act against Lu Chen. What was the background of this Lu Chen? The guard continued, this subordinate has also heard that the hall master of the Blood Rainbow Pavilion has been handled by them, allegedly because they accepted our mission. Bai Wenbin's face instantly turned pale, as a loose cultivator led to the disposal of a hall master. The hall masters of the Blood Rainbow Pavilion were at least experts of the Yin-Yang realm's 6th layer, and Lu Chen was nothing but a loose cultivator. To resolve one of their own powerful forces for a loose cultivator. What was really going on? At this point, the guard reminded him, Commander, the fact that Lu Chen possesses the demon exorcising sword technique has already spread. It is feared that more and more forces will approach Lu Chen for the demon exorcising sword technique, and we will have even less opportunity to act against him. Hearing this, Bai Wenbin instantly sobered up. How could he have forgotten about this? The demon exorcising sword technique was immensely attractive to any force, possessing it was like having a talisman. Perhaps the Blood Rainbow Pavilion had also taken a liking to Lu Chen's demon exorcising sword technique, which would explain their drastic change in attitude. In this case, wouldn't he lose all opportunities to eliminate Lu Chen? Lu Chen being so important meant that some forces would inevitably send people to protect him. Thinking of this, Bai Wenbin, unable to reconcile with the situation, clenched his fist and smashed it into the table next to him, shattering it to pieces. Bai Wenbin muttered to himself, "No, I can't just let it go like this. Lu Chen must die." Although he said this aloud, Bai Wenbin was well aware that getting rid of Lu Chen was no longer an easy task, and he had to plot carefully. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Within the bedchamber, where purple curtains fluttered, a woman's voice lingered, and blushing maids bustled about, changing and washing items in the room, pretending not to hear those voices. For them, being a maid in the imperial palace meant they had to learn to endure. Each bedchamber had its assigned maids, and when the emperor was not present, they had it relatively easy, but as soon as the emperor arrived, they would not have a good day for 10 days or even half a month. Of course, their bodies weren't particularly tired. After all, it was just a bit more work than usual. Even if Su Hanyan was not in the bedchamber, the bedding still needed changing. It was mainly the mental exhaustion that weighed on them. Sunlight poured into the room, dazzlingly reflecting light, making the human body seem as if it radiated a holy glow. Su Hanyan's slender jade arms weakly encircled Lu Chen's neck, her entire body sprawled atop his. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, has it been 2 months already?" Although the rejuvenating skill could continuously eliminate any discomfort in the body, the tension in her mind remained constant, making it somewhat unbearable for Su Hanyan. At that moment, Lu Chen turned his head to look at the maid serving by the soft couch, asking, "How long has it been?" Blushing, the maid answered, "Your Majesty, it has been 1 month and 2 days. Hearing the maid's response, Su Hanyan felt a pang in her heart. She thought 2 months had already passed, but it had only been 1 month. Doesn't that mean she still has to stay here for another month, feeling as if her body no longer belonged to her? Seeing the beauty's sultry and frail appearance, Lu Chen also knew that Su Hanyan was probably at her limit. He gently caressed her jade back and then said, "Let's rest for a few days. I'll come to see you in a few days." As his words fell, Lu Chen gently turned, placing Su Hanyan's body on the soft couch before withdrawing and walking towards the bath. Seeing Lu Chen finally get up, Su Hanyan let out a sigh of relief, finally able to rest. Su Hanyan then circulated her skill, striving to calm her restless heart, while Lu Chen, after washing up in the bath, went directly to Yun Shenxian's room. Last time Yun Shenxian had made 3 puppets for him, he had promised to repay her, and he intended to keep his word. As she was meditating, Yun Shenxian sensed Lu Chen's presence and immediately opened her beautiful eyes. Clad in a white gauze, Yun Shenxian sat on the soft couch, radiating a holy glow that irresistibly beckoned one to explore. Seeing Lu Chen staring intently at her from the bedside, Yun Shenxian immediately thought of what Lu Chen had been doing in Su Hanyan's chamber over the past month. With a cold expression and a slightly trembling voice, Yun Shenxian said, "Why have you come?" With a slight smile, Lu Chen replied, "Honored master, previously you helped me create 3 puppets, and I said I would repay you. I meant my words." Yun Shenxian said, "It was a trivial effort, no need for that. You should go attend to your matters." Still, Yun Shenxian was worried that Lu Chen would treat her the same way he treated Su Hanyan. But Lu Chen paid no heed to Yun Shenxian's words. He boldly approached the soft couch and then pushed her down onto it. Yun Shenxian's face flushed slightly. "Rebellious disciple, what do you intend to do?" Lu Chen did not speak further. He leaned forward, his lips nearing Yun Shenxian's. Realizing she was likely unable to escape, Yun Shenxian quickly put her hand against Lu Chen's mouth, then said, "Let's get it straight, I won't serve you like Su Hanyan did." If it were just matters typical of a Taoist couple, she wouldn't have much objection, but if she were to serve him like Su Hanyan had, she would not comply. Lu Chen said, "I understand, I don't expect that." Seeing Lu Chen agree, Yun Shenxian then removed her hand, and Lu Chen immediately leaned down, kissing Yun Shenxian's red lips. Moments later, the two were fully engaged. At dusk, in the Ziyang world, a woman clad in red clothes entered Black Moon City, her movements ghost-like, one moment appearing above the city lord's mansion, the next on the city tower. The woman's fluctuations in spiritual power were not obvious, almost no one noticed her presence, not even Ji Chuyu in the city lord's mansion nor Lu Chen's puppet realized that a powerful being had arrived in Black Moon City. In the dead of night, Ji Chuyu, having finished dealing with the documents of Black Moon City, stood up and stretched, and then remembered Lu Chen. At that moment, a maid asked, "Lord City Lord, the hot water is ready." Ji Chuyu replied, "No need for now, I'm going to discuss cultivation matters with the deputy city lord." With those words, Ji Chuyu headed straight for Lu Chen's room. At this time, Lu Chen's true body was busy, his control over the puppet was weak, and his perception had greatly decreased. Hearing a knock on the door, Lu Chen realized Ji Chuyu had come. "Lu Chen, may I come in?" Lu Chen answered, come in." Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Ji Chuyu felt something was peculiar, but she didn't think much of it and entered the room. At that moment, Lu Chen's puppet lay on a couch looking utterly drained, prompting a curious Ji Chuyu to ask, "What's the matter with you?" Lu Chen replied, "Huff, my true body is going through a breakthrough, so my control over the puppet has weakened." Ji Chuyu didn't suspect anything. She walked over and sat beside the couch. "Then you should retract your divine sense and focus on your breakthrough. I'll watch over your puppet." Using one's divine sense for two purposes was a big taboo for cultivators experiencing a breakthrough, as it could easily lead to disastrous results. However, Ji Chuyu had no intention of leaving just like that. Since Lu Chen was in the middle of a breakthrough, it meant his puppet was unprotected. What if another assassin arrived and harmed Lu Chen's puppet incarnation? Hence, she decided to stay and guard it. Lu Chen said, okay. And so, Ji Chuyu stayed by Lu Chen's couch, listening to his occasional strange noises. Listening to these sounds, Ji Chuyu felt inexplicably restless. She wondered why she would have such thoughts about a mere puppet. Thinking of her impure thoughts, Ji Chuyu's face grew hot, and she swiftly circulated her spiritual power, trying to calm her inner turmoil. As time ticked by, Lu Chen's breakthrough continued, with his heavy noises becoming more frequent. Just as Ji Chuyu's mind wandered, suddenly, gusts of cold wind blew in, rattling the windows of the room. Ji Chuyu snapped back to her senses and quickly rose from the couch. "Who's there?" Though the visitor had concealed their aura, Ji Chuyu had detected a strong bloody scent, clearly indicating another assassin had come. After Ji Chuyu spoke, no one responded, but she remained vigilant, watching the doorway. After what seemed like a long time, a voice resounded in the room. "I just now heard noises in the room and thought Lord Ji was with Lord Lu in a lover's embrace, but it turned out to be nothing. What's wrong with Lord Lu? Why the constant moaning? Do you need me to check on you?" Hearing the woman's cold voice, Ji Chuyu furrowed her brows. The voice was heard, but the person was not seen. Moreover, no aura was detected, only the strong scent of blood, indicating the strength of the newcomer far surpassed theirs. Ji Chuyu's heart tightened in an instant. However, she understood this person probably came for Lu Chen, likely targeting the demon exercising sword technique. If it were merely to assassinate Lu Chen, they wouldn't have sent such an incapable assassin. Ji Chuyu subsequently addressed the doorway. "Senior, since you have arrived, why not show yourself?" Could it be that Senior is a demon cultivator, afraid to be seen by others? Hearing Ji Chuyu's words, Nangong Qingye gave a light chuckle. The next moment, a swirl of blood mist began to rotate inside the room. Seeing this scene, Ji Chuyu's heart raced once again. However, upon second thought, she realized that the Lu Chen lying on the couch was just a puppet. If this person were truly powerful, at worst, Lu Chen could simply detonate the puppet when the time came, as long as Lu Chen's true body was well hidden. With this in mind, Ji Chuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Moments later, the blood mist gradually dissipated, revealing a woman clad in a red dress standing in the room. The woman boasted a bewitchingly beautiful face, a curvaceous figure, and long jade legs that were partially visible. Seeing this woman, the real body of Lu Chen, currently enduring a collision, became even more ferocious. Nangong Qingye glanced once again at Lu Chen lying on the couch and continued, "Deputy City Lord Lu, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Blood Rainbow Pavilion Master, Nangong Qingye. Upon hearing this, Ji Chuyu stood dumbstruck. She had realized that the visitor was powerful, but she hadn't expected her to be such a significant figure. The Blood Rainbow Pavilion Master. Such a person's power could rank within the top 20 throughout the entire Ziyang world. Although Ji Chuyu didn't know her exact level of strength, she must possess a cultivation state of at least the Myriad Law's Realm 5th layer. Such a powerful individual had personally come to Black Moon City to seek out Lu Chen. Ji Chuyu's complexion turned slightly pale. The demon exorcising sword technique was far too important, having attracted the attention of major powers. Nangong Qingye might be the first powerful being to seek Lu Chen, but she would definitely not be the last. In the future, there would certainly be more and more powerful individuals coming to seek the demon exorcising sword technique from Lu Chen. Ji Chuyu felt immensely relieved that Lu Chen had used a puppet to show himself. If Lu Chen's real body had been there, it would have been troublesome. Lu Chen didn't respond to Nangong Qingye immediately. Seeing Lu Chen lying listlessly on the couch, Nangong Qingye's beautiful eyes furrowed. What did this mean? A cultivator of the Genesis realm seeing a strong being of the Myriad Law's realm and not presenting any greetings, let alone a tense expression on his face, and now not showing any reaction at all. Just as Nangong Qingye was about to say something else, Lu Chen suddenly let out a long breath. Phew, so refreshing. Nangong Qingye looked at Lu Chen with a puzzled face. At this moment, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Nangong Qingye and used the system to identify her identity. Name: Nangong Qingye. Identity: Blood Rainbow Pavilion Master of Ziyang World, sister of the Empress of Zishao Dynasty, strong cultivator of the Myriad Law's Realm 5th layer. Hearing that there was a loose cultivator in Black Moon City with the demon exorcising sword technique, she promptly went to Black Moon City in person, intending to obtain the demon exorcising sword technique from Lu Chen. Score: 98. Favorability: 35. Seeing Nangong Qingye's information, Lu Chen smiled faintly. He hadn't expected that before his real body even reached the Ziyang world, he had already met two women with scores over 90. Lu Chen then said, "Senior, may I ask why you are seeking me out?" For some reason, Nangong Qingye always felt that there was a hint of invasive intent in Lu Chen's gaze towards her body. A cultivator of the Genesis realm seeing herself not being saluted was one thing, but having her body scanned back and forth with direct, unyielding eyes would have probably resulted in any other man being turned into a mist of blood by now. However, Lu Chen had something she needed on him, so she wasn't planning on killing Lu Chen just yet. Nangong Qingye said, "I've heard that you possess a special sword technique that can suppress demonic qi. I wonder if Deputy City Lord Lu could impart this sword technique to me." Nangong Qingye didn't plan on wasting any more time. She would just take whatever she wanted by force. If Lu Chen disagreed, she had plenty of ways to make him agree. Lu Chen said, "Senior, I don't know where you heard that from, but I do not have such a sword technique." Seeing Lu Chen indeed refuse, Nangong Qingye huffed coldly, and her red dress danced wildly as the blood energy emanated from inside her body. In the next moment, Lu Chen's body was lifted straight off the bed. A powerful force gripped Lu Chen's neck and brought his body before Nangong Qingye, whose blood-red eyes stared at Lu Chen as she said, "My patience is limited." Lu Chen's face remained devoid of any sign of panic, and with a smile, he said, "Junior doesn't know where Senior has heard such rumors, but even if Senior kills me, I still don't have the sort of sword technique that suppresses demonic qi that Senior speaks of." Seeing Lu Chen's fearless demeanor towards death, Nangong Qingye's brain paused slightly. Could it really be non-existent? Or was it that this fellow didn't respond to coercion? Just then, Nangong Qingye's gaze suddenly turned to Ji Chuyu. She had come to Black Moon City and heard some rumors about Ji Chuyu and Lu Chen. Moreover, the two of them had just been in the same room, so it was obvious that those rumors were not merely rumors, there was definitely some ambiguous relationship between the two. With this in mind, Nangong Qingye immediately raised her hand, and in the next moment, a mist of blood gripped Ji Chuyu's neck, lifting her body into the air and pulling it in front of Lu Chen. "I want to see whether the demon exorcising sword technique is more important or your Taoist couple." Ji Chuyu was about to say not to hand it over, but she feared that speaking now would reveal the existence of the demon exorcising sword technique possessed by Lu Chen. At this point, Lu Chen calmly said, "Senior, Junior truly does not have a sword technique to suppress demonic qi. If I don't have it, even if you kill me, I can't give it to you." Seeing Lu Chen still being stubborn, Nangong Qingye couldn't help thinking, at this point, he wouldn't lie, right? After all, the lives of him and his little lover were in her hands. Could it really be that there was no demon exorcising sword technique? Then how was the demonic tide repelled? Soon after, Nangong Qingye asked, "I heard that not long ago, there was a massive outbreak of demonic tide, and you alone held it back from Black Moon City, stopping the demons from daring to step out of the sealed demon lands. If you do not have the demon exorcising sword technique, how did you do it?" Lu Chen replied, "That's due to the peculiar nature of my physique." Peculiar physique. Nangong Qingye looked at Lu Chen doubtfully, then immediately sensed his body, only to discover upon sensing that Lu Chen's body was indeed very special. She couldn't even feel his heartbeat, it was as if he were an inanimate object. Yet, other parts of Lu Chen's body were the same as a normal person's. Nangong Qingye waved her hand, letting go of both Lu Chen and Ji Chuyu, and then continued to say to Lu Chen, "Release your spiritual power for me to see." Without hesitation, Lu Chen released his spiritual power, and she noticed something unusual about the spiritual power he emitted. Moreover, the spiritual power released by Lu Chen not only suppressed demonic qi but also seemed capable of suppressing the blood energy in her own body. That meant not only was Lu Chen the bane of demons, but he was also her bane. After sensing the spiritual power released by Lu Chen, Nangong Qingye's expression turned unpleasant. It was the first time she experienced a force that made her heart palpitate. Seeing his own spiritual power seemingly restrain Nangong Qingye's blood energy, Lu Chen quickly realized that although Nangong Qingye was not a pure demon cultivator, she could still be considered a demonic cultivator, and the demon burying spell was not only effective against demon cultivators but also capable of suppressing the power of demonic cultivators. Of course, the effect of the demon burying spell on demonic cultivators was not as exaggerated as it was on demon cultivators. At this moment, Nangong Qingye harbored killing intent towards Lu Chen. If Lu Chen really did restrain her, keeping him around would be a great disaster for her. However, the spiritual power that Lu Chen had unleashed was so unique, it might actually be able to restrain the demonic qi. Thinking this way, he hadn't lied, perhaps it really was due to his special physical constitution. Concerning his special constitution, there really wasn't a good solution. If she killed Lu Chen now, finding another person capable of restraining demonic qi in the future would not be easy. Nangong Qingye fell silent for a moment, then said to Lu Chen, "Fine." As Nangong Qingye's words fell, Lu Chen retracted his spiritual power and then asked, "Now, do you finally believe me?" Nangong Qingye thought to herself, since Lu Chen has a special constitution, it might be better to take this fellow to Blood Rainbow Pavilion. In the future, if the heavenly demon broke through the ceiling, they could utilize him to confront the heavenly demon. With this thought, Nangong Qingye immediately said, "Since you don't know the demon exorcising sword technique, you should come with me to Blood Rainbow Pavilion." Hearing this, Ji Chuyu was startled and quickly said, "No." Nangong Qingye's red eyes instantly turned towards Ji Chuyu, and then she emitted a threatening sound, "Hm." Ji Chuyu quickly continued, "Senior, if Lu Chen leaves Black Moon City, and if a large-scale demonic tide erupts again, Black Moon City will surely be unable to resist." Nangong Qingye let out a cold laugh and said, "What does the fate of Black Moon City have to do with me?" Lu Chen said, "It is related, indeed. If the demonic tide spreads, those demons help the heavenly demon at the demon sealing grounds absorb enough blood energy, it's highly likely that the heavenly demon will break the ceiling early. If the heavenly demon breaks the ceiling, then the Ziyang world will face total devastation, and Blood Rainbow Pavilion, as well as you, will face the threat of the heavenly demon." Hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Nangong Qingye fell silent for a moment, his words really made some sense. Her main reason for taking Lu Chen was to prevent the heavenly demon from targeting Blood Rainbow Pavilion after breaking the ceiling, but taking Lu Chen away might instead accelerate the heavenly demon breaking the ceiling. However, If she didn't take Lu Chen, once other forces learned of Lu Chen's ability, they would undoubtedly come to take him as well. She could prioritize the greater good, but other forces might not, so the best solution was still to take Lu Chen away early to prevent him from being seized by other forces later. Nangong Qingye then said, "Even if I don't take you away, possessing such a constitution, other forces will learn of it and will take you away just the same." Lu Chen replied, "If other forces try to forcibly take me, I will threaten them with my death. If I die, then there will no longer be anyone in the Ziyang world who can restrain the demonic qi. Once the heavenly demon breaks the ceiling, then all cultivators can only await death." Nangong Qingye's red eyes swept over Lu Chen, and after some thought, Nangong Qingye spoke, "Fine, I shall not take you away." At this point, Nangong Qingye took out a red token and tossed it to Lu Chen. "This is the Pavilion Master's token from the Blood Rainbow Pavilion. If you ever encounter someone from another faction trying to forcefully take you away, activate this token, and I will appear before you immediately." Although Nangong Qingye was a demonic cultivator, to prevent the heavenly demon from breaking the seal, she had to prioritize the greater good. Moreover, her Pavilion Master's token was no ordinary token. It would continually erode Lu Chen's divine soul, allowing her to gradually gain control over him. In the future, Lu Chen would be hers, so she did not need to hurry in taking him away. After catching the Pavilion Master's token from Nangong Qingye, Lu Chen immediately bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Senior." Nangong Qingye then flicked her red sleeve, transforming into a swirl of blood mist and leaving behind only a voice, "Don't think of running away. No matter where you flee, I can still find you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen simply smiled faintly without saying more. Once Nangong Qingye's presence had completely dissipated, Ji Chuyu approached Lu Chen, looking at him with concern. "I hadn't anticipated that you would draw such a significant figure here. Black Moon City is likely not going to be peaceful anymore. With a strong figure like Nangong Qingye appearing in Black Moon City, how could other factions, strong figures sit idly by?" After all, Lu Chen was the only one who could greatly restrain the demonic qi. Even black gold did not have the effect of the spiritual power released from Lu Chen's body. Seeing Ji Chuyu's worried expression, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Don't worry. I can be most useful here in Black Moon City. If someone takes me away, the demonic tide might spread, leading to severe consequences. I believe those old fellows know how to choose. Normal people wouldn't want the demonic tide to spread. After all, the heavenly demon is the bane of cultivators and feeds on them. If it were to be released, the cultivators across the Ziyang world would suffer, and those factions would also face calamities." Now that even the Pavilion Master of the Blood Rainbow Pavilion had not taken him away, other factions, knowing this, naturally wouldn't dare to be the first to act. Everyone wanted a piece of Lu Chen. If all the major factions were to fight over him, not only could they suffer heavy losses, but they might also end up without any benefits. Instead, letting him stay in Black Moon City to hold back the spread of the demonic tide could actually slow the pace at which the heavenly demon breaks the seal. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu sighed softly, once again feeling immensely relieved that the Lu Chen in front of her was a puppet. If it were the real Lu Chen himself here, his situation would be much more perilous. Should someone need to take Lu Chen in the future, he could simply self-destruct, fake his death to escape, and after the dust settles, Lu Chen could send another puppet to Black Moon City. Meanwhile, outside Black Moon City, a massive flying boat was quietly approaching Black Moon City under the moonlight. Bai Wenbin sat inside a pavilion, drinking one cup of alcohol after another, feeling incredibly frustrated. Lu Chen was just a loose cultivator, and now he had even gained the protection of the Blood Rainbow Pavilion, making Bai Wenbin wary of making a move against him. Although he could hardly swallow this slight, he seemed to lack a better plan. If he continued to attack Lu Chen, the assassin from the Blood Rainbow Pavilion might very well kill him. Thinking of this, Bai Wenbin felt extremely stifled. He, a general of the Great Chu dynasty, was unable to deal with a mere loose cultivator. As Bai Wenbin continued to drink his sullen wine, a voice suddenly appeared behind him. "Commander Bai, I hear you seem to have some disagreements with that Lu Chen. Hearing this voice, Bai Wenbin's brow furrowed, and he immediately gripped his sword, stabbing directly behind himself. But when he turned around, there was no one there. Bai Wenbin scanned the courtyard behind him and then snorted coldly, "Who's there? Show yourself if you dare." Though he spoke confidently, Bai Wenbin's back was already sweating profusely. The fact that someone had approached him so silently indicated that their strength was at least above his own. Bai Wenbin seriously suspected that the Blood Rainbow Pavilion had already sent an assassin to kill him. At this thought, Bai Wenbin tightly gripped the sword in his hand. Just then, a voice rang from outside the pavilion, "Commander Bai, no need to be nervous. I have come to help you." Bai Wenbin quickly turned to look at the entrance of the pavilion, only to see a cloud of black mist slowly dissipating, revealing an old man in a black robe. His hood covered his cheeks, and only some wrinkled, tree bark-like skin was faintly visible. Feeling the aura emitted by the old man in the black robe, Bai Wenbin's forehead began to sweat profusely. This man's strength was at least at the Yin-Yang realm, or even possibly the Allah realm. He had encountered Yin-Yang realm cultivators before, normal ones did not have such an oppressive presence. Bai Wenbin tried to calm the fear in his heart. The old man had just said he came to help, so he likely wouldn't harm him. Thinking this, Bai Wenbin asked, "Senior said you wanted to help me. May I ask what exactly Senior intends to help with?" The old man replied, "Naturally, to help Commander Bai kill Lu Chen." Bai Wenbin was momentarily stunned, then a great joy welled up in his heart, and he hastily inquired, "Senior plans to personally kill Lu Chen. What does Senior desire? As long as Senior can kill Lu Chen, anything that Junior has is yours to demand." The old man said, "Commander Bai, you misunderstand my intention. I only said I would help Commander Bai kill Lu Chen. I did not say I would take action myself. If Commander Bai wishes to kill Lu Chen, you still need to take action personally." This. Bai Wenbin frowned and then said, "Senior, Junior only possesses the power of the Genesis realm. Aside from Lu Chen in Black Moon City, Ji Chuyu is also a Genesis realm cultivator. How could I possibly stand a chance against both of them? Moreover, the Blood Rainbow Pavilion seems to highly value Lu Chen and forbids anyone from making a move against him. Presumably, they've already sent people to Black Moon City to protect him. Relying solely on Junior's power to kill Lu Chen would be as hard as ascending to heaven." The old man in the black robe let out a strange laugh, he, and then said, "That's simple, as long as you become strong enough, none of them will be your match." Hearing this, Bai Wenbin thought to himself that this was nonsense. Cultivation wasn't easy, and to have the strength to kill Lu Chen, he would need to be at least at the Yin-Yang realm. By the time he reached the Yin-Yang realm, Lu Chen would probably also be a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. The key point was that the Blood Rainbow Pavilion might be protecting Lu Chen. If it were one-on-one, he might have a chance, but even disregarding if he could kill Lu Chen, if he succeeded in assassinating him and the Blood Rainbow Pavilion found out, they might just wipe him out immediately. Bai Wenbin looked once more at the old man before him. For some reason, he always felt a particularly uncomfortable aura emanating from this elder. Bai Wenbin then said, "Please enlighten me, Senior." Bai Wenbin did not believe that this powerhouse had come here merely to encourage him to go to his death. Since the old man had spoken of making him stronger, that proved that he must have the ability to enhance his powers. The old man then said, "As long as you are willing to accept the power of the heavenly demon, I can grant you enough strength." Bai Wenbin's heart skipped a beat. Heavenly demon power. Bai Wenbin's eyes widened with a fearful expression as he stared at the old man in front of him. No wonder he always felt an uncomfortable aura emanating from this old man. It turned out to be the heavenly demon power. Since heavenly demon power suppresses a cultivator's spiritual power, it naturally makes the cultivator feel uneasy. Thus, this old man must be a demon cultivator, and not just any ordinary one. Ordinary demon cultivators don't possess heavenly demon power. A demon cultivator who possesses heavenly demon power must have had direct contact with a heavenly demon. Suddenly, Bai Wenbin felt a surge of panic within him. He hadn't expected a demon envoy to find him. He was very aware of the world's hatred for demon cultivators. If he became one, he would likely live a life of hiding. But the person in front of him was a demon envoy, far stronger than him. If he refused, the demon envoy would surely kill him. At this moment, Bai Wenbin felt his brain go blank. It's over, it's all over. What to do now? Seeing Bai Wenbin did not immediately agree, the old man gave a chilling smile. Commander Bai, you've been a general in the Great Chu dynasty for almost 100 years, don't you want to advance further? With your talent, reaching the Yin-Yang realm would take hundreds of years, if not impossible even at your life's end. You approached Chu Yuji and pursued her merely to connect with the Zishao dynasty through her, thereby gaining more cultivation resources, didn't you? Unfortunately, Chu Yuji is now Lu Chen's woman, and your path has been severed. Hearing this, Bai Wenbin fell silent. Indeed, his talents were mediocre, otherwise, he wouldn't have been merely a general at the borders of the Great Chu dynasty. With the current fragmentation of the Great Chu dynasty, this was a perfect opportunity for him, but sadly he controlled only a small territory. He had thought about expanding his land and power, but his strength was insufficient to compete with other military governors. He pursued Chu Yuji not only for her beauty but also for the power behind her. Even though the Zishao dynasty had long stopped sending people to Black Moon City, Chu Yuji was still a member of the Zishao dynasty, and behind her was the powerful Ji family. But now all was lost. Chu Yuji was with Lu Chen, and with the protection of the Blood Rainbow Pavilion, he found it difficult to separate them. He feared that the day might come when the Great Chu dynasty would completely disintegrate, and his territory would be swallowed by other military governors, forcing him to flee or submit. As an ambitious man, he didn't want to live under someone else's roof any longer. With this thought, Bai Wenbin clenched his fists. Although demon cultivators were hunted in the Ziyang world, if he hid well, others might not discover he was a demon cultivator. Therefore, Bai Wenbin said to the old man, "Senior, I am willing to accept the heavenly demon power." Seeing Bai Wenbin agree, the old man laughed heartily. Good. Very good. The humble one will now bestow upon you the heavenly demon power. As his voice dropped, the old man raised his hand, and a mass of black fog surrounded Bai Wenbin's body, then the black mist entered his body through his orifices. Instantly, Bai Wenbin let out agonizing, heart-wrenching screams. The old man waved his hand, and a soundproof barrier enveloped the courtyard, completely isolating any noise from the guards on the flying boat. Zishao Dynasty. Imperial Palace, Starlight Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, everywhere shimmered with sparkling gems, as if one had entered the starry sky upon entering the hall. A woman dressed in a red phoenix robe sat upright in the center of the hall, her appearance cold, wearing a phoenix crown, exuding a noble aura. At that moment, a maid dressed in a blue long gown entered the Grand Hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. The woman did not open her eyes, her lips slightly parted, and she asked expressionlessly, "What is it?" The maid answered, "Your Majesty, according to our investigation, there has been a major outbreak of the demonic tide in Black Moon City." Upon hearing this, the woman then opened her beautiful eyes, her eyes red like those of Nangong Qingye, looking quite eerie. Apart from the color of the pupils, the woman's facial features also resembled Nangong Qingye somewhat. The woman was indeed Nangong Yuehua, the elder sister of Nangong Qingye. Over the years, the Zishao dynasty had been plagued with internal strife, and in her ambition to become the empress, she had eliminated many who opposed her, which had kept her from paying attention to the situation in Black Moon City. However, the recent disturbances in Black Moon City had made her somewhat uneasy, leading her to finally send people to investigate. Although the internal affairs of the Zishao dynasty were not yet stable, if Black Moon City were lost and the demonic creatures from the sealing grounds spread, leading to the heavenly demon breaking its seals, it would spell disaster for the entire Ziyang world. Nangong Yuehua looked at the kneeling maid and asked, "Did the demonic creatures spread?" The maid quickly replied, "No, Your Majesty, the demonic creatures did not spread. Black Moon City held off the outbreak of the demonic tide." Hearing this, Nangong Yuehua fell into thought, feeling somewhat surprised. Originally, the imperial court had stationed a creation realm cultivator in Black Moon City, and although Black Moon City was nominally part of the Great Chu dynasty, aside from providing some food, the Great Chu dynasty had given little support to Black Moon City. If a large-scale outbreak of the demonic tide really occurred, how could Black Moon City have held on? How did they hold it off? Or did the Great Chu dynasty send people to assist Black Moon City in resisting the demonic tide? Nangong Yuehua then asked, how did Black Moon City fend off the demonic tide? The maid replied, according to the information collected, it is said that a loose cultivator appeared in Black Moon City who could suppress the demonic chi. This loose cultivator alone managed to keep all the demonic creatures outside Black Moon City, and afterward, not a single one dared to cross from the sealing grounds. Hearing this from the maid, Nangong Yuehua slightly raised her eyebrows, as she had never before heard of a cultivator who could suppress demonic chi. Normally, it was the cultivators who were suppressed by the demonic chi, especially when encountering the heavenly demon power, their strength would dramatically decrease. Now, there was actually a cultivator who could suppress demonic chi. Could that person be a demon cultivator? Nangong Yuehua did not continue to inquire further, she simply said, continue. The maid again reported, all of Black Moon City is saying that the loose cultivator possesses the demon exorcising sword technique. With that sword technique, they too can release sword chi that suppresses the demonic chi. The Great Chu dynasty has already ordered that the loose cultivator hand over the demon exorcising sword technique, but that person has ignored the order, and recently, that loose cultivator was also targeted for assassination by an assassin from the Blood Rainbow Pavilion. Hearing this, Nangong Yuehua became slightly restless. If that loose cultivator truly possessed the demon exorcising sword technique, he must not die just like that. Now that the seals of the sealing grounds were already loosening, no one knew when the heavenly demon might break through the seals. If they truly possessed the so-called demon exorcising sword technique, when the heavenly demon broke through the seals, they might be able to use the demon exorcising sword technique to seal the heavenly demon again. Nangong Yuehua then commanded, send someone immediately to bring that loose cultivator back to the capital city. The maid clearly understood Nangong Yuehua's intentions, and she quickly responded, please rest assured, Your Majesty, I have already sent people to Black Moon City, and I believe that within half a month, the loose cultivator will be brought before Your Majesty. Nangong Yuehua pondered for a moment. If the demon exorcising sword technique truly existed, other forces might also be tempted. She feared that it might be more prudent for her to go in person, however, the Zishao dynasty was currently in chaos, and her sudden departure could likely give the rebels an opportunity to create trouble. Of course, she could also travel to Black Moon City discreetly. For a powerhouse of the All-Law realm like herself, the round trip would not take much time. With this thought, Nangong Yuehua said, I am informed now. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Yes, Your Majesty, your servant takes her leave. As the maid's words fell, she turned and left the hall. After the maid had gone, Nangong Yuehua spoke to the other maids in the hall, I am going into seclusion, you all may leave as well. Yes, Your Majesty. Afterwards, all the maids in the Starlight Hall left the hall. Once they had gone, Nangong Yuehua waved her hand, and immediately all the doors and windows of the Starlight Hall closed. Then, using an instantaneous movement formation, Nangong Yuehua left the Starlight Hall. She had some worries, it might already be too late to set out now. She was aware of the critical importance of the demon exorcising sword technique. Once the news spread, inevitably many would covet it. Of course, that was assuming the information was true. Zishao dynasty was quite distant from the Great Chu dynasty, and she had received the information much later than other powers. By now, her journey to Black Moon City might be futile, perhaps the loose cultivator had already been taken by others. Yet, that loose cultivator was extremely important for the Zishao dynasty, and even if another power had taken him, she would find a way to capture him, or more precisely, capture the demon exorcising sword technique from him. Meanwhile, in the Tianqian world, Black Dragon City Imperial Palace. Lu Chen was energetically engaged in activity when suddenly, Yun Shenxian's face turned very pale. Normally, during such activities, Yun Shenxian's fair skin would flush red, and it was unusual for her to turn pallid. Lu Chen immediately sensed something was amiss. He hurriedly ceased his actions and grabbed Yun Shenxian's wrist, using the rejuvenating skill to examine her condition, while concernedly asking, Honored Master, what is wrong with you? Yun Shenxian did not answer immediately. Her brows furrowed, and she seemed to be in great discomfort. After checking Yun Shenxian's body, Lu Chen found no apparent major issues, making him even more puzzled. What had happened? Though he had been somewhat rough, Yun Shenxian's strength had already recovered to the Allah realm. Even if he was vigorous, merely engaging in such activity shouldn't have hurt her or caused discomfort, especially since they both possessed the rejuvenating skill. During the process, Lu Chen was continuously infusing life force into Yun Shenxian to ensure she only felt pleasure, without any discomfort. Lu Chen realized something might seriously be wrong with Yun Shenxian, so he decided to end the activity earlier and prepared to disengage. However, just as he was about to get up, Yun Shenxian's jade arms encircled his robust waist, preventing him from doing so. Lu Chen paused slightly, then did not get up, and gazed at Yun Shenxian's pained expression. Seeing Yun Shenxian in such a state pained Lu Chen as well, particularly because he had no idea what was wrong with Yun Shenxian and even the rejuvenating skill could not diagnose her condition. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yun Shenxian finally recovered somewhat. The pained expression on her face gradually faded, and she looked into Lu Chen's eyes with complex emotions. My honored master is coming. Upon hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen was slightly stunned and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, and Yun Shenxian instantly sensed Lu Chen's excitement. Yun Shenxian immediately glared at Lu Chen. Her honored master coming to Tianqian world was not good news since she was likely there to take her back. Moreover, her honored master seemed to already know about her relationship with Lu Chen. She had just sensed her honored master's thoughts, and her honored master was very angry now. Once her honored master arrived in Tianqian world, the first thing she would definitely do was make trouble for Lu Chen, yet Lu Chen was excited about it. What could he be excited about? As Lu Chen's woman, how could Yun Shenxian not know why Lu Chen was excited? She had seen through Lu Chen long ago. She could tell he harbored ill intentions towards her honored master. Although she didn't know if Lu Chen had ever met her honored master, from Lu Chen's reaction, it was very likely he had some designs on her honored master. Yun Shenxian then coldly said, "You seem quite pleased." Lu Chen smiled and said, "She is the honored master of my honored master, which makes her my grand honored master. It's my first time meeting my grand honored master, so naturally, I am happy." Yun Shenxian snorted, "Why do I feel like you have some inappropriate thoughts about my honored master?" Lu Chen said, "Honored master, don't you know what kind of person your disciple is? How could your disciple have inappropriate thoughts?" Yun Shenxian rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. She knew exactly what kind of person Lu Chen was, which was why she knew he had inappropriate thoughts. But she didn't dwell on it. Even if Lu Chen truly harbored other ideas, it was unlikely he could act on them. Her honored master was no ordinary person. With Lu Chen's current strength, he was no match for her honored master. However, precisely because of this, Yun Shenxian felt more worried. Although she didn't know if Lu Chen had any ace up his sleeve, her honored master definitely had one. Even if Lu Chen really had an ace, it might still not be enough to counter her honored master. If her honored master harbored a killing intent toward Lu Chen. With that thought, Yun Shenxian quickly stopped her wild speculations. Lu Chen's identity was special, her honored master might not dare to harm him. At that moment, Lu Chen curiously asked, "Honored master, how did you sense the presence of my grand honored master?" Yun Shenxian replied, "She just used a thread of divine sense to probe the area I was in, but she quickly withdrew it. Being able to use divine sense to pinpoint my location indicates that my honored master is very close to Tianqian world now. It might not be long before her immortal boat arrives in Tianqian world." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent for a moment. Thinking about it, the Black Dragon Holy Land's immortal boat should also be arriving soon. After resolving the conflict between Yun Shenxian and Yun Qingshu, he could consider attacking Ziyang world. Thinking this way, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly lifted. Seeing the smile on Lu Chen's face, Yun Shenxian wore a skeptical expression. This rebellious disciple was indeed eyeing her honored master. Yun Shenxian continued, "She already knows about us, and once she arrives in Tianqian world, she might take action against you. If she decides to act against you, you must immediately reveal your identity. Lu Chen's identity was the same as Lu Yanghua's. As long as it was revealed, her honored master likely wouldn't act rashly. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Honored master, don't worry. I believe that even if I don't reveal my identity, seeing how deeply in love we are, my grand honored master will surely bless us." Upon hearing this, Yun Shenxian sneered coldly, "I was forced by you, who said anything about love?" Lu Chen responded indifferently, "If honored master does not love me, then why did you cling tightly to my waist, not letting me get up?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian then realized she had subconsciously clung to the waist of this rebellious disciple, not letting him withdraw. After realizing this, Yun Shenxian hastily released her jade arms and then lifted her hand to press against Lu Chen's chest, pushing slightly and said, "All right, you may get up now." Yun Shenxian quickly grabbed Yun Shenxian's wrists and pinned her arms to either side of Yun Shenxian's silvery white hair, gazing into her jade-like face. "This won't do. Since the honored master is coming, let's continue until honored master arrives, and let honored master see just how much we love each other." Yun Shenxian hadn't finished speaking when Lu Chen sealed her lips. She didn't resist afterward and began to circulate the mysterious female technique immediately. She knew very well that resisting was futile in front of this rebellious disciple, it would only make him more fierce. At this very moment, in outer space, immortal boats were traveling at an extremely fast speed toward a certain direction, with the scenery outside their barriers turning into streaks. At this time, Yun Qingshu, clad in a blue long dress, stood on the deck of the immortal boat, looking toward the direction of Tianqian World. Her expression was gloomy, and killing intent emanated from her. Just now, she had let her divine sense approach Tianqian World in advance, and she also pinpointed Yun Shenxian's exact location. No sooner had her divine sense linked with Yun Shenxian than she felt a strange sensation in her body. She suddenly discovered that Yun Shenxian was actually engaged in that act with a man. Since divine sense had entered Yun Shenxian's body, it indirectly made her feel as though she herself was affected by those acts. Thinking of this, Yun Qingshu wished she could immediately fly to Tianqian World and kill that man. To avoid that sensation affecting her, Yun Qingshu hurriedly retracted her divine sense. Now that she had located Yun Shenxian's position, all she needed was to reach Tianqian World. Once she reached Tianqian World, her first action would be to kill the man who violated Yun Shenxian's purity. As she recalled what she had sensed just now, the killing intent surrounding Yun Qingshu grew increasingly intense. The elders around Yun Qingshu were all confused, not understanding who had offended Yun Qingshu this time. At this moment, Yun Qingshu directly said to the elder controlling the immortal boat, "I will control the immortal boat myself." Upon hearing this, the elder was momentarily stunned but quickly ceased his actions and handed over control of the immortal boat to Yun Qingshu. Subsequently, Yun Qingshu, controlling the immortal boat, sped towards Tianqian World at maximum speed, leaving the fleet of immortal boats far behind. Seeing this, Yin Zhengye immediately took control of his immortal boat and chased after her. He could not let Yun Qingshu reach Tianqian World first. What if she attacked their lord upon arrival? Thus, two immortal boats, one ahead of the other, sped towards Tianqian World at the highest possible speeds. The barriers of the boats were barely able to withstand such swift movement. While crossing outer space, the barriers of the immortal boats kept rubbing against outer space, causing increased friction due to their extreme speed, barely able to hold up. But by this time, Yun Qingshu was so enraged she didn't slow down. As she controlled the immortal boat, she simultaneously repaired the barrier all to reach Tianqian World faster to personally massacre the man who laid over Yun Shenxian. Seeing Yun Qingshu's desperate efforts, Yin Zhengye had no choice but to recklessly accompany her. At all costs, they could not allow Yun Qingshu to endanger Tianqian World. In this manner, their two immortal boats began racing across the cosmos. Inside the white-toned sleeping chamber, Lu Chen was busy as Yun Shenxian bit her silver teeth and lay on the soft couch, cursing Lu Chen as a traitorous disciple in her heart. Ever since Lu Chen had learned of her honored master's impending arrival in the Tianqian World, his whole demeanor had become even more ferocious. She knew this fellow had designs on her honored master. At that moment, Lu Chen let out a deep sigh, then rolled over with Yun Shenxian in his arms, positioning her to lie on his chest. Then, one of his hands gently caressed her snowy white jade back. Yun Shenxian weakly said, You really don't tire of this at all. When she first agreed to become Lu Chen's woman, she kept pondering one thing. Although Lu Chen currently fancied beauty, people were bound to grow over time. And with so many women around him, following his behavior, he would surely lose interest in women someday. But after these years of being together, she had realized that she was wrong. This fellow showed no signs of tiring at all. Yun Shenxian now couldn't understand whether Lu Chen was in it for the pleasure of male-female joys or for cultivating the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill using his women. Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly. What's there to tire of? Isn't living all about pursuing these pleasures? If one even tires of happiness, then what's the point of living? Yun Shenxian did not respond. She took a few deep breaths. By now, she was too lazy to argue these flawed logics with Lu Chen. After all, his identity was not simple. Even if he did not become an emperor in the future, his identity alone would grant him ample cultivation resources and a long life. On the contrary, compared to Lu Chen, she had to work even harder. Her lineage was not as strong as Lu Chen's, nor was her talent. Although she had an immortal spirit body, it had been tainted by Lu Chen. Now, the immortal spirit body could no longer speed up her cultivation as much. Of course, the immortal spirit body was not entirely useless. It made her more adept at understanding cultivation techniques, allowing her to quickly master any technique to perfection. But the speed of increasing her cultivation state was no longer as fast as before. At that time, Lu Chen pecked Yun Shenxian's jade-like face and continued to ask, Honored Master, are you happy being with me? Although Lu Chen could tell through the system data that Yun Shenxian had fallen in love with him, that was after all just system data. Lu Chen always wanted to hear his wife's sincere responses themselves. He needed to hear them say it, only then would his heart be at ease. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Yun Shenxian snorted coldly, forcefully taking possession of my body and imprisoning me as your plaything, how could I be happy? Lu Chen laughed and said, When did I imprison you? Yun Shenxian said indifferently, preventing me from leaving you, isn't that imprisonment? Lu Chen laughed out again, so you mean to say, you can't leave me now? Yun Shenxian didn't continue the conversation, her head rested on Lu Chen's chest, her silver white hair slowly sliding from his chest to the beautiful bedsheets. After a while, Yun Shenxian finally spoke, Don't come every now and then trying to test me. Since I've said I won't leave you, naturally, I won't. In Yun Shenxian's eyes, Lu Chen asking such questions was indicative of his fear that she might run away, and that was why he tested her with these inquiries. What reason did she have to run away now? She already belonged to this man. Although she no longer harbored strong desires about matters between men and women, she had grown accustomed to Lu Chen, and she would miss him if she didn't see him for a long time. Yun Shenxian was well aware that she had fallen for this man, not because Lu Chen had brought any benefits to her, nor because she was infatuated with the pleasures of love, but because of a bond. Their destinies were now intertwined. From a rational perspective, as long as Lu Chen did not betray her, and to her, betrayal did not mean Lu Chen seeking other women, as this man already had more than enough women in his harem. If Lu Chen seeking other women amounted to betrayal, then he had betrayed her far too many times. In her view, Lu Chen's betrayal would mean he no longer held her in his heart and treated her merely as a tool, perhaps as a sacrifice for some greater purpose. However, up to this point, Yun Shenxian hadn't seen any signs of this from Lu Chen. He rarely tried to brainwash her, their meetings were always straight to the point, a kind of obsession with her body, speaking sweet nothings only after affairs were dealt with, rarely about cultivation. At that moment, Lu Chen tightened his embrace around Yun Shenxian's slender waist, his body slightly shifting upward, while his other hand caressed her silver white hair. After a moment, Lu Chen spoke again, I wasn't testing you, I merely wanted to hear you say you love me in your own words. After all, I forced you to become my woman, so I always feel that you hold no real affection for me. Yun Shenxian huffed, you do know that you forced me. Lu Chen said, if I hadn't taken the initiative back then, you would probably have run off to another world by now, and we might never have met again in this life. I had no choice, what can I do when I'm in love with you? Yun Shenxian coldly said, that's not love for me, you just love my body. Lu Chen, laughing, said, your body is also a part of you. Love me, love my dog. What's the conflict between loving you and your body? Yun Shenxian said, I can't be bothered to argue this with you. With that, Yun Shenxian fell silent again, continuing to lie against Lu Chen's chest like a frail, clingy woman. Lu Chen too stopped speaking, and the room became extraordinarily quiet, filled only with the sounds of their breathing. Thus, they embraced silently, which felt rather pleasant to Yun Shenxian. Although she was still in an intimate state with Lu Chen, without the previous intense movements, she could now feel Lu Chen's body more profoundly, especially the sound of his heartbeat. Gradually, she discovered her own heartbeat synchronizing with Lu Chen's, both seemingly entering a strange state. Lu Chen also noticed this. At this moment, he wasn't cultivating, but his cultivation seemed to be climbing steadily. Lu Chen felt perplexed. What was happening? He and Yun Shenxian were merely maintaining closeness, not cultivating nor engaging in any intimate acts. Why was his cultivation inexplicably improving? Lu Chen then asked the system internally, System, why are the cultivation levels of Honored Master and me continuously improving? The system had become more intelligent than before, so whenever Lu Chen had questions about cultivation, his first thought was to consult the system. Lu Chen's words had just ended when the system prompt sounded inside his head. The host and his wife, after practicing the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill, will be considered in cultivation as long as both parties' divine senses enter a resonant state, which can enhance both parties' cultivation states. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then continued to ask, isn't that just divine sense communication? In the past, divine sense communication could only occur during that sort of activity. Now, without doing anything, just by maintaining their intimate embrace, they could achieve divine sense communication. The system answered, the host may understand it in that way. Lu Chen continued, in the past, there were rewards for divine sense communication. Why are there no rewards now? If this also counted as divine sense communication, then the system should reward him with something. Yet, up to now, he had not seen any sign of the system acknowledging this. The system replied, the improvement of the host's cultivation state is the best reward, there is no need for other rewards. Lu Chen laughed in his mind and couldn't be bothered to continue this pointless discussion with the system. At this time, Yun Shenxian clearly sensed what was happening between her and Lu Chen, and she noticed that her cultivation state was rapidly improving. Unlike Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian instantly understood that it was the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skills doing. In the cultivation realm, she had heard that if a Taoist couple shares a heart and mind, both parties' cultivation states will be elevated. In the past, she didn't have a Taoist couple and had never experienced this sensation. Now, this feeling of heart and mind resonance made her feel very comfortable. It was as if her soul had merged with Lu Chen's, as if they were no longer distinct from one another. After a while, Yun Shenxian quietly said, I truly have some feelings for you. Hearing Yun Shenxian's murmur, Lu Chen was slightly startled and became incredibly excited. Yun Shenxian suddenly felt an abnormal sensation in her body and took a sharp breath, then said coldly, I just said it in passing. What are you so excited about? Lu Chen said with a smile, my wife has finally admitted that she likes me, of course, I'm excited. Yun Shenxian snorted coldly, when you were torturing me, I've lost count of how many times I've said such things. Each time Lu Chen tormented her, she would involuntarily say some shameless words, including words about liking him. Lu Chen said smilingly, it's different. The words said at those times don't carry the sincerity of now. Yun Shenxian said indifferently, since you know the words said at those times aren't sincere, then don't always insistently make me call you darling or dear brother in the future. Remembering the things that had happened before, Yun Shenxian's cheeks grew slightly hot. But just at this moment, Yun Shenxian suddenly felt her head ache again. She quickly raised her jade hand, pressing it to her head, trying to alleviate her headache with the rejuvenating skill. Lu Chen also immediately sensed something was wrong with Yun Shenxian's body and quickly applied the rejuvenating skill to treat her, but it was equally ineffective. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Shenxian's body suddenly sat up and looked down imperiously at Lu Chen's face. Those purple pupils had turned scarlet and stared intently at Lu Chen, as if seeing an enemy. Seeing this, Lu Chen was startled. At that moment, Yun Shenxian coldly said, "How dare you imprison my incarnation? How would you like to die?" Hearing this, Lu Chen was startled again. Incarnation. Wasn't Yun Shenxian Yun Qingshu's daughter? Why had it turned into a doppelganger? Or could it be that the person now in Yun Shenxian's body was not Yun Qingshu, but someone else? However, on second thought, even if it were someone else, the current Yun Shenxian was in an intimate state with him, her spiritual power sealed within her, so even if someone else's divine sense had taken over her body, they would not be able to mobilize the spiritual power inside of her. With this realization, Lu Chen suddenly had an idea. He immediately grasped Yun Shenxian's jade arm, then abruptly got up, flipping her over so that she was now pressed beneath him. Seeing herself restrained, Yun Shenxian coldly said, "Release me at once, or else I will tear your body into 10,000 pieces and imprison your soul, making your life worse than death." Lu Chen smiled and said, "You must be the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, right? I am about to make your life worse than death." As soon as the words fell, Lu Chen bent down and sealed Yun Shenxian's red lips, commencing his movements. Yun Qingshu hurriedly tried to mobilize the spiritual power in Yun Shenxian's body but found that all the spiritual power within Yun Shenxian's body was locked and utterly immobile. Moreover, the sensations of Yun Shenxian's body were continuously transmitted to her true form, making them intolerable. Scoundrel! Yun Qingshu quickly severed the divine sense connection. At the same time, somewhere in the cosmic space, on an immortal boat, Yun Qingshu, with a flushed and furious face, was looking towards the direction of the Tianqian world. Originally, she had planned to find the man tormenting Yun Shenxian once she arrived in the Tianqian world, but she hadn't expected that strange feeling to continuously transmit to her own body through the causal link. This had become unbearable for her, so she considered using the divine sense link to Yun Shenxian's body ahead of time and then using the oppressive force of her divinity transformation realm divine sense to pressure the man, relying on Yun Shenxian's own strength to tear him to pieces in advance. But that guy was completely unaffected and, on the contrary, did those things to Yun Shenxian under the pressure of the divinity transformation realm and even transmitted that strange sensation directly through the divine sense link to her. The more Yun Qingshu thought about it, the angrier she became, and her expression turned colder and colder. It's almost time. Tianqian world is nearly in reach. She will make that ant pay the price, she will imprison his soul and torment it forever, never to find transcendence. Feeling the increasing intensity of Yun Qingshu's murderous aura, the elders of the mysterious Moon Palace on the immortal boat shuddered, not even daring to breathe loudly. They had never seen their palace master so enraged, not even when purging traitors, and never did her murderous aura feel so heavy. How come the closer they got to the Tianqian world, the heavier their palace master's murderous aura became? What on earth was there in the Tianqian world that made their palace master so furious? Lu Chen did not care how angry Yun Qingshu was, he continued on his own way, applying various methods to Yun Shenxian. After Yun Shenxian regained her senses, she was a bit stunned, not understanding what had gotten into Lu Chen that he had started to act so violently again. Yun Shenxian lay on her side on the soft couch, slightly turning her head to look at Lu Chen, and asked in confusion, what is this? While busying himself with his task, Lu Chen said, "Just now, your honored master's divine sense took control of your body." Upon hearing these words, Yun Shenxian immediately grasped the situation and understood what had happened. Her honored master indeed always had the ability to manipulate her body directly through divine sense. She once suspected whether her honored master had placed something within her body, but no matter how much she searched, she never found anything that controlled her. With that said, her honored master must have used her body to say something to Lu Chen, resulting in Lu Chen becoming so fierce. Wait a minute. If her honored master had completely controlled her body earlier, Didn't it mean that the person in front of the traitor was no longer her, but her honored master, and this traitor, being so violent, was targeting her honored master? Yun Shenxian glared at Lu Chen, who was fiercely gripping her jade legs. This man really was just as she had suspected, always with that one thing on his mind. But then again, all Lu Chen had done just now was to speak a few words to her master through her body, and he had never seen what her master looked like. So how could he possibly harbor any designs on her master? This man's harem was filled with stunning beauties, and his primary criterion for selection must be looks, as it had always been when he took consorts. Moreover, his harem was composed almost entirely of women he had handpicked himself, which proved how much he valued the appearance of his consorts. If this unworthy disciple hadn't yet seen her master, he shouldn't be considering such things about her just yet, although her master was indeed as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, ethereal and aloof. Yun Shenxian then asked, you haven't even seen my master, why do you seem like you want to, with her? Lu Chen said with a smile, you're overthinking it, I was just using that method to drive her divine sense out of your body, that's all. Yun Shenxian looked at Lu Chen solemnly, clearly not believing his words. She hadn't even finished speaking, and he was already answering her, clearly out of guilt. Moreover, even if this man truly had no designs on her master at present, once her master arrived in the Tianqian world, the moment this unworthy disciple laid eyes on her, he would surely plot to include her master in his harem. She couldn't be bothered with these things anymore, letting them unfold as they would. She just hoped this unworthy disciple wouldn't get hurt later, and that her master would be safe. Although she still held some bitterness in her heart about her master locking her away, after hearing Lu Chen's past analysis of the reasons, she felt that her master might have done it for her own good. However, she could only know what her master was really thinking when she faced her in the Tianqian world. Thinking of this, Yun Shenxian watched helplessly as this unworthy disciple held onto her legs, knowing that once her master arrived in the Tianqian world, he would probably be busy for a while. As Yun Qingshu kept drawing closer to the Tianqian world, the strange sensation in her grew increasingly intense, to the point where she thought of severing karma, but she didn't have the power to do so yet. And Yun Shenxian was somewhat special to her. Even though Yun Shenxian had already been defiled by that man, she would not sever their karma so easily. Ziyang World. Black Moon City. A woman clad in a phoenix robe appeared above Black Moon City, quickly locating Ji Chuyu. Although she didn't know Lu Chen, Ji Chuyu was the lord of Black Moon City. Finding Ji Chuyu was tantamount to finding Lu Chen. At that moment, Ji Chuyu was exchanging cultivation insights with a Lu Chen puppet in a room, when suddenly, she felt a sense of unease, as if some calamity was about to happen. Ji Chuyu glanced at the Lu Chen on the bed and then said, Lu Chen, I sense another strong presence has come to Black Moon City. Upon hearing Ji Chuyu's warning, the real Lu Chen slowed down his movements, shifting his attention to the puppet. Just then, a woman's voice arrived, saying, Lord Ji indeed hails from the Ji family, with a cultivation state of merely Genesis realm, yet able to sense my presence. Hearing this voice, Ji Chuyu was taken aback for a moment, and the next instant, a woman dressed in a phoenix robe, wearing a phoenix crown, appeared in the room. Upon seeing the woman before her, Ji Chuyu hesitated for a moment. Ever since she arrived at Black Moon City and became its city lord, she had hardly returned to the Zishao dynasty. However, she still had some understanding of the current state of affairs in the Zishao dynasty. She knew that Princess Nangong Yuehua was competing with other princes for the imperial throne, but she was unaware that Nangong Yuehua had already triumphed and was now the empress of the Zishao dynasty. When Nangong Yuehua appeared in the room and referred to herself as we, Ji Chuyu realized that the struggle within the Zishao dynasty must be nearing its end, and it was this woman who had emerged victorious. Seeing Ji Chuyu staring at her in a daze, Nangong Yuehua spoke indifferently, What is it, does Lord Ji no longer recognize us? We recall that you had met us more than once back in the Zishao dynasty. Having come to her senses, Ji Chuyu quickly performed a courtesy and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Although she was now affiliated with the Great Chu dynasty, she ultimately belonged to the Zishao dynasty. She followed the commands of the Zishao dynasty, And with the emperor of the Zishao dynasty descending upon Black Moon City, it was only natural for her to pay her respects. Nangong Yuehua spoke again, with subdued emotion, Lord Ji, there's no need for formalities. All these years, you have guarded Black Moon City alone, bearing burdens without complaint. Even though you have lost contact with the Zishao dynasty, you have never left Black Moon City and have always remembered your mission. You have worked hard, Lord Ji. Ji Chuyu responded, it is this subject's duty. At that, Ji Chuyu asked, may I know why your majesty has graced Black Moon City with your presence? Ji Chuyu guessed the reason for Nangong Yuehua's visit, only something to do with the man lying on the bed. Lu Chen could have prompted the empress of the Zishao dynasty to make the trip personally. Nangong Yuehua glanced at Lu Chen lying on the bed, not displeased by his failure to rise and pay his respects. She was merely curious why a cultivator of the Genesis realm did not seem at all nervous upon encountering her, the empress of the Zishao dynasty. He did not get up and instead remained lying on the bed. After her glance at Lu Chen, Nangong Yuehua's gaze returned to Ji Chuyu. We have heard that a large-scale demonic tide erupted outside Black Moon City not long ago. At first, Black Moon City was nearly indefensible, but then a loose cultivator appeared, who, relying on a so-called demon exorcising sword technique, alone withstood the demonic tide and even deterred the demons of the sealing grounds from leaving their domain. We presume this individual is still within Black Moon City. We would like to meet this friend. Hearing Nangong Yuehua's words, Ji Chuyu thought to herself, as expected. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze swept over Nangong Yuehua, and for some reason, he felt that this woman bore a striking resemblance to Pavilion Master Nangong Qingye of the Blood Rainbow Pavilion. He then used the system to identify her. Name: Nangong Yuehua. Identity: Empress of the Zishao dynasty, sister of Nangong Qingye, Eightfold Realm of 10,000 Laws, promptly made a personal visit to Black Moon City upon learning of a loose cultivator capable of suppressing demonic qi, intending to bring back that cultivator to the Zishao dynasty to face the heavenly demon that may break the seal in the future. Score: 99. Favorability: 10. After seeing the information about Nangong Yuehua, Lu Chen smiled faintly. No wonder he found Nangong Yuehua to resemble Nangong Qingye so closely, they were sisters. The sisters indeed had a tacit understanding. Shortly after the younger sister left, the older sister made her appearance. At that time, Nangong Yuehua also noticed Lu Chen's gaze. Seeing that the man boldly assessed her without restraint, Nangong Yuehua's brows furrowed slightly. Since her declaration as empress, this was the first time she had encountered a man who dared to scrutinize her so brazenly. Ji Chuyu also sensed that something was off with Nangong Yuehua's emotions. Seeing a faint aura of authority emanating from Nangong Yuehua, Ji Chuyu was about to say something, but Lu Chen interrupted her. Your Majesty, I am the loose cultivator who helped Black Moon City withstand the demonic tide. As Lu Chen finished speaking, Ji Chuyu quickly added, Your Majesty, since Lu Chen helped Black Moon City resist the demonic tide, the Great Chu dynasty has appointed him as the deputy city lord of Black Moon City. Hearing this, Nangong Yuehua was unimpressed. She clearly understood what Ji Chuyu meant. Ji Chuyu was implying that Lu Chen was now a man of the Great Chu dynasty and couldn't just be taken away. But for her, if Lu Chen truly possessed the capability to suppress demonic qi, it didn't matter whether he belonged to the Great Chu dynasty or Tianji Pavilion, she would make a move to snatch him. At that moment, Nangong Yuehua glanced at Lu Chen, who was lying on the bed, and then asked, I am curious, where did your so-called demon exorcising sword technique come from? Lu Chen replied, Your Majesty, there is no such thing as a demon exorcising sword technique. Upon hearing Lu Chen's answer, Nangong Yuehua's red pupils seemed to become even more blood red, and a murderous intent radiated from her. An invisible pressure emanated from Nangong Yuehua's body, making the entire room oppressively heavy, to the point where Ji Chuyu found it difficult to breathe. However, Lu Chen seemed unaffected. He continued with a calm expression, I can suppress demonic qi simply because my physical constitution is special. After Lu Chen's words, a burst of spiritual power lifted him from the bed, and then a stream of spiritual power entered his body, checking his condition. This examination caused Nangong Yuehua's expression to turn even colder. This man seemed like an inanimate object, devoid of any signs of life, his heart not even beating, yet the spiritual power within him was incredibly abundant. Moreover, there was no trace of demonic chi in him, nor was he a demon cultivator. Lu Chen's technique was saint-level puppetry, not easily seen through. Without special means, at least someone at the divinity transformation realm would be required to realize that his body was a puppet. After examining Lu Chen's body, Nangong Yuehua was sure that this man's constitution was indeed special, but she was uncertain whether his ability to suppress demonic chi was due to his constitution or if he had practiced a demon exorcising sword technique. But that didn't really matter. As long as it was confirmed that this man could suppress demonic chi. Nangong Yuehua then said, "Come with me to the Zishao dynasty. I can ensure you live the rest of your life in glory and riches, and the Zishao dynasty can provide you with endless resources for cultivation to become stronger." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Previously, your Majesty's sister from the same mother also wanted to take me away, but considering my important role in Black Moon City, she ultimately chose to leave. Even your Majesty's sister knows to consider the bigger picture. I believe your Majesty, as the Emperor of the Zishao dynasty, would know the right course of action." Nangong Yuehua's face darkened instantly, and a burst of lethal fury spread from her body. Sister. Very few people were aware that she had a sister. Although she was Princess Junwan, she had many sisters, but only one was from the same mother. That was Nangong Qingye. Nangong Qingye was naturally bloodthirsty. To conceal her existence, the emperor had sent her away from the imperial palace early on. Over time, she became a demonic cultivator and even the sect master of Blood Rainbow Pavilion, the leading cult of the demonic chi-infested Ziyang world, but almost no one knew she was a princess of the Zishao dynasty. Those who had known about this were mostly eliminated by Nangong Yuehua's father. This man actually knew. Nangong Yuehua promptly raised her hand, and a force directly pulled Lu Chen's body to her, gripping his neck tightly. Unfortunately, Lu Chen had a puppet body, so no matter how hard she squeezed, he was unharmed. "Who are you?" Nangong Yuehua's tone was extremely cold, as if issuing a command, unmistakable. Lu Chen calmly said, "Your Majesty, why are you and your sister alike, so violent, always resorting to physical actions? If you accidentally killed me, with no one to restrain the heavenly demon power, once the heavenly demon breaks its seal, the cultivators in this world will likely soon be devoured." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Nangong Yuehua quickly stabilized her emotions. She continued to ask, "Since you know she is my sister, then you should be very clear, there is only one outcome for those who know. The Blood Rainbow Pavilion was the largest demonic cultivator force in the Ziyang world, and if people knew that the owner of the Blood Rainbow Pavilion was the sister of the Empress of the Zishao dynasty, wouldn't that make people think that the Zishao dynasty and the Blood Rainbow Pavilion were colluding as evil forces? Moreover, she had just ascended the throne not long ago, and if the old officials of the Zishao dynasty knew about this, they would certainly use this as an excuse to propose deposing her. Nangong Yuehua continued, "I give you two choices, either come back to the Zishao dynasty with me or die." Since this man knew she had a sister, he could not be allowed to remain in Black Moon City any longer. If the news got out, it would bring her great trouble. At that moment, Lu Chen pulled out an identity token given to him by Nangong Qingye and immediately said, "The Nangong sect master instructed me to guard Black Moon City here, preventing the spread of the demonic tide. She told me that if someone wanted to take me away, to immediately activate the token, and she would soon appear before me. If your Majesty insists on taking me away, then I have no choice but to activate this token. It has probably been many years since your Majesty has seen your sister, hasn't it?" Seeing the token in Lu Chen's hand, Nangong Yuehua frowned, for it was indeed the Pavilion Master's token of the Blood Rainbow Pavilion, which Lu Chen could activate by channeling a bit of spiritual energy. Concerning her sister, Nangong Yuehua had no desire to see her, for after all, she was a demonic cultivator, while she was the empress of the Zishao dynasty. One righteous, one villainous, the two sisters were destined to be enemies in this life. After thinking for a moment, Nangong Yuehua knew that even Nangong Qingye had not taken Lu Chen away. If she took Lu Chen away now, the Blood Rainbow Pavilion would surely come knocking. Moreover, Other forces were also eyeing Lu Chen, and in the future, more and more forces would contend for him. Given that, she might as well leave Lu Chen in Black Moon City to guard it, preventing the spread of the demonic tide and thus slowing down the heavenly demons' breaking of the seal. As long as the Zishao dynasty and the Blood Rainbow Pavilion both declared for Lu Chen to guard Black Moon City, other forces naturally wouldn't target Lu Chen anymore, as anyone who tried to take Lu Chen might be labeled a demon cultivator. Because only those who want the demonic tide to spread and release the heavenly demon wouldn't want Lu Chen to guard Black Moon City. Thinking this, Nangong Yuehua let go of Lu Chen and then took out a jade amulet, sending it directly to his face with spiritual power. If I find out you have divulged the relationship between me and that person, no matter how important you are to the Ziyang world, I will personally take your life. There is a transmission array within the token. Should you encounter danger, just activate the array, and I will send someone to rescue you. As her words fell, Nangong Yuehua vanished from where she stood, no longer in the mood to ask how Lu Chen found out about Nangong Qingya's identity. In her eyes at that moment, since Nangong Qingya had even handed over the Pavilion Master's token to Lu Chen, it proved that she valued him highly, perhaps foreseeing that her sister would come, so she took the initiative to inform Lu Chen of their relationship. Seeing that Nangong Yuehua's breath had completely dissipated, Ji Chuyu, dripping with sweat, finally sighed in relief. She had thought that Nangong Yuehua, regardless of consequences, would take Lu Chen away directly. At this moment, Ji Chuyu turned her head to look at Lu Chen and asked with curiosity, "When you just mentioned, Your Majesty's sister, were you referring to the Blood Rainbow Pavilion Master?" Ji Chuyu didn't previously know the Blood Rainbow Pavilion Master's name. However, the last time Nangong Qingya visited, she had introduced herself. With the surname also being Nangong, and given that Lu Chen had said Nangong Yuehua's sister had visited, the only one who did was Nangong Qingya. Therefore, it proved that Lu Chen's reference to Nangong Yuehua's sister was indeed the Blood Rainbow Pavilion Master Nangong Qingya. This revelation astonished Ji Chuyu greatly. The fact that the leader of the evil force Blood Rainbow Pavilion was actually the blood sister of the Empress of Zishao dynasty would surely cause an uproar if it got out. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Ji Chuyu and responded, "Don't you think their surnames are quite similar?" Ji Chuyu said somewhat speechlessly, "Just because of the surname you've concluded that Your Majesty and she are blood sisters." Lu Chen walked up to Ji Chuyu, wrapped his arms around her waist, and whispered in her ear, "Of course not. The main reason is that they look so much alike. The first time I saw Your Majesty, I thought the Pavilion Master of Blood Rainbow Pavilion had come back again." After some thought, Ji Chuyu felt that Lu Chen's guess had some merit. Nangong Qingya did indeed resemble Nangong Yuehua. However, one was a righteous leader, and the other was the head of an evil faction, so few made the connection between them. Ji Chuyu said, "Now that we have the Pavilion Master's token from Blood Rainbow Pavilion, and Your Majesty's Jade Pendant, other forces should no longer dare to harm you." Lu Chen said, "That's not certain. Within the Ziyang world, there must be some demon cultivators, right? I've halted the spread of the demonic tide, slowing the speed at which the heavenly demon breaks the seal, so in the eyes of these demon cultivators, I am a thorn in their side, a target they surely want to eliminate." Saying this, Lu Chen raised his hand to stroke Ji Chuyu's hair and continued, "If they are only targeting me, I'm not really worried. What I fear most is that some demon cultivators might discover your relationship with me, and then harm you." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu was deeply touched and immediately said, "Rest assured, if one day I truly face danger, and someone tries to use me to threaten you, I will simply detonate my Dantian and will not become your weakness." Lu Chen hurriedly said, "Chuyu, don't have such thoughts. If someone really uses you to threaten me, then let them. After all, they don't know that I am merely a puppet body right now. Even if they kill me, my original body won't be affected in the slightest." As soon as Lu Chen said this, Ji Chuyu instantly realized the truth. Indeed, Lu Chen was in a puppet body. Even if it was destroyed, his original body wouldn't be at any risk. So, she didn't need to worry too much about his safety. As long as his original body didn't come out, those demon cultivators wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But then again, if Lu Chen's original body never appeared, wouldn't she never be able to become his true Taoist couple? Thinking this, Ji Chuyu's cheeks flushed with red. On one hand, she was concerned for Lu Chen's safety, while on the other, she longed to become his Taoist couple soon, which conflicted in her heart. However, for the sake of Lu Chen's safety, she would rather become his Taoist couple later. If something really happened to Lu Chen, they would have no future together. Several days later. In Tianqian world. Lu Chen's original body was still rolling around in bed with Yun Shenxian, seemingly not at all worried about the arrival of Yun Qingshu. With Lu Chen's nurturing over these days, Yun Shenxian's cultivation state had reached the third layer of the Allah realm. Now, with the support of Shengwei armor, Yun Shenxian's personal strength had even caught up to the divinity transformation realm. Of course, even with the strength of the divinity transformation realm, she was unlikely to be a match for her honored master, Yun Qingshu, mainly because her master had the ability to control her body, rendering her formidable strength useless in his presence. During these days, Lu Chen's cultivation state had also been rapidly improving, although slower compared to Yun Shenxian. On the soft couch, Lu Chen lay on his side, his arm wrapped around Yun Shenxian's waist, gazing at her beautiful face. Yun Shenxian said, "You wouldn't really plan on just waiting like this for my master to arrive, would you?" This rebellious disciple maintained a close relationship with her, which under normal circumstances she wouldn't mind for several months at a time, since he treated all his other women the same way and had such capabilities. But now that her master was about to arrive in the Tianqian world and could locate her exact position, all her master needed was to reach the Tianqian world and he could instantly appear before them. Yet, this rebellious disciple still wouldn't let go of her, continuing to do these things to her. She suspected that this rebellious disciple might deliberately want her master to see them being intimate. Lu Chen said, "I'm doing this to enhance my strength. After all, since the honored ancestor is so powerful, my current strength is not yet capable of contending with him." Yun Shenxian glanced at Lu Chen. She didn't believe that he was actually cultivating and enhancing his strength through cultivation techniques. If that were the case, she would have sensed it, but these past days it seemed he was purely pursuing pleasure. Yun Shenxian thought to herself, well, let it be. Looking at this rebellious disciple's demeanor, he must have made all the necessary preparations already, and she needn't worry too much. Just as Yun Shenxian was thinking this, Lu Chen's body suddenly erupted with waves of spiritual power. These waves of spiritual power spread instantaneously, and all the cultivators in Black Dragon City felt it. Yun Shenxian, embracing Lu Chen's muscular waist, was also stunned after feeling the surge of spiritual power coming from his body. Was this rebellious disciple actually cultivating? He had made another breakthrough so quickly. She had not sensed any flow of spiritual power in him these past days. How had he managed to break through so quietly all of a sudden? As Yun Shenxian's mind wandered, Lu Chen also looked slightly distracted, his face full of surprise as he read the system notification before him. Congratulations to the host. Your wife, Mu Zixuan, has given birth to a child world. Reward. Saint-level cultivation technique, evergreen longevity technique. Mu Zixuan's world has given rise to worshipping creatures, host has obtained the origin power of the universe. After coming back to his senses, Lu Chen immediately allowed his divine sense to enter the child world nurtured by Mu Zixuan. In the child world created by Mu Zixuan, some merfolk with tails had carved numerous stone statues of Mu Zixuan and Lu Chen, bowing their heads before these statues. Lu Chen was somewhat astonished. Chu Yukin's child world had been the first to be nurtured, yet to date, it hadn't produced any beings with human intelligence. In contrast, intelligent life had already emerged in Mu Zixuan's world, which had only just matured. Lu Chen took a glance at the merfolk kneeling and worshipping the stone images of him, feeling somewhat conflicted. The creatures nurtured in Mu Zixuan's child world were like his own children. These merfolk could be considered his own offspring, and as time flowed faster in the child world than in the outer world, he would eventually experience the pain of outliving his own progeny. Lu Chen watched the merfolk's every move in silence, and after a long while, he returned to his senses and then left Mu Zixuan's child world. Once his divine sense had returned, Lu Chen found that Yun Shenxian was staring at him with both eyes. Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Honored master, why are you looking at me like that?" Yun Shenxian said expressionlessly. I am very curious, how exactly did you make your breakthrough? You were only at the fifth layer of the yin-yang realm a short while ago, yet just now your cultivation state instantly rose above the fifth layer of the myriad laws realm, and there seems to be a special kind of pressure emanating from you. Standing before you, I feel like I am beholding countless worlds. Lu Chen smiled faintly but did not answer. The reason for the rapid increase in his strength was mainly the origin power of the universe. After obtaining the origin power, Lu Chen felt a kindred connection with the entire cosmos. He could even observe the entire Tianqian world from a third-person perspective now. At present, he had only obtained a trace of origin power. If he could obtain even more cosmic origin power, he dared not even imagine what would happen. Seeing that Lu Chen gave no response, Yun Shenxian continued, you must be like me, with your own power sealed. You've broken the ceiling now, so your strength has been restored, right? Lu Chen thought this explanation was quite good, so he said, honored master's guess is not wrong, my power indeed was sealed. Upon hearing Lu Chen's answer, Yun Shenxian felt a strange sensation in her heart. This guy must have been even stronger than her before, right? She was weaker than Lu Chen and yet she had become his honored master, which seemed somewhat improper. But then again, ever since the day she made Lu Chen become her disciple, the rebellious student had never truly regarded her as his honored master. From beginning to end, he had his mind set on her body. The so-called master-disciple relationship was merely this man's way of indulging a certain interest through role-playing. Having followed him for so long, she knew all too well what kind of person he was. Role-playing was what the rebellious student enjoyed the most. Thinking of this, Yun Shenxian let go of her concerns. Her title as honored master was nothing more than a name, there was no need to take it too seriously. At this time, Lu Chen continued to wrap his arms around Yun Shenxian's slim waist, drawing their bodies even closer together, creating an even more intimate connection between them. However, after doing all this, he didn't make any other moves, just remained still and quiet. He used to do the same in the past. Despite frequently spending days and even weeks in bed with his wives and concubines, he wasn't always active. Occasionally, just quietly embracing like this felt quite good too, as long as they stayed together. While holding Yun Shenxian, Lu Chen checked the reward from the system he had just received. Evergreen Longevity Technique, a saint-grade cultivation technique, an upgrade of the rejuvenating skill. By cultivating this technique, the host can gain more lifespan and will possess the power to repair the divine soul as well as have greatly enhanced healing abilities. Reading the description, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. The rejuvenating skill at full mastery granted the ability to resurrect the dead, but there were conditions, the body had to be intact, and the death couldn't have been too long ago. Evergreen Longevity Technique was a saint-level cultivation technique. If one could fully master the Evergreen Longevity Technique, then would it be possible to restore a person's body as long as their soul was preserved? As Lu Chen was pondering this, the system notification sounded. The Evergreen Longevity Technique indeed possesses such capability, but in order to restore a person's physical body through their divine soul, some special materials need to be prepared. Hearing the system notification, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth tilted upward slightly. It was no issue, preparing special materials was trivial as long as he had the ability. With this thought, Lu Chen said to Yun Shenxian, Shaner, I have here a special cultivation technique, would you be interested in learning it? Hearing Lu Chen's form of address, Yun Shenxian pursed her lips, but she did not correct him. She asked curiously, what cultivation technique? Lu Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest, directly imparting the cultivation technique to Yun Shenxian. As a flash of golden light entered Yun Shenxian's brain, her delicate body trembled. Evergreen Longevity Technique. After sensing the effects of the Evergreen Longevity Technique, Yun Shenxian was instantly stunned. A saint-grade cultivation technique that could resurrect the dead. Could it be true? Where did this defiant disciple acquire such a cultivation technique? Wait a minute. With this defiant disciple's identity, acquiring a saint-grade cultivation technique doesn't seem to be that strange after all. Yun Shenxian then said to Lu Chen, at a time like this, you're giving me this kind of technique. It's not because you're worried you're no match for my honored master, is it? Before, Lu Chen had only taught her the rejuvenating skill and hadn't given her the evergreen longevity technique. Clearly, Lu Chen was holding back, but now he was willing to offer a saint-grade technique, which made it seem like Lu Chen was preparing for the worst scenario. After all, once one masters the evergreen longevity technique to perfection, as long as one's divine soul is preserved, one could bring someone back from the dead. That meant that even if something were to happen to Lu Chen, as long as she kept his divine soul, she might one day resurrect him. Lu Chen said with a smile, "You really let your imagination run wild. I just recovered some memories a while ago and recalled the complete rejuvenating skill, so I decided to teach it to you for you to cultivate. When honored ancestor arrives in the Tianqian world, there will naturally be someone to deal with her. Perhaps there's no need for me to act." Hearing Lu Chen speak this way, Yun Shenxian thought of how he had grown all this way, always mysteriously gaining new forces and powerful beings at his side. This guy's identity is so special, there must be powerful protectors behind him. With this thought, Yun Shenxian's worries about Lu Chen's safety completely vanished. Now, she was actually a bit concerned about the situation of her own honored master. What if her honored master were defeated? She might end up in Lu Chen's. Just the thought of herself, Chen Wanrong, and her honored master attending to Lu Chen together made Yun Shenxian feel extremely awkward. While Yun Shenxian's thoughts wandered, Lu Chen suddenly said, "It seems that honored ancestor is almost here." After obtaining the origin power, Lu Chen's perceptive abilities had become incredibly powerful. Even before Yun Qingshu arrived in the Tianqian world, he had already sensed two immortal boats rapidly approaching. Considering the fragility of the Tianqian world, just a child world that couldn't withstand the disruption of divinity transformation realm experts, Lu Chen decided to take the initiative to leave the Tianqian world and wait for Yun Qingshu's arrival in space aboard the Fei Hong immortal boat. Yun Shenxian also perceived a familiar sense rapidly approaching the Tianqian world, and for a moment, she grew tense. Even knowing that there were powerful beings on Lu Chen's side to protect him, the approach of Yun Qingshu still made her feel pressured. Moreover, she was unsure how to face Yun Qingshu, her mentor who was like both teacher and mother. Yun Shenxian twisted her body slightly, pushing against Lu Chen's chest, intending to separate from him. However, Lu Chen continued to hold her slender waist firmly, showing no intention of letting go. Yun Shenxian then glared at Lu Chen. This defiant disciple really planned to let her honored master see them like this. With a faint smile, Lu Chen used shadow shifting, and in the next moment, their bodies appeared inside the inner palace of the immortal boat above Black Dragon City. Then Lu Chen said to the immortal boat's artifact spirit, "Hong Hong, leave the Tianqian world." As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, the Fei Hong immortal boat flew toward the edge of the Tianqian world. In the blink of an eye, the Fei Hong immortal boat had left the Tianqian world and arrived beyond the barrier of the Tianqian world. At this moment, Lu Chen looked through the window of his sleeping chamber, observing the cosmic space. Although he had previously possessed the ability to explore the entire Tianqian world, witnessing it through his eyes was still incredibly shocking. The entire Tianqian world was enveloped in a hemisphere that resembled the sky and earth, unlike a typical planet. The outside of the Tianqian world was surrounded by a thick barrier, and without tools like the immortal boat, cultivators below the All-Law realm would find it difficult to pass through the barrier and leave the Tianqian world. At that time, Lu Chen saw a huge, semicircular world at the bottom right corner of the Tianqian world. This world was more than 3 times larger than the Tianqian world and was already in contact with it. Clearly, the world that was in contact with the Tianqian world was the Ziyang world. Around the Tianqian world, there were many other worlds, large and small, but most of those worlds were already shattered, leaving only small fragments. The star domain where the Tianqian world was located resembled a graveyard of worlds, with countless broken worlds floating in the void. As Lu Chen was observing the cosmic space, Yun Shenxian spoke up, "You should finally let go of me now." Yun Shenxian also noticed that Lu Chen's attention was no longer on her but on those shattered worlds. Having come to cosmic space, Lu Chen couldn't possibly continue causing trouble. Hearing Yun Shenxian's voice, Lu Chen snapped back from the shocking cosmic scenery. He gazed into Yun Shenxian's purple beautiful eyes and said with a sly smile, the Grandmaster will be here soon, and I want the Grandmaster to see just how deep our relationship is. Yun Shenxian furrowed her brows, about to say something when the devious disciple flipped her over and pressed her onto the soft couch. Yun Qingshu's immortal boat quickly arrived at the edge of the Tianqian world. Yun Qingshu even identified the world as Tianqian world without checking the coordinates on the star map. Upon discovering the luxurious immortal boat parked outside the Tianqian world, Yun Qingshu instantly had a bad premonition. The immortal boat signified the identity of the cultivator. The more luxurious and vast the immortal boat, the more extraordinary the identity of its owner. The immortal boat in front of them was no longer just an immortal boat, it looked more like a palace in the air. The owner of such a luxurious immortal boat was likely to be a young master of some super force, or perhaps even a prince of an empire. Yun Qingshu did not act rashly. This immortal boat, parked outside the Tianqian world, clearly indicated that its owner had anticipated their arrival and was specifically waiting for them there. At that moment, Yin Zhengye also maneuvered his immortal boat next to the mysterious Moon Palace immortal boat. Having finally caught up, Yin Zhengye breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he had arrived quickly, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Yin Zhengye also glanced at the Fei Hong immortal boat in front of him. He recognized it as Lu Chen's instantly. Just as Yin Zhengye was considering whether to go greet him, a cold voice spread through the cosmic space. Move aside, I want to enter the Tianqian world. The tone of Yun Qingshu was extremely domineering, showing no regard for the owner of the Fei Hong immortal boat. However, once Yun Qingshu's voice fell, there was no response from the people on the immortal boat opposite, and the strange feeling in her body became clearer and clearer. Yun Qingshu seemed to realize something at this moment and immediately released her divine sense. Soon, her divine sense reappeared on Yun Shenxian. As her divine sense entered Yun Shenxian's body, she found Yun Shenxian lying on a soft couch in a very humiliating position, being wantonly tortured by a man behind her. Yun Qingshu immediately flew into a rage. As her divine sense entered Yun Shenxian's body, she also determined that Yun Shenxian's exact location was on the luxurious immortal boat opposite her. Clearly, this man had intentionally stopped the immortal boat just outside of Tianqian world, waiting for her arrival. After she arrived, the man had not ceased, continuing to do such things to Yun Shenxian, obviously provoking her. Yun Qingshu immediately withdrew her divine sense and directly yelled, "Bastard!" A majestic spiritual power surged directly towards the Fei Hong immortal boat. However, just as the destructive spiritual power was about to collide with the Fei Hong immortal boat, barriers emerged around it, and the spiritual power released by Yun Qingshu directly struck the barrier, leaving the Fei Hong immortal boat unscathed. Yun Qingshu could no longer restrain herself, daring to do such a thing to her incarnation right in front of her. She wanted to tear the man on the immortal boat to a million pieces. Yun Qingshu then directly jumped off the immortal boat, entering the cosmic space with her physical body. Soon after, Yun Qingshu flew towards the Fei Hong immortal boat, and as she was about to approach it, the jade flute in her hand transformed into an ice sword emitting a chilling air. Then, Yun Qingshu swung the sword. A surge of sword qi instantly flew towards the Fei Hong immortal boat, the fluctuation generated by the sword qi turning the floating debris in space into dust. If this sword qi were to contact the Fei Hong immortal boat, the consequences could be imagined. Yet, at this critical moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the Fei Hong immortal boat. Fire Dragon Sword. In the next moment, a sword qi burning with raging flames erupted from Yin Zhengye's sword, colliding with her sword qi. The resulting shockwave pushed their immortal boats thousands of miles out. The debris around them also turned to powder, and the entire cosmic space they were in was enveloped in dust. Yun Qingshu waved her hand, and the dust was instantly pushed aside by a force. Once she saw that it was Yin Zhengye who had intervened, Yun Qingshu coldly asked, "Yin Zhengye, what do you mean by this?" Yun Qingshu had already prepared to confront the Black Dragon Holy Land on her way to Tianqian World, but she had not expected Yin Zhengye to take action at this moment. She thought there was something in Tianqian World that Yin Zhengye cared about, and only when they entered Tianqian World would Yin Zhengye turn against her, but Yin Zhengye had turned against her now. Yin Zhengye did not hide anything. With a smile on his face, he said, "The lord behind this immortal boat is my master." If Palace Master Yun strikes at my master, that means declaring war on me and the entire Black Dragon Holy Land. As soon as these words were spoken, Yun Qingshu and the people from Mysterious Moon Palace were stunned. They had initially guessed there was something in Tianqian world that Yin Zhengye cared about, but they had never imagined that Yin Zhengye cared for a person, and moreover, the true master of the Black Dragon Holy Land. The identity of the person that a cultivator from the Washan realm like Yin Zhengye would call master can only be imagined. At this moment, Yun Qingshu's expression became even colder. She had thought she could easily handle the man who had violated Yun Shenxian, not expecting this man to actually be the lord of the Black Dragon Holy Land. Although Yun Qingshu sensed that the man crouched behind Yun Shenxian had at most the cultivation state of the All-Law realm, Yun Qingshu also knew that the owner of Black Dragon Holy Land couldn't possibly be an ordinary cultivator. At that moment, the people from Black Dragon Holy Land and Mysterious Moon Palace were on edge, both sides locked in a standoff. Through the causal link, Yun Qingshu sensed that Lu Chen was still doing that to Yun Shenxian. Yun Qingshu's expression became colder and colder, with the chill emanating from her spreading tens of miles away. Yun Qingshu looked at Yin Zhengye and said coldly, "Your master violated my direct disciple's body. Today I will tear him to pieces." "Yin Zhengye, are you sure you want to stop me?" Yin Zhengye said with a smile. "As far as I know, Lu Yanghua has always desired Yun Shenxian's immortal spirit body, and has repeatedly pressured Mysterious Moon Palace, threatening to hand over Yun Shenxian. Now that Yun Shenxian has become our master's Taoist couple, and the immortal spirit body has already been violated, Palace Master Yun can completely pin this on Black Dragon Holy Land. From now on, Mysterious Moon Palace won't have to worry about Lu Yanghua's threats anymore. Isn't this a good thing?" Yun Qingshu didn't respond. The chill around her grew denser, as she had never worried about Lu Yanghua's threats. Compared to Lu Yanghua's threats, what she cared about more was the purity of her own alternate self. Yun Shenxian, her alternate self, was a special manifestation she'd painstakingly created, and now another man had taken possession of her body. How could Yun Qingshu stand this? She also understood Yin Zhengye wouldn't let her pass. In that case, she would kill Yin Zhengye. She would kill whoever stood in her way. The next moment, a huge vision appeared behind Yun Qingshu, exuding terrifying majesty, as if a deity herself. Even Yin Zhengye, a cultivator of the divinity transformation realm, felt tremendous pressure. Seeing that Yun Qingshu was serious, Yin Zhengye didn't hesitate and yelled loudly, "Black Dragon Law Idol." The next moment, a huge vision also appeared behind Yin Zhengye, a black dragon slowly rising, its eyes as vast as palace halls, staring at the ice woman vision behind Yun Qingshu. Moments later, both of them acted. The ice woman behind Yun Qingshu waved her hand, sending numerous white flame-emitting ice spikes towards Yin Zhengye. Yin Zhengye's black dragon law idol opened its huge dragon mouth and exhaled, sending a stream of black flames directly at the spikes emitting white flames. When the power of the two law manifestations collided, waves of spiritual power exploded around them, and the space around them cleared again. The fight outside was fierce, as was the one inside the Fei Hong immortal boat. Lu Chen heavily injured Yun Shenxian repeatedly. At that moment, Yun Shenxian was inwardly cursing Lu Chen as an ingrate. Her honored master had arrived, yet this guy was still tormenting her. This was tantamount to doing that to her right in front of her honored master. Sensing the commotion outside, Yun Shenxian wanted to break free from Lu Chen, but he had complete control over her body, so all she could do was let him attack her. After who knows how long, Lu Chen clearly sensed that Yin Zhengye was losing the upper hand. Although both were in the Divinity Transformation realm also had levels, and Yin Zhengye's power clearly didn't match Yun Qingshu's. At that moment, Lu Chen took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Phew, that feels great." As his words fell, Lu Chen let go of Yun Shenxian and then swung his hand, donning his clothes, and walked directly toward the outside of the tent. Seeing Lu Chen let her go, Yun Shenxian also hurriedly got up. After dressing, she staggered and followed after him. Lu Chen then said to Yin Zhengye, "Saint Lord Yin, come here for a moment." Upon hearing Lu Chen's telepathic message, Yin Zhengye immediately let the Black Dragon Law manifestation release more power. By the time Yun Qingshu reacted, he had already teleported directly to the Feihong immortal boat. The moment Yin Zhengye saw Lu Chen, he knelt down without hesitation. "Greetings, my lord." Lu Chen did not dally either. He immediately took out a piece of Shengwei armor from the system inventory and threw it to Yin Zhengye. "Put it on." Seeing the Shengwei armor in Lu Chen's hand, Yin Zhengye was startled for a moment, but then he caught it without hesitation and waved his hand. The next moment, the Shengwei armor enveloped his entire body. At this time, Yun Qingshu's body flew directly toward the Feihong immortal boat, stopping when she was less than 100 meters from it. Instead of rushing to attack, she coldly measured up Lu Chen and Yun Shenxian, her body still radiating a thick murderous intent. Yun Shenxian quickly said, "Honored master, I willingly became Lu Chen's Taoist couple. Please do not direct your anger at Lu Chen, disciple is willing to accept the punishment." Hearing these words, Yun Qingshu raised her eyebrows and her murderous intent grew stronger, the coldness around her intensifying so much that the space around her seemed to freeze. Yun Qingshu had thought that Yun Shenxian was forced to become this man's female slave and that he had confined her using some means, which explained why she was unable to sense her in Tianqian world. But Yun Shenxian actually said she was willing. Yun Shenxian was not only her daughter but also her split self. She knew Yun Shenxian too well. How could Yun Shenxian possibly have feelings for a man and offer herself voluntarily? Even when she had made it to Tianqian world, the two were still engaged in such trivial matters, clearly not by choice. Yun Qingshu's icy gaze instantly turned towards Lu Chen. "What have you done to my disciple? Speak, and I might leave your corpse intact." Lu Chen did not respond immediately, she looked at Yun Qingshu. Yun Qingshu and Yun Shenxian bore a striking resemblance, both were equally cold and beautiful, but Yun Qingshu exuded an even colder, more aloof air, accurately described as lonely. Lu Chen then used the system to identify Yun Qingshu's identity. Name: Yun Qingshu. Identity: Palace Master of Mysterious Moon Palace, main body of Yun Shenxian, Yun Shenxian's mother, survivor of the previous era, Washan Realm Cultivator, wishing to tear the host into pieces immediately after learning that the host has defiled her split self. Score: 100. Favorability: 0. Seeing Yun Qingshu's profile, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. How is Yun Qingshu both Yun Shenxian's main body and her mother? If Yun Qingshu is Yun Shenxian's main body, shouldn't Yun Shenxian be considered Yun Qingshu's secondary self? Like just one person, how could one person also play the roles of mother and daughter? Right when Lu Chen was baffled, a system notification sounded. When Yun Qingshu created this secondary self, Yun Shenxian, she used a special method allowing Yun Shenxian a great degree of autonomy, possessing a complete and independent character, making Yun Shenxian both Yun Qingshu's secondary self and her daughter. Lu Chen thought to herself, so that's how it is. Then, wearing a smile, she said to Yun Qingshu, "Son-in-law has met his honorable mother-in-law." As soon as Lu Chen made this remark, Yun Qingshu's chill became unbearable, rushing straight towards Lu Chen. Yin Zhengye quickly stepped in front of Lu Chen to protect her. After donning the Shengwei armor, Yin Zhengye's strength had greatly improved, and he easily blocked the chill released by Yun Qingshu. Of course, the chill Yun Qingshu had just released was subconsciously emitted by her body and was not particularly formidable. Yun Qingshu looked coldly at Lu Chen, feeling very puzzled inside. This man actually addressed her as mother-in-law in front of her and even called her honored mother-in-law. Virtually no one knew about her relationship with Yun Shenxian, not even Yun Shenxian herself. Yet this man seemed to be aware of her relationship with Yun Shenxian. At that moment, Yun Qingshu's curiosity about Lu Chen's identity had intensified. Yun Qingshu then said, "I am Shauner's honored master, not Shauner's mother, and certainly not your mother-in-law." At this point, Yun Shenxian was also curious. Why would Lu Chen suddenly call Yun Qingshu honored mother-in-law, and even claim to be her darling? Lu Chen respectfully said, "Honored mother-in-law jests, although Shauner is merely your incarnate, you did bestow her with life and granted her a complete personality. Naturally, you are Shauner's mother, and as Shauner's darling, it is proper for me to address you as honored mother-in-law." Hearing Lu Chen's response, Yun Qingshu's chilling aura spread once more, covering the Feihong immortal boat in a layer of frost and creating several cracks in its barrier. Yun Qingshu never imagined that someone could see through her relationship with Yun Shenxian so directly. At this moment, the one who couldn't believe it the most was Yun Shenxian. For the first time, her ice-cold and breathtakingly beautiful face showed a look of astonishment. Yun Shenxian turned her head towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Yun Qingshu also sensed the emotional turmoil in Yun Shenxian and, staring into Lu Chen's eyes, she asked coldly, who are you, and how do you know about this? Seeing that Yun Qingshu did not deny it but instead asked Lu Chen about his identity, Yun Shenxian's mind went blank. Thus, was everything Lu Chen said true? Was she truly an incarnate of her honored master? How could this be? Now she finally understood why her honored master was always able to control her body. She was essentially an incarnate of her honored master, and her honored master could naturally manipulate her body at will. No wonder Lu Chen had comforted her before by saying that her honored master keeping her confined might actually be for her protection. She was an incarnate of her honored master, so her honored master would certainly not let her become Lu Yanghua's furnace cauldron. No wonder Lu Chen, this rebellious disciple, had been so excited and fierce upon knowing that her honored master was coming. It turns out he had known all this from the start. Could it be that in Lu Chen's eyes, she was just a substitute for the main body? Realizing the truth, Yun Shenxian felt a heavy blow, her entire body weakened, and she was about to sit down. Lu Chen hurried to Yun Shenxian's back and held her up, preventing her from sitting down. Seeing this, Yun Qingshu's brows furrowed. This man even dared to hold and embrace his own incarnate in front of her. After embracing Yun Shenxian, Lu Chen looked at Yun Qingshu and answered, like Lu Yanghua, I am a son of Emperor Shenwu of the Shenyu dynasty. If possible, Lu Chen did not want to use force against Yun Qingshu. It would be best to avoid a confrontation, so he simply revealed his other identity. Hearing Lu Chen's reply, Yun Qingshu felt a faint shock in her heart. She had of course heard of Emperor Shenwu and knew the terrifying aspects of his reign. He had fought across countless territories, destroying numerous high-level cultivation worlds to establish the Shenyu dynasty. Originally, Yun Qingshu had thought that Lu Yanghua's rapid growth might be due to some major power giving him experience in their realm, but she had not expected Lu Yanghua's true identity to be that of an imperial son. What shocked her even more was that the man who had taken over her avatar was also an imperial son. However, even if he was an imperial son, the fact that he had violated her avatar's purity could not just be overlooked. Thinking of this, Yun Qingshu said expressionlessly, do you believe that just because you revealed your identity, I would not dare to kill you? Lu Chen did not immediately answer. Instead, he unleashed his power, and in the next moment, a faint golden armor appeared on him. A power that surpassed the all-law realm emanated from Lu Chen, and sensing the force around him, Yun Qingshu's brows slightly furrowed. He continued, although I am not as powerful as you, my mother-in-law, I can still protect myself. Moreover, Saint Master Yin Zhengyi's power is now even stronger than yours. It won't be easy for you to kill me. As soon as Lu Chen had finished speaking, Yin Zhengyi also released spiritual power, exuding a terrifying pressure that clearly surpassed the divinity transformation realm and reached the returning ruin realm level. Yun Qingshu immediately understood the situation. Their immense power boost was due to the golden armors they wore. Even though they relied on external forces, she only had the power of the divinity transformation realm. Trying to kill someone with the strength of the divinity transformation realm in front of someone at the returning ruin realm level was indeed not easy. Could it be, just let it go? Her avatar had been tormented right before her eyes by this man, could she just let it go? Suddenly, a cold aura began to surge out from Yun Qingshu. She stared at Lu Chen's eyes and coldly asked, do you really think I can't kill you? With her current ability in the divinity transformation realm, she naturally couldn't kill this man. However, if she were to break her own seal and recover her true power, killing Lu Chen would be a matter of a blink of an eye. Of course, if she were to remove her own seal, she would certainly draw the attention of the cosmic origin, since she was a survivor from the previous era and could not expose things from that era. Unless her life was threatened, she would never break her seal. Although the issue with Yun Shenxian made her incredibly angry, exposing her true identity just to kill someone was not worth it for her. Seeing Yun Qingshu's murderous gaze, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Of course, I know that you, my mother-in-law, have the power to kill me, considering that you are a survivor from the last era, always possessing some unique methods." At those words, Yun Qingshu froze. This man knew of her relationship with Yun Shenxian, and he even knew that she was a survivor from the previous era. He couldn't possibly be just a simple son of Emperor Shenwu. She had always believed she was the only survivor from the previous era, so no one would ever know her identity. Yun Qingshu coldly asked, "Who exactly are you?" She felt as if she had no secrets hidden from this man. If such a person continued to live, it could lead to others using him to target her in the future. Knowing that she was a survivor from the previous era, he might also know her weaknesses. Having such a person continue to live would pose too great a threat to her. Seeing Yun Qingshu looking at herself with a guarded expression, Lu Chen smiled and said, "My dear mother-in-law, actually, your son-in-law and you are the same, we're not really from this universe either." Hearing this, Yun Qingshu was taken aback once again. However, she did not immediately believe Lu Chen's words, her face filled with doubt as she sized him up. At that moment, Yun Qingshu thought to herself that if this man were a survivor from the previous era like herself, then he might indeed know her identity. Could it be that she wasn't the only one who had survived the previous era? Were there other survivors? At this moment, Yun Shenxian, who was in Lu Chen's arms, was completely baffled. She could not understand what Lu Chen and Yun Qingshu were talking about, but she did understand one thing: Lu Chen's origins were even more mysterious than she had known. Lu Chen was not only the son of Emperor Shenwu, he had an even more noble identity. At that time, Yun Qingshu fell into silence and did not speak for a long while, and Lu Chen also did not continue speaking. In fact, he did not know what the previous era was or what had happened during it. His statement was merely an attempt to close the distance between himself and Yun Qingshu. After all, there couldn't be many survivors from the previous era. If he pretended to be like her, he might be able to gain her favor. Lu Chen glanced at Yun Qingshu's favorability and discovered that it had indeed increased. Her favorability had directly risen to 30. After their silence, it seemed as if time had stopped in the entire cosmic space. It was after an unknown amount of time that Yun Qingshu finally spoke. "Even if you were like me, from the ancient era, you defiled my incarnation. I still have to kill you. What more is there to say?" Lu Chen said, "There was never any defilement, Shaner and I were willing. How could it be considered defilement?" Hearing this, the chill around Yun Qingshu erupted again, and Yin Zhengye immediately took action, blocking the cold air that was heading straight for Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Chen, holding Yun Shenxian's delicate body and with his head against her jade cheek, portrayed an intimate appearance as he continued speaking to the distant Yun Qingshu. "Mother-in-law, when you created Shaner, you gave her an independent personality. You shouldn't treat her as just an incarnation of yourself, but rather as your daughter. Since she has an independent personality, you should respect her wishes. Who she wants to be with is her freedom." Hearing Lu Chen's speech, Yun Qingshu felt extremely angry. "Ridiculous. I gave her an independent personality, not for her to become your furnace cauldron." Lu Chen said, "I never intended for Shaner to be my furnace cauldron, mother-in-law. Since you can control Shaner's body, you should also be able to access her past memories. I have never thought of making her a furnace cauldron, what we have is true love." Saying this, Lu Chen spoke into Yun Shenxian's ear, "Right, Shaner." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian, whose mind had been blank, gradually came back to her senses. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable, believing that Lu Chen was merely using her as a substitute for Yun Qingshu, she still decided to stand by Lu Chen. She looked at Yun Qingshu with a complex expression, the one who had given her life and endowed her with an independent personality. Disciple is grateful to the honored master for giving disciple life and an independent personality, but disciple has fallen in love with Lu Chen and will not voluntarily return with the master. If the master feels that the existence of disciple's incarnation tarnishes the master's identity, the master can simply destroy this incarnation of the disciple. Upon hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Yun Qingshu slightly furrowed her brows. She was really curious as to what kind of love potion Lu Chen had fed Yun Shenxian that made her so infatuated with him. Logically, her own split body shouldn't have had any feelings of love. When she initially created this split body, she had feared her split body would be defiled by other men, so she didn't instill any feelings of love in her. At that moment, Yun Qingshu's eyes suddenly emitted a purple light, and Yin Zhengye thought Yun Qingshu was about to attack. Readying to defend himself, he discovered Yun Qingshu still hadn't moved from her spot and hadn't attacked first. However, in the next moment, Yun Shenxian's pupils also emitted a purple light, and Lu Chen instantly realized that Yun Qingshu had once again possessed the Yun Shenxian in his arms. After taking control of Yun Shenxian's body, Yun Qingshu immediately read all of Yun Shenxian's memories since she left the mysterious Moon Palace, and upon discovering that Yun Shenxian's body had been forcefully taken away by Lu Chen, she instantly became furious. Especially when she found out that Lu Chen had numerous women in his harem, Yun Qingshu's expression became even more severe, and the coldness in her spread again, enveloping the entire Feihong immortal boat with the chill coming off her body. However, as she continued to read Yun Shenxian's memories, she realized that Yun Shenxian indeed hadn't lied, she truly did fall in love with her rebellious disciple. Though Lu Chen was somewhat lascivious, he genuinely treated her well. Not only did he give her the powerful spiritual artifact, Shengwei armor, but he even imparted the saint-level cultivation technique, the evergreen longevity technique, to Yun Shenxian. She hadn't even passed the saint-level cultivation technique onto her own split body, yet Lu Chen had been so generous. After reading all the memories, Yun Qingshu withdrew her divine sense and then coldly said, "You love him, but he does not necessarily love you. If he loved you, he wouldn't have so many wives and concubines. You should understand that he likes you, he just likes your body. Once he tires of you, you will be of no use to him." Yun Qingshu's words had barely fallen when, before awaiting Yun Shenxian's response, Lu Chen quickly said, "I admit, I do indeed like Shauner's body, but that doesn't mean I do not love her. To like someone, I naturally should like everything about her, and if I didn't like her body, how could I claim to love her?" Yun Qingshu coldly said, "Sweet talker." At this moment, Yun Shenxian actually also suspected that Lu Chen might not truly like her, viewing her just as a substitute for Yun Qingshu. However, she wouldn't leave Lu Chen unless he actively abandoned her. Yun Shenxian then said, "No matter what the honored master says, I will not leave Lu Chen. If the honored master feels that this split body brings shame upon you, you are free to destroy this split body." Yun Qingshu's divine sense could enter her body any time, meaning she could destroy her split body whenever she wanted. For Yun Qingshu, to destroy her split body was merely a matter of thought. Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen became anxious. Yun Qingshu wouldn't really destroy Yun Shenxian's split body, would she? Lu Chen thought for a moment and, realizing that Yun Qingshu had given Yun Shenxian a complete and independent personality, she wasn't truly treating her as just a split body, perhaps Yun Qingshu wouldn't do such a thing. Still, he should take precautions. Just as Lu Chen was considering how to stop Yun Qingshu from harming Yun Shenxian's split body, Yun Qingshu spoke, "You will one day regret what you said today." At that moment, Yun Qingshu's gaze fell upon Lu Chen, "Coercing possession of my split body and treating her as a plaything, even if I cannot kill you today, I will inevitably settle scores with you in the future." Dauntlessly, Yun Qingshu turned and left, eventually flying onto the immortal boat of the mysterious Moon Palace. Seeing Yun Qingshu leave directly, Lu Chen and Yun Shenxian felt very puzzled, just walked away. However, although Yun Qingshu returned to the mysterious Moon Palace's immortal boat, she didn't have the immortal boat turn around and leave. The immortal boat from the mysterious Moon Palace was still suspended in cosmic space. Seeing this, Lu Chen thought that it seemed Yun Qingshu didn't plan to leave just yet, she probably had something else to do. At this moment, Yin Zhengye knelt halfway and said, "This old servant pays respects to his lord." Lu Chen indifferently said, "Lord Yin, get up. From now on, don't call me, Your Majesty." Lu Chen wasn't quite comfortable with this title. Even if he was to be called master, he preferred it to be from his wives and concubines in bed, not from an elder man. Yin Zhengye instantly reacted and immediately corrected, "Yes, Your Majesty." After Lu Chen glanced at Yun Qingshu's distant immortal boat, he immediately asked, "How many immortal boats did the mysterious Moon Palace send?" Currently, only the two immortal boats controlled by Yun Qingshu and Yin Zhengye had reached the Tianqian world. The two of them had increased their speed to hasten the journey, while the other immortal boats were still behind. Yin Zhengye replied, "Your Majesty, a total of 13. However, one immortal boat left the mysterious Moon Palace midway." Hearing this, Lu Chen thoughtfully looked at the immortal boat controlled by Yun Qingshu, wondering if she might be planning to attack Tianqian world once all the other immortal boats from the mysterious Moon Palace had arrived. But now, even in her divinity transformation realm, she couldn't handle him. What could the others from the mysterious Moon Palace do to Tianqian world anyway? Forget it, no point in thinking about it now. He would naturally find out what Yun Qingshu was plotting when all the immortal boats from the mysterious Moon Palace arrived. Thinking this, Lu Chen then said to Yin Zhengye, "Lord Yin, you stay here and wait for the immortal boats from the mysterious Moon Palace and Black Dragon Holy Land to arrive. If there is any movement from the mysterious Moon Palace, immediately send someone to enter Tianqian world and inform me." Yin Zhengye said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Immediately following that, Lu Chen controlled the Fei Hong immortal boat to leave the cosmic space and return to the Black Dragon City Imperial Palace. Since Yun Qingshu hadn't made a move, he didn't need to go looking for trouble with Yun Qingshu. He wanted to see how she planned to deal with her relationship with Yun Shenxian. Just after returning to the Black Dragon City Imperial Palace, Yun Shenxian's body suddenly erupted with blasts of cold air, instantly freezing the entire chamber, and she also suddenly increased the distance between herself and Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. At that moment, Yun Shenxian drew a sword and pointed it at Lu Chen, her expression cold as she stared at him. Lu Chen, puzzled, said, "Honored Master, what is this about?" Yun Shenxian said coldly, "Don't call me honored master, I don't have a disciple like you." Lu Chen, smiling, said, "Honored master, surely you haven't been misled by the Grand Master again." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian felt a piercing pain in her heart. She coldly said, "You forcefully took possession of my body initially for the sole purpose of making me a substitute for that person, didn't you?" With that, Lu Chen instantly understood why Yun Shenxian had suddenly turned against him. It was a misunderstanding. Though she was indeed a split persona from Yun Qingshu, Yun Shenxian, having her own independent personality, naturally couldn't accept being treated as a substitute for someone else, even if it were for her prime self. Lu Chen then said, "Shaner, I have never had such thoughts. For me, you are you, and the honored master is the honored master." Yun Shenxian, expressionless, said, "Do you think that at this point, I would still believe your lies?" If Yun Qingshu wasn't her main body, Lu Chen's excitement when he mentioned Yun Qingshu during their intimate moments would only make her think that Lu Chen was merely lecherous. But now, it was clear to her that Lu Chen had been treating her as a substitute for her honored master, which caused her immense pain. Perhaps this rebellious disciple had never truly had feelings for her, and he only resorted to toying with her because he couldn't have her main body. Seeing Yun Shenxian's indifferent expression, Lu Chen sighed slightly, realizing that he needed to let her cool down first. Then, with a shadow-shifting technique, Lu Chen appeared directly behind Yun Shenxian. Yun Shenxian immediately reacted and tried to dodge him, but Lu Chen still managed to embrace her waist, and in the next moment, her spiritual power was completely sealed. "Release me." Yun Shenxian immediately struggled. Lu Chen, without saying much, carried Yun Shenxian to a soft couch. You bastard. Rip. Lu Chen didn't want to use such methods, but maintaining close proximity was the only way to calm Yun Shenxian down more quickly. This trick indeed proved effective, and after an exchange of emotions for a while, Yun Shenxian's attitude softened, though she still harbored some unease. There was nothing she could do about it. This rebellious Lu Chen was too dominating, and she could only be suppressed in anger in front of him. After an unknown period, Lu Chen slowly lifted his chest and looked down at Yun Shenxian, who had regained her composure by then. She turned her head away, refusing to meet Lu Chen's eyes. Though her face was flushed with pleasure, her expression was quite cold, clearly still angry with Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Chen said, "Shaner, I swear by my Tao heart that my being with you was purely because I like you, and not because I saw you as a substitute for your main body. At that time, I didn't even know your real identity. It was only after recovering some of my past memories that I learned of your real identity." Hearing this, Yun Shenxian was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected Lu Chen to swear an oath by his Tao heart, which was risky for cultivators. Yun Shenxian turned to look into Lu Chen's eyes, still coldly saying, "A man like you, who is always on top of women, what Tao heart can you speak of?" Lu Chen's cultivation relied mainly on dual cultivation, and his Tao heart didn't seem to greatly impact his cultivation. Of course, Yun Shenxian said this casually, but her heart had begun to somewhat believe Lu Chen's words. She still felt a bit awkward, though. Every time she was slightly emotional, that guy would resolve it this way. Couldn't this rebellious disciple let her vent her emotions properly for once? Whenever she got emotional, he would suppress her. Lu Chen could see that Yun Shenxian had believed his words, and he smiled slightly, then said, "As long as one is a cultivator, one has a Tao heart. How about I make a different oath? If I lie, then I will." Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, Yun Shenxian suddenly raised her hand, covering Lu Chen's mouth to prevent him from continuing. Expressionlessly, Yun Shenxian said, "I don't want to listen to your sweet talk. It doesn't matter if I am her incarnation or not, I can't leave you now, do whatever you want." Upon hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen slowly moved Yun Shenxian's jade-like hand away from his mouth, then looked intently at her face, which though cold as frost, bore a flush of red. "If that's what you're saying, then so be it. You are already my woman, and in this life, you can only be my woman. Regardless of what you think, I will not let you leave me. You may call me shameless or despicable, but I will not let you leave me." Having said this, Lu Chen bent down once again and captured Yun Shenxian's red lips with his own. Yun Shenxian did not evade, nor did she struggle, but instead responded to Lu Chen's kiss. After they kissed for a while, Lu Chen once again lifted his torso, his gaze fixed on Yun Shenxian's eyes, which no longer held the indifference of before. Her violet orbs stared intently at Lu Chen. So the two of them looked at each other in silence, and after an indeterminable amount of time passed, Yun Shenxian finally spoke, "You have designs on my honored master as well, don't you?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "What are you talking about, dear wife? I only fancy you. How could I possibly have designs on the honored master?" Yun Shenxian let out a cold retort, "You, what kind of person are you? Do I not know? Your harem is nearly established, and yet you have the nerve to say you only fancy me. Truly shameless." At this point, Yun Shenxian raised her hands to Lu Chen's cheeks, looked him straight in the eye and said, "I know you have thoughts about my honored master. I have no intention of stopping you from doing anything with her, even if she is my primary form. However, I do not want you to treat me as her. I am myself, and she is her." Though she had come to terms with the fact that she was nothing more than a split entity from Yun Qingshu, Yun Shenxian, as an individual with her own independent personality, was very concerned with how Lu Chen regarded their primary and alternate forms. Compared to the primary form, she was the first to meet Lu Chen, the first to become Lu Chen's woman, and she would never allow him to treat her as the primary form and for the primary form to have the same amount of love from Lu Chen as herself. Even if Lu Chen eventually succeeded with her primary form as well, in her eyes, that would be an affair between Lu Chen and Yun Qingshu that had nothing to do with her. Lu Chen understood what was on Yun Shenxian's mind, and so he said, "I understand, I promise you, I will never treat you as her." As Lu Chen spoke these words, Yun Shenxian's eyes suddenly shifted from violet to red. Seeing this, Lu Chen instantly knew that Yun Qingshu was taking over again. Just as he was about to say something, Yun Shenxian scoffed, "As a clone of mine, you actually want to break free from me, even becoming jealous over me, how laughable." Lu Chen looked into Yun Shenxian's eyes and said, "Mother-in-law, I am in the middle of a task with Shaner right now, and for you to suddenly appear in Shaner's place seems somewhat inappropriate, doesn't it?" Hearing this, Yun Qingshu immediately became enraged. "Shut up." Yun Qingshu had just returned to the immortal boat and had not intended to bother Lu Chen again for a while. She planned to stay outside the Tianqian world to observe this Lu Chen. However, shortly after her return to the immortal boat, that peculiar sensation transmitted to her again. After reading Yun Shenxian's memories, it was clear to her why she had felt that way. Evidently, that scoundrel Lu Chen had made his move on Yun Shenxian once more. While she was just outside the Tianqian world, this scoundrel dared to carry on in such a brazen manner with her own alternate form. It was as if he completely disregarded her, which greatly displeased Yun Qingshu. Yun Qingshu felt the need to have a serious talk with Lu Chen, and so she used her divine sense to connect to Yun Shenxian's body, and took direct control. Lu Chen didn't actually keep quiet, he continued to ask, "What brings my mother-in-law here to find me?" Yun Qingshu said coldly, "I am Yun Shenxian's primary form. If you continue to address me in this manner, I will simply destroy Yun Shenxian's incarnation." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Honored ancestor, I understand. Then, what instructions do you have for me?" Yun Qingshu said, "Yun Shenxian is a secondary form of mine. Whatever she does, I can sense it. Therefore, starting from today, you are forbidden to engage in acts of intimacy with her." Lu Chen said, "But honored ancestor, this puts me in a difficult position. Shaner and I are a Taoist couple, and such acts are expected between us." Yun Qingshu's red eyes suddenly radiated a fierce glow as she said icily, "You have so many women in your harem, you don't need her." Lu Chen said, "But Shaner is irreplaceable. Honored ancestor, there's no need for further words. Whatever needs to be done, I will still do it." Yun Qingshu was momentarily choked up, then said, "Aren't you afraid that I will destroy her? After all, she is my incarnation, and all it would take is a thought for me to destroy her." Lu Chen said, "I believe honored ancestor wouldn't do that. You willingly came to the Tianqian world for her, this proves that you have long stopped seeing her merely as an incarnation. If honored ancestor truly wished to destroy her, you could have done so when you sensed her losing her innocence. You wouldn't have waited until now." Hearing Lu Chen's analysis, Yun Shenxian's expression turned extremely cold. To be honest, at first she did think of actively destroying Yun Shenxian's incarnation. But at that time, it seemed as if a force in the Tianqian world severed the connection between her and Yun Shenxian. Even though she could sense through the link of cause and effect that Yun Shenxian was losing her chastity, she was unable to destroy Yun Shenxian's body on her own. Only when her divine sense could enter Yun Shenxian's body could she easily destroy Yun Shenxian's body, as now was the case. However, after she accessed Yun Shenxian's memories, she suddenly lost the desire to destroy that incarnation. She discovered that Yun Shenxian had indeed become another person, just as she had initially envisioned, and was no longer simply a part of herself. When she first created Yun Shenxian's incarnation, wasn't it to use such a means to create an existence like a child for herself? She intended for this to be more than just a simple incarnation. Although Yun Shenxian's innocence was lost, she had grown. Furthermore, Yun Shenxian, who originally had no concept of romantic affection, actually developed these feelings after being with Lu Chen, which meant that Yun Shenxian had truly become another person. Yun Qingshu then said, "I'm warning you, don't assume you know everything and act as if you have everything under control. Perhaps one day, when I am displeased, I will simply destroy this incarnation." Lu Chen snorted with laughter and said, "If honored ancestor dares to destroy Shaner, I will bind you and use you as a substitute for Shaner." As soon as these words were uttered, the chill emanating from Yun Shenxian surged wildly, but the next moment, the spiritual power within her body was suppressed again, and the chill dissipated instantly. Seeing the spiritual power within Yun Shenxian suppressed, Yun Qingshu knew she couldn't do anything to Lu Chen, so she no longer bothered to intimidate him with such tactics. She straightforwardly asked, "Tell me, who exactly are you, and how do you know I come from the ancient era?" Yun Qingshu didn't immediately leave the Tianqian world, primarily because of Lu Chen. She was eager to uncover any secrets Lu Chen might still be hiding, especially since he even knew about her origins from the ancient era. Although Yun Qingshu was somewhat repelled by the events involving Lu Chen and Yun Shenxian, she had decided to tolerate them and allow this other self, Yun Shenxian, to be with Lu Chen. Moreover, since Yun Shenxian's purity had already been compromised, she couldn't just take her back and merge with her. If she merged with Yun Shenxian, wouldn't that mean she too would have been defiled by Lu Chen? Even though indulging Lu Chen and Yun Shenxian would affect her main body, like sensing their intimacy, she would find a way to eliminate these impacts over time. As long as she advanced further in her realm, she would find a solution to this issue. In the meantime, she had instructed Yun Shenxian to avoid doing certain things with Lu Chen. Stared down by the red-eyed Yun Shenxian, Lu Chen became somewhat excited. Noticing his reaction, Yun Shenxian's expression turned even colder. Naturally, Yun Qingshu understood that Lu Chen was being disrespectful, treating Yun Shenxian's body as his own, hence his excitement. Quickly, Yun Qingshu controlled Yun Shenxian's body to stand up and try to escape Lu Chen, but as she lifted her jade hand to push against his chest, Lu Chen grabbed her jade hand, pressed it beside Yun Shenxian's head, and forcefully held her down. Yun Qingshu rebuked, "Scoundrel! What are you doing?" Lu Chen ignored Yun Qingshu's rebuke and instead answered her earlier question. "I too am from the ancient era, however, most of my memories have been sealed, so I don't know what happened in the ancient era. But as my strength and memories gradually recover, I believe I will soon have all the memories of that era." Hearing this, Yun Qingshu fell silent. From the memories she accessed from Yun Shenxian related to Lu Chen, his identity was indeed mysterious, and it wasn't just as simple as being the great emperor's son. So, Lu Chen's words might be true, he might be from the ancient era like her, and knew her in that era. As some of his memories returned, he mistook Yun Shenxian for himself, then, thinking she also had amnesia, took the opportunity to claim Yun Shenxian's body. This man was a lecher taking advantage during a crisis. Maybe she should just kill him outright. Just as Yun Qingshu thought this, suddenly, another person came to mind. If Lu Chen truly was from the ancient era and indeed knew her, then he could possibly be. If it really was that person. Yun Qingshu suddenly froze, realizing if Lu Chen truly was that person, she. While Yun Qingshu was lost in thought, Lu Chen had already started taking action. Yun Qingshu instantly snapped out of her reverie, glaring fiercely at Lu Chen. Impossible. This scoundrel couldn't possibly be him. The man in her memories showed no interest in women, unlike this scoundrel, who was still engaging in such actions under these circumstances. After a cold snort, Yun Qingshu withdrew her divine sense, ensuring that she wouldn't be influenced by Lu Chen any further. When Yun Qingshu's divine sense left Yun Shenxian's body, Yun Shenxian regained control of her own body. When she came to her senses, she saw Lu Chen making strenuous movements and immediately understood her honored master had just been there. At that moment, an immense discomfort filled Yun Shenxian's heart. Just then, she suddenly broke free from Lu Chen's arms, embraced his strong waist, flipped over, and pinned him beneath her. The sudden turn of events left Lu Chen stunned, as he hadn't expected Yun Shenxian to possess such strength while her spiritual power was sealed. After Yun Shenxian flipped over, towering above Lu Chen's handsome face, Lu Chen was still in a daze when Yun Shenxian suddenly made her move. This surprised Lu Chen even more. Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, Yun Shenxian leaned forward, covering his mouth with hers, and then Yun Shenxian began to take charge of everything, making it look as though she was the one tormenting Lu Chen. Soon, Lu Chen figured out what was happening. Yun Shenxian was obviously jealous of her honored master, which is why she was so proactive in doing all this, showing off to her honored master. After all, she was a split part of her honored master, so her honored master would definitely be aware of what she was doing. Having understood everything, Lu Chen calmly accepted what Yun Shenxian was doing. Since the fairy had taken the initiative, he only needed to enjoy himself. After Yun Qingshu's divine sense was retracted, she immediately sensed Yun Shenxian's situation and realized that this time it wasn't Lu Chen doing something to Yun Shenxian, but Yun Shenxian initiating. Yun Qingshu's brows furrowed, her own split part was getting more and more out of her control. It was bad enough that she was jealous of herself, but to spite her to this extent was deplorable. Yun Qingshu snorted coldly, then began meditating and focusing diligently on controlling the restless spiritual power within her body, trying to divert her attention. Although Yun Qingshu believed Yun Shenxian was mistreating her own body, Yun Shenxian didn't think so at all. Although there was indeed a hint of revenge in her heart, she felt extremely exhilarated at the moment. This gave her a sense of controlling Lu Chen, as she was always the passive one in the past. Although she could enjoy herself, she always felt something was missing in her heart. Now that she had become the active one, it felt as if she had Lu Chen under her control, and Lu Chen seemed to have become her man alone. This psychological joy was something she had never experienced before. Lu Chen also realized Yun Shenxian's intentions and did not stop her, letting Yun Shenxian have her way. Ziyang World, Black Moon City. At dusk, Lu Chen's puppet and Ji Chuyu were patrolling along the city walls, and since Lu Chen's original body was just lying on the bed, being oppressed by Yun Shenxian, he freed up some energy to control the puppet. Just then, a soldier suddenly said to Ji Chuyu, "City Lord, something's wrong, the demonic qi has started gathering again." Upon hearing this, both Ji Chuyu and Lu Chen turned their heads toward the demonic seal Forbidden Grounds and indeed saw thick demonic qi beginning to accumulate above it. Ji Chuyu frowned and said puzzled, "The moon hasn't even risen yet, how can the demonic qi start accumulating so quickly?" Usually, the demonic qi in the demonic seal Forbidden Grounds only began to accumulate when the moon came out and the demonic tide began to spread outside. The sun had not even set yet, that fiery red sun still hung on the horizon. After coming back to her senses, Ji Chuyu said to the soldiers on the city wall, "Be vigilant." After Ji Chuyu gave the order, her deputy began to move swiftly, and soon the soldiers of Black Moon City were ready for battle. Compared to before, the soldiers of Black Moon City, even when facing a demonic tide, were no longer as tense as they had been in the past because they knew their deputy city lord could suppress the demonic qi. As long as their deputy city lord was there, even if they faced a demonic tide of the scale they had last time, they could easily withstand it. However, at this moment, Ji Chuyu's expression was not good, she looked worriedly at the accumulating demonic qi in the distance. Previously, the demonic qi did not gather so early, and today the speed of its accumulation had clearly accelerated. It had just begun, and the demonic qi had already become so dense, covering half of the sky over the sealed demon grounds. Something must have happened in the sealed demon grounds. Could it be that the heavenly demon had broken the seal? Thinking of this, Ji Chuyu's heart grew even more anxious. After a while, the sealed demon grounds began to stir, affecting Black Moon City as well, causing the entire city to tremble as if some giant creature was moving within the sealed demon grounds. At this moment, a soldier shouted hastily, "Quick! Look! Everyone, look!" The soldiers on the city walls hurried to look toward the sealed demon grounds, and what they saw stunned everyone. A gigantic body emerged from the sealed demon grounds, seeming to be composed of the demons within the sealed demon grounds. This was the first time since Ji Chuyu had been in charge of Black Moon City that she had seen such a massive demon that could step over the city walls and directly enter Black Moon City with its height. At this moment, the soldiers on the city tower were thrown into chaos. What is that? How can there be such a gigantic demon? Could it possibly be the heavenly demon? My God! The heavenly demon has broken the seal. Except for Lu Chen, no one present had ever seen the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon existed only in their imaginations, presumed to be immensely huge with a terrifying oppressive aura. Now, the creature in the sealed demon grounds, in their eyes, was no different from the heavenly demon. Thinking that the giant could be the heavenly demon, the soldiers shook uncontrollably. Ji Chuyu snapped back to reality and quickly commanded, "All demon-breaking arrows aim at that giant." Ji Chuyu also suspected that the giant might be the heavenly demon, as she had never seen the heavenly demon herself. Thinking that the heavenly demon had broken the seal, Ji Chuyu felt an immense fear in her heart. She was never scared before, but now she feared the heavenly demon. According to historical records, encountering the real heavenly demon meant not only getting killed by it, the heavenly demon would also imprison the cultivators' souls, slowly tearing them apart, using the cultivators' souls as food. It was better to die directly and have one's soul destroyed, rather than suffering the torture of the heavenly demon if one was not fully dead and fell into its hands. Lu Chen took a moment to observe the giant and found that it indeed possessed a strong heavenly demon power, but compared to a real heavenly demon, the giant's heavenly demon power was nothing significant. Clearly, that giant was not a real heavenly demon but a demonic body constructed by the heavenly demon using its power to control the demons in the sealed demon grounds, likely aiming to directly break the blockade of Black Moon City and let the demons spread out. While Lu Chen was lost in his thoughts, Ji Chuyu asked him next to him, Lu Chen, do you think that is the heavenly demon? Lu Chen came back to his senses, turned to look at the pale-faced Ji Chuyu, and smiled as he said, its heavenly demon power is nothing compared to that of a real heavenly demon. Hearing Lu Chen's reply, Ji Chuyu was stunned for a moment. Lu Chen's words made it sound as if he had seen a real heavenly demon. Otherwise, how could he know that the giant's heavenly demon power was far inferior to that of a true heavenly demon? Ji Chuyu curiously asked, have you seen a real heavenly demon? In the Ziyang world, there was only one heavenly demon, and it was sealed in the demon sealing Forbidden Land. How could Lu Chen possibly have seen a real heavenly demon? Lu Chen said with a smile, I indeed have seen a real heavenly demon. Ji Chuyu was taken aback. She then continued to ask, there's only one heavenly demon in the Ziyang world, sealed inside the demon sealing Forbidden Land. How could you have possibly seen a heavenly demon? Lu Chen replied, the specific reason, I will tell you when the time comes. Ji Chuyu looked at Lu Chen skeptically and tentatively asked, you're not a demon cultivator, are you? Lu Chen said with a smile, I possess the power to restrain heavenly demons. Do you think that heavenly demon would accept me and let me become a demon cultivator? Ji Chuyu thought about it and it seemed true. If heavenly demons knew of Lu Chen's existence, they would definitely try everything to kill him, rather than allowing him to become a demon cultivator. But then it became strange. When had Lu Chen seen a heavenly demon? Could it be? Ji Chuyu suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Lu Chen's original body had lived for who knows how many years? Was he present when the heavenly demon was sealed back in the day, and did he luckily survive? So, did Lu Chen see the sealed heavenly demon at that time? In that case, wouldn't Lu Chen be of the same generation as her own ancestors? Ji Chuyu immediately stopped herself from continuing with these wild thoughts. In the cultivation world, having a Taoist couple with 1,000 or even 10,000 years age difference wasn't anything strange. Upon this realization, Ji Chuyu gathered her senses and focused all her attention on the giant in the demon sealing Forbidden Land. Ji Chuyu then cautiously asked Lu Chen, that's a huge demon. Are you confident you can handle it? Although Lu Chen could restrain demonic qi, the demon looked very powerful, and Lu Chen's power was ultimately limited. She was not sure if he could handle this gigantic monster. Lu Chen said indifferently, don't worry. As soon as this monster dares to leave the demon sealing Forbidden Land, I will immediately take action and destroy it. Although the demon looked very powerful, Lu Chen also noticed its weakness. This demon was made up of countless other demons. As long as he, with his power to restrain demonic qi, approached the giant, the demons in that giant's body would immediately start struggling to detach from the giant's body. Then, the giant would disintegrate. Moreover, his restraint of heavenly demon power was absolute. Even if that giant possessed heavenly demon power, it would have no chance against the demon-burying spell. As time ticked away, the giant grew increasingly larger, and the demonic qi grew stronger. Soon, the entire Black Moon City was enveloped in darkness. The sun had not yet set, but the spreading demonic qi completely covered the sunlight from the setting sun. The next moment, the giant, stepping with massive footsteps, walked directly towards Black Moon City. At this moment, a soldier ran up to Ji Chuyu and said, City Lord, Commander Bai has come with reinforcements. Hearing this, Ji Chuyu scoffed. She still remembered Bai Wenbin fleeing last time. In her view, Bai Wenbin now dared to offer support probably because he felt it was safe with Lu Chen around. However, regardless of his motives, his coming to help was for the benefit of Black Moon City, the Great Chu dynasty, and the entire Ziyang world. Ji Chuyu had no intention of turning Bai Wenbin away. Bai Wenbin quickly arrived in front of Ji Chuyu and Lu Chen, smiling as he said, Chuyu, I heard there was a disturbance at the demon sealing Forbidden Grounds, so I immediately brought people to Black Moon City. At that moment, Lu Chen took a glance at Bai Wenbin. The instant Bai Wenbin approached, Lu Chen sensed the presence of heavenly demon power emanating from him. After all, he possessed the demon-burying spell, No matter how deeply Bai Wenbin concealed it, he could still feel the heavenly demon power within him. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly, curious to see what Bai Wenbin was planning. However, just to be safe, Lu Chen transmitted a message to Ji Chuyu. Chuyu, Bai Wenbin has heavenly demon power within him, be careful around him later. Hearing this, Ji Chuyu was stunned. She had initially thought that Bai Wenbin was simply being persistent and had come to offer his help, not expecting Bai Wenbin had other motives for coming today. Ji Chuyu's brows furrowed slightly, but she did not expose Bai Wenbin. She thanked him flatly. Thank you, Commander Bai, for leading your men to support Black Moon City. Bai Wenbin squinted and smiled, saying, Chuyu, you're being too polite, there's no need for thanks between us. Besides, dealing with the demons mainly relies on Deputy City Lord Lu. We're really just playing a supporting role. At that time, Lu Chen sensed Bai Wenbin's heavenly demon power once again. Bai Wenbin's heavenly demon power was not particularly pure, indicating it wasn't directly from the heavenly demon itself but from another demon cultivator who had passed the power to Bai Wenbin. That meant there were other demon cultivators with heavenly demon power behind Bai Wenbin, and it was likely one of them was a demon envoy of the heavenly demon. As Bai Wenbin finished speaking, the velocity of the distant giant increased. In just a moment, the giant left the demon-sealing Forbidden Grounds and headed towards Black Moon City. Ji Chuyu immediately instructed her soldiers, fire the arrows. Numerous black gold arrows shot toward the giant, but when they struck its body, they only produced a small puff of white smoke, and the giant seemed largely unaffected as it continued its stride toward Black Moon City. Seeing this, the soldiers operating the siege crossbows hurriedly launched massive arrows at the giant, but even the enlarged black gold arrows had little effect. By this time, the giant's body was riddled with black gold arrows, yet it kept advancing toward Black Moon City. Fortunately, the giant did not launch any attacks and merely kept moving forward. Not long after, the giant reached the outskirts of Black Moon City. Suddenly, it stopped, its lantern-like enormous eyes scanning the walls of the city, as if searching for something. Suddenly, the giant's gaze fell on Lu Chen and it raised its immense palm, slamming down toward his location. Seeing the giant was actually targeting him, Lu Chen was puzzled. When had he offended the heavenly demon of the demon-sealing Forbidden Grounds? Upon reflection, Lu Chen instantly realized that both times he sent puppets to Ziyang World, he had passed through the demon-sealing Forbidden Grounds and had played tricks on the heavenly demon there. The heavenly demon probably remembered him. Lu Chen gave a faint smile, then clenched the black gold sword in his hand, leapt into the air, and slashed down with his sword. Ice 8 level sword. In an instant, a tremendous chill emanated from the sword, instantly freezing the demon conglomerated giant. Then, countless strands of sword chi surrounded the giant's body. As the sword chi sliced through, cracks appeared on the frozen giant's body. Before long, the entire giant's body slowly toppled, falling directly towards Black Moon City. The demons on the giant's body also fell toward Black Moon City, upon seeing which, Ji Chuyu's brows furrowed. Not good, the giant's body had already surpassed the height of Black Moon City's city walls. The moment it fell, it was uncertain how many demons would directly land inside Black Moon City. Ji Chuyu immediately bellowed, prepare for battle. Soldiers on the city walls hastily drew their bows non-stop, shooting arrows to kill the falling demons mid-air, but the number of demons was simply too many. Seeing the sky filled with demons, Lu Chen couldn't help but think that this might be the heavenly demon's plan, intentionally using heavenly demon power to condense the demons into a giant. When that giant was defeated, it fell directly into Black Moon City, rendering the city walls useless. However, thinking of getting past him and directly entering Black Moon City was not so easy. Lu Chen then leapt again, jumping back into the air. Ice 8 level sword. This time, Lu Chen used all the spiritual power of his puppet clone. For a while, Black Moon City's skies were filled with chilling cold air, which directly froze all the demons falling from the giant's body. The next moment, 8 sword chi swept through those frozen demons, instantly turning their bodies into ice slag. After Lu Chen had dealt with those demons, the spiritual power in his puppet's body was almost depleted. Although the puppet possessed most of his strength, a puppet could not obtain spiritual power from the main body if it was too far away, and could only replenish by absorbing spiritual artifacts from the puppet itself. Seeing Lu Chen's puppet body fall straight from the sky, Ji Chuyu feigned a change in expression and immediately flew towards Lu Chen. However, at that moment, Bai Wenbin's body suddenly emitted a dense demonic qi, instantly turning the soldiers around him in Black Moon City into a mist of blood. Then, with a wave of his hand, Bai Wenbin sent a wave of demonic qi that struck Ji Chuyu's body, sending her flying, while he stepped forward, rushing towards Lu Chen's body. After Ji Chuyu hit the city wall and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, she then said, "Bai Wenbin, you're actually a demon cultivator." While flying towards Lu Chen's body, Bai Wenbin laughed, saying, "I've finally awaited this chance, today all of you will die." As Bai Wenbin approached Lu Chen, he stretched out a claw, directly gripping Lu Chen's neck. However, he did not immediately kill Lu Chen, but laughed loudly and said, "Dare to snatch my woman, today I will let you experience the pain of demonic qi consuming your soul." While speaking, Bai Wenbin directly unleashed the heavenly demon power from his body, watching as the heavenly demon power entered Lu Chen's body, though Lu Chen still did not struggle. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly took out a token and immediately activated it. He was just a puppet clone, dead was dead, but after he was gone, Bai Wenbin might likely strike Ji Chuyu, so it was better to call for help. After Bai Wenbin noticed Lu Chen's movements, he quickly struck out with his palm, trying to shatter the object in Lu Chen's hand, but his demonic qi did not destroy the token. At the same time, Blood Rainbow Pavilion headquarters. When Nangong Qingya felt the spiritual power wave from the Pavilion Master's token, she immediately used the teleportation array and headed directly to Black Moon City. However, the moment she arrived at Black Moon City, she saw Lu Chen, held in Bai Wenbin's hand, explode completely, engulfing Bai Wenbin in the explosion's shockwave. Tianqian World. Black Dragon City, Imperial Palace. At this moment, Yun Shenxian was still moving, even though she was completely limp, but she had no intention of stopping. She wanted to retaliate against her main body, to let it understand that her body had been given to Lu Chen, not something to be bowed down to at its whim. However, just then, Lu Chen extended his hands, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and prevented her from continuing to thrash around. Yun Shenxian slowly raised her head, her seductive eyes gazing silkily at Lu Chen's eyes. What are you doing?" Lu Chen smiled lightly and then slowly stood up, letting Yun Shenxian sit in his embrace. One hand wrapped around Yun Shenxian's waist while with the other hand, he released the two puppets she had created for him. Seeing this, Yun Shenxian was somewhat puzzled, not understanding what Lu Chen intended to do. At this time, Lu Chen said, "There's been trouble in the Ziyang world." Hearing this, Yun Shenxian realized what was happening. It seemed something had occurred with Lu Chen's puppets in the Ziyang world. Then, wanting to withdraw, Yun Shenxian said, "Then you should attend to your matters first." There was still plenty of time, so Yun Shenxian was not in a hurry at the moment. Just as Yun Shenxian prepared to get up, she found that Lu Chen's hand was firmly holding her bottom, making it impossible for her to rise. Yun Shenxian hugged Lu Chen's neck, her face full of confusion as she looked at him. Lu Chen had matters to attend to, so why wouldn't he let her get up? Lu Chen offered no explanation but instead channeled spiritual energy directly into the two puppets that Yun Shenxian had crafted for him. In the next moment, both puppets possessed the strength of the yin-yang realm. He then controlled the puppets to use shadow shifting, instantly bringing them to the fissure in the barrier of the Tianqian world. When the soldiers guarding the barrier's fissure saw two of their majesty, they were all stunned. However, Lu Chen didn't offer too much of an explanation. He left one puppet at the fissure and then controlled another to head towards the Ziyang world. At that time, Yun Shenxian's jade arms hung around Lu Chen's neck, quietly watching his eyes, knowing he was currently controlling the puppets, so she did not move either. After what seemed like a long while, Lu Chen drew a deep breath, came back to his senses, and looked at Yun Shenxian's cool rosy cheeks. Yun Shenxian asked, "Is it done?" Lu Chen said lightly, "Yes, it's done now." After speaking, Lu Chen lay down once more. Yun Shenxian watched Lu Chen for a while and then bent down again, kissing Lu Chen's mouth before continuing her plan of revenge. While enjoying Yun Shenxian's attentions, Lu Chen was simultaneously controlling the puppets to rush towards Black Moon City. The recent explosion of the puppets was very likely to not kill Bai Wenbin. Besides, Bai Wenbin must surely have other demon cultivators backing him, so he had to hurry to Black Moon City to prevent any harm from befalling Ji Chuyu. Even though he had just invoked the Pavilion Master's token of the Blood Rainbow Pavilion, Nangong Qingye would arrive at Black Moon City at the first opportunity. However, once Nangong Qingye learned of his self-destruction, they might not be willing to get involved and rescue Ji Chuyu. Simultaneously, above Black Moon City, Nangong Qingye, clad in a red dress, hovered in the air, looking dispassionately at the explosion's burst of light. At that moment, the blood energy surging violently through her body was unmistakable. Even though her face remained expressionless, the frantic rush of blood energy revealed her immense anger. She had not expected that in such a short amount of time, Lu Chen would have been killed. She had clearly arranged for the people from Blood Rainbow Pavilion to protect Lu Chen in Black Moon City. How could he still have encountered danger? Where had all those people gone to die? With Lu Chen's death, they no longer had a direct method to suppress the demonic qi. Once the heavenly demon broke through the seal, Blood Rainbow Pavilion would suffer the consequences as well. Thinking of this, Nangong Qingye suddenly regretted leaving Lu Chen in Black Moon City. If she had taken Lu Chen with her the last time she visited Black Moon City, he wouldn't have faced such peril. Regret medicine didn't exist in the world, such thoughts were now useless. Nangong Qingye's red eyes swept over the aftermath of the explosion. Once the shockwaves had dissipated, Bai Wenbin, covered in wounds, appeared within her sight. Seeing the black demonic qi emanating from Bai Wenbin, Nangong Qingye shouted coldly, "The Blood Rainbow Master has not encountered a demon cultivator in quite a long time." As her words fell, Nangong Qingye waved her jade hand, and a massive blood-colored handprint descended directly towards Bai Wenbin. Witnessing the blood-colored handprint in the sky, Bai Wenbin's face turned pale. Although Lu Chen's self-destruction had not killed him, he had already expended a great deal of magic power and was now utterly incapable of resisting the attack from an all-law realm powerhouse. Just as Bai Wenbin was about to be crushed to death, a ghastly voice suddenly echoed in the air. "I wonder who has offended the Blood Rainbow Master so much to incite such rage, killing as soon as you arrive." As the voice dropped, a swirl of black energy constantly rotated in the air, followed by an old man in a black robe and wearing a mask appearing beside Bai Wenbin. With a lift of his body, a burst of demonic qi surged out from the old man, easily shattering Nangong Qingye's blood handprint. Feeling the old man's power, Nangong Qingye spoke coldly, "No wonder Lu Chen encountered danger, it turns out an all-law realm demon cultivator has appeared." She had been wondering why the people she arranged to protect Lu Chen in Black Moon City had not intervened. Now, it seemed likely that they had been dealt with by this all-law realm demon cultivator. Nangong Qingye had no desire to waste words with the demon cultivator and directly mobilized her blood energy, pointing a finger, as countless blood-red skeletons charged toward the robed old man. The robed old man laughed and said, "Blood Rainbow Master, we are both demonic cultivators. Why resort to such violence?" In the midst of speaking, the robed old man waved his hand, which resembled tree bark, and a surge of concentrated heavenly demon power flowed out, engulfing and consuming all the blood energy-formed skeletons. Nangong Qingye immediately furrowed her liame brows. The robed old man continued, "Blood Rainbow Master, although you are not a demon cultivator, your cultivation method is no different from ours. Your blood energy poses no harm to us demon cultivators, it not only fails to harm me but is a great tonic for me instead." Nangong Qingye had also noticed this fact, and her heart immediately felt the urge to retreat. If it were a yin-yang realm demon cultivator, she could easily suppress them. However, one who possessed the all-law realm and, more so, the power of the heavenly demon was not so easily dealt with. Given that the power of the heavenly demon naturally countered a cultivator's spiritual power, and that the heavenly demon drew its strength from blood energy and negative emotions, as a demonic cultivator, she faced extremely slim odds against an equally leveled demon cultivator possessing the power of the heavenly demon. The robed old man went on, Blood Rainbow Master, my lord is about to break through the seal and descend upon the Ziyang world once more. Since you are a demonic cultivator, why not simply pledge allegiance to my lord and become a demon cultivator? If the Blood Rainbow Master accepts the power of the heavenly demon from my lord, with your cultivation method, you could break through to the divinity transformation realm within 10 years and become the foremost person in the Ziyang world. Nangong Qingye let out a cold chuckle. I have no interest in being a lackey to a monster. She was indeed a demonic cultivator, but she had her lines she would not cross. Hearing Nangong Qingye's words, the robed old man's demonic chi violently surged outward. Since the Blood Rainbow Master refuses to submit to my lord, then I suppose. Suppose what? Before the robed old man could finish speaking, a figure suddenly appeared between Nangong Qingye and the robed old man. Seeing Lu Chen appear, everyone present, except for Ji Chuyu, was stunned. They had clearly seen Lu Chen self-destruct just a moment ago. How was he still alive? Nangong Qingye's crimson eyes stared intently at Lu Chen, sensing that his realm seemed to have advanced to the Yin-Yang realm. Not only did he survive the self-destruction, but his realm even broke through. Was that even possible? Or was Lu Chen's self-destruction merely a blind? Upon seeing Lu Chen reappear, Bai Wenbin and the man in the black robe immediately felt tremendous pressure. The aura emanating from Lu Chen made the heavenly demon power within them feel great fear. Bai Wenbin, unable to believe it, said, You're actually not dead. This is impossible. Lu Chen had clearly self-destructed right before him, his body blown to smithereens, and now he was alive again. Could it be that the one who self-destructed just now wasn't Lu Chen at all? Then if not Lu Chen, who was that person? At that moment, the man in the black robe sinisterly said, It seems you have quite a few life-saving tricks up your sleeve. Lu Chen replied indifferently, I don't have many life-saving tricks. It's just that it's not so easy for you to kill me. With that, Lu Chen glanced at the man in the black robe, and the next moment, the man's information appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. Name: Xiao Chunghua. Identity: State Preceptor of the Great Chu Dynasty, a demon envoy with heavenly demon power. Strength: Eightfold Realm of 10,000 Laws. Loyalty: 0. After seeing Xiao Chunghua's information, Lu Chen smiled faintly and continued, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. The state preceptor of the Great Chu Dynasty turns out to be a demon cultivator, and even a demon envoy with heavenly demon power. Hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback once again. They had never suspected that the man in the black robe was actually the state preceptor of the Great Chu Dynasty. Xiao Chunghua himself was startled. Very few knew of his status as a demon envoy. How did Lu Chen recognize his identity at a glance, especially when he had concealed his body and aura? Moreover, he was certain that he had never encountered this Lu Chen before. So, how could Lu Chen recognize him so quickly? After pondering for a moment and still unable to figure it out, Xiao Chunghua nonetheless stopped thinking and decided not to waste more words with Lu Chen. He had come here to kill Lu Chen. At first, he hadn't planned to take action. If he hadn't discovered the Yin-Yang Realm Masters from the Blood Rainbow Pavilion positioned in Black Moon City to protect Lu Chen, he wouldn't have made a move. It wasn't the time for him to be exposed. But now that he had been recognized and his identity exposed, there was no need for concern. The next second, demonic chi furiously surged from Xiao Chunghua's body, shrouding the entire sky above Black Moon City in dense demonic chi, the oppressive force making it difficult for the cultivators in the city to breathe. Xiao Chunghua looked at Lu Chen and said, Boy, although I don't know how you discovered the identity of this old man, now that you have, all of you must die here today. As he spoke, heavenly demon power surged from Xiao Chunghua's body, and the entire world seemed to transform into hell itself, as countless skeletons crawled out from the ground. Myriad forms of netherworld. Seeing this scene, Nangong Qingye was about to take action, but after a second thought, she realized that Lu Chen had the ability to suppress demonic chi, and since he hadn't died even after self-destructing, he surely had other secrets she was not aware of. There was no need for her to be so anxious. Perhaps Lu Chen could suppress Xiao Chunghua, the demon envoy. With that thought, Nangong Qingye did not intervene but stood a short distance away, watching. Just as those undead skeletons were about to touch Lu Chen's body, Lu Chen raised his right hand and declared, "Swords, come." As soon as the words fell, the black gold swords on the battlements flew straight toward Lu Chen. With the power of the yin-yang realm, it was relatively easy for him to control all these swords simultaneously. In an instant, thousands of black gold swords appeared before Lu Chen, and one of them flew into his hand. Next, he channeled the demon burying spell and infused the spiritual power from within his body into the black gold swords. He swung his sword, and the black gold swords flew toward the advancing skeletons like arrows. As soon as the black gold swords came into contact with the skeleton illusions, they were instantly purified into bone ash by the spiritual power of the demon burying spell, scattering in the wind. Xiao Chenghua's expression turned exceedingly ugly. He knew Lu Chen's spiritual power could counter demonic qi, but he hadn't expected Lu Chen's spiritual power to suppress demonic qi so effectively. A mere routine attack from Lu Chen had instantly dissolved his myriad forms of netherworld. This Lu Chen posed a significant threat to demon cultivators and heavenly demons. He absolutely could not be allowed to live. If he were allowed to continue growing, once the heavenly demon broke through the ceiling, it was very likely that even the heavenly demon might be suppressed by Lu Chen. With this in mind, Xiao Chenghua immediately produced a flag. The flag of 10,000 souls. In an instant, countless anguished wails emerged from the flag of 10,000 souls. Soon after, numerous twisted souls stepped out of the flag, heading straight for Lu Chen. Xiao Chenghua said with a cold smile, "No matter how powerful you are, I do not believe you can withstand the devouring of these tormented souls." Feeling the power emanating from those souls, everyone present turned pale with fright. The power of those souls was nearly at the yin-yang realm level. At this point, even Nangong Qingye felt unsteady on her feet. If she didn't take action now, something bad might happen to Lu Chen again. The flag of 10,000 souls wielded by Xiao Chenghua exerted a pressure beyond that of an Earth-grade spiritual artifact, and with Lu Chen's strength only at the level of the yin-yang realm, it was very likely he couldn't withstand it. The next moment, a surge of vital energy burst forth from Nangong Qingye's body. At this moment, Lu Chen, seeing the tormented souls rushing directly toward him, remained calm. He hovered calmly in the air. As the tormented souls drew closer, Lu Chen suddenly gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and spiritual energy suddenly exploded from his body. The Ice 8 level sword. The chilling cold froze all the tormented souls, and then 8 beams of sword qi slashed through the bodies of the souls, turning them directly into icy fragments. Seeing this, Xiao Chenghua said with a laugh, "My tormented souls cannot be killed. I want to see just how long you can hold out." After the tormented souls from Xiao Chenghua's flag of 10,000 souls were shattered, they would be reborn within the flag again. As long as the user's demonic qi didn't run dry, the flag's tormented souls could continuously resurrect until they eventually exhausted the enemy. At this moment, countless tormented souls once again flew out from Xiao Chenghua's flag of 10,000 souls. Lu Chen gathered the surrounding spiritual energy and struck with his sword once more. The Ice 8 level sword. The tormented souls that flew out of the flag of 10,000 souls were once again frozen entirely, and once again, they all turned into icy debris. Now Xiao Chenghua noticed something was amiss. As more and more tormented souls from the flag of 10,000 souls were eliminated, the number emerging from the flag seemed to be dwindling. What's going on? The tormented souls of the flag of 10,000 souls were supposed to be eternal and undying. Lu Chen, noticing the decreasing number of tormented souls from the flag of 10,000 souls, said with a laugh, "State Preceptor, it seems the tormented souls in your flag are about to go on strike, hardly daring to come out anymore." Lu Chen's words had just ended when Xiao Chenghua immediately checked the flag of 10,000 souls in his hand. To his shock, the inspection revealed that the souls eliminated by Lu Chen had not regenerated but had died completely, causing fewer and fewer souls to emerge from his flag. Xiao Chenghua could hardly believe it. Could Lu Chen's spiritual power actually purify souls and grant them liberation? This man must die today. A sharp light flashed in Xiao Chenghua's eyes. He then unleashed the heavenly demon power, which, along with the souls, transformed into skeletons and charged directly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't plan to waste any more time either. He threw the black gold sword in his hand, letting it hover in front of him, then he gathered the spiritual power within his body. Ice 8 level sword. The previous two times had been minor skirmishes that did not fully unleash the power of the heaven rank swordsmanship, but this time was different. When Lu Chen released the sword Qi, the entire sky seemed to freeze in an instant. The cold air instantly enveloped all the souls, as well as Xiao Chunghua, and when the cold sword Qi released by Lu Chen touched Xiao Chunghua's body, his body froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Chunghua couldn't believe that the cold air could freeze him. He hurriedly unleashed all the heavenly demon power in his body, but as soon as it emerged, it seemed to encounter a natural enemy and immediately fled in other directions. However, Lu Chen didn't give the heavenly demon power a chance. He continued to drive the sword Qi, and in an instant, the heavenly demon power was also frozen by the cold sword Qi. Xiao Chunghua roared, "No! Impossible!" As Xiao Chunghua's words fell, his entire body was completely frozen, followed by 8 streaks of sword Qi piercing through his body, turning him into several large chunks. Seeing this scene, Bai Wenbin's face turned pale without a trace of color, his body trembling non-stop. That was a Myriad Law's realm. A Myriad Law's realm demon cultivator, who possessed the heavenly demon power, had been instantaneously killed by a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. How is that possible? Not only Bai Wenbin, but everyone present was stunned. A Yin-Yang realm cultivator had easily killed a Myriad Law realm demon envoy. Those present began to doubt if they were dreaming. Especially some Black Moon City soldiers who had once looked down on Lu Chen, they were now thoroughly convinced. After who knows how long, Bai Wenbin suddenly came to his senses. Without any hesitation, he turned around and fled. Though he could feel that Lu Chen had very little spiritual power left in his body, having witnessed Lu Chen's power, he had completely lost the desire to fight him. With the strength of the Yin-Yang realm easily slaying a Myriad Law's realm demon cultivator, such a person was simply not someone he could deal with. Even though Bai Wenbin had come to realize the extent of Lu Chen's strength, it was already too late to escape. Before Lu Chen could make a move, a massive blood hand appeared instantaneously above Bai Wenbin's head. Before he could react, it crushed him into a mist of blood. Lu Chen glanced over the mist that had once been Bai Wenbin, then his gaze fell upon Nangong Qingye. Seeing Lu Chen staring intently at herself, Nangong Qingye's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. After witnessing Lu Chen's combat strength just now, she had developed a sense of fear towards him. Moreover, she could distinctly feel the power within Lu Chen's body suppressing her vital essence, meaning that Lu Chen could not only easily kill a demon cultivator of a higher rank but he might also be able to kill her, a demonic cultivator. At that moment, Nangong Qingye felt extremely tense. After a short while, Ji Chuyu flew in front of Lu Chen. He observed Ji Chuyu's body and then used the evergreen longevity technique to help her recover. Feeling a warm current flowing through her body, Ji Chuyu immediately thanked Lu Chen, saying, "Thank you." As her words fell, Ji Chuyu eyed the Lu Chen in front of her, curious whether this Lu Chen was a puppet or his real body. Having the strength of the Yin-Yang realm, he surely couldn't be a puppet, right? At that thought, Ji Chuyu's heart pounded uncontrollably. If it was indeed Lu Chen's real body, did that mean she was soon to become Lu Chen's true woman? At that moment, Lu Chen, smiling, spoke to Nangong Qingye, "Thank you, Nangong Sect Master, for supporting Black Moon City. If it weren't for you holding off those demon cultivators, the demonic creatures in the sealed demon land might have escaped." Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Nangong Qingye finally snapped out of her daze, No need to be polite. Even without the true master here, with Deputy City Lord Lu's strength, you would have easily dealt with today's events. Nangong Qingye appeared noticeably nervous, and though her facial expression was somewhat cold, she was even stuttering when speaking. Lu Chen's last move had truly shocked her. This encounter made Nangong Qingye even more curious about Lu Chen's identity. Who was this man? Where did he come from? Why could he not only survive a self-destruction but also rapidly enhance his power to the Yin-Yang realm, and even kill a Myriad Law's realm demon envoy with the strength of the first layer of the Yin-Yang realm? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have never believed such exaggerated feat of overcoming realms could exist. This realization made Nangong Qingye acknowledge that Lu Chen's identity was no ordinary one. She couldn't afford to treat him like last time, she didn't want to end up killed by the same move that Lu Chen used on Xiao Chunghua. After healing the injuries on Ji Chuyu, Lu Chen's gaze shifted towards the distant sealed demon land, where the demonic qi still lingered in the air, indicating that the demons were still gathering. In an instant, Lu Chen's body vanished from the spot and next appeared on the city battlements. Following this, he released the spiritual power within him, and waves of spiritual power radiated out from him. In a matter of moments, the demonic qi above the sealed demon land grew increasingly faint, and as the demon qi dissipated, Black Moon City regained its brightness, the red evening sky hung in the heavens, and the remaining sunlight cast a warm glow on everyone, creating a sense of immense warmth. Lu Chen had consecutively used the Ice 8 level sword just now, lowering the entire Black Moon City's temperature so much that the soldiers were shivering. Now, with the sudden appearance of the sunset, everyone naturally felt much warmer. Nangong Qingye quietly watched Lu Chen, who stood on the city battlements, lost in thought. Then, without saying any parting words to Lu Chen, she directly left Black Moon City, leaving behind the dangerous entity known as Lu Chen. After everything was settled, Lu Chen and Ji Chuyu returned to the city lord's mansion. Lu Chen was just about to have the puppet return to the room so his real body could indulge, but as soon as he stepped into the room, Ji Chuyu followed and embraced the puppet Lu Chen from behind. Lu Chen was slightly startled, initially thinking Ji Chuyu was worried about him. Then he reassured her, "Haven't I said it before? That was a puppet. Even if it self-destructed, I wouldn't be harmed. You don't have to worry about me." Ji Chuyu immediately said, "It's not because of that." Her voice was very low, her cheeks were flushed, and her heart was incredibly flustered. Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. If it wasn't because she was worried about him, why would Ji Chuyu cling to him so tightly? Lu Chen then continued to speak, "Chuyu, if you have something on your mind, just say it directly." Ji Chuyu could no longer endure, and in a voice as small as a mosquito's, she asked, Lu Chen, is this body your real one?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen chuckled. He finally understood why Ji Chuyu was acting this way. It turned out she was suspecting that his real body had come to Black Moon City. Lu Chen then said, "I too wish to be by your side as soon as possible, but sadly, this body isn't my real one, it's just a puppet." Hearing Lu Chen's response, Ji Chuyu was taken aback. She had thought that this body was so powerful, easily able to kill a demon envoy of the All-Law realm, it must undoubtedly be Lu Chen's real body. She had even prepared herself to lose her virginity tonight, and now Lu Chen was telling her this was just a puppet body. How could this be? Could a puppet body really be this powerful? Ji Chuyu then said, "I don't believe it. How could your puppet be so strong?" As she spoke, Ji Chuyu's jade-like hand moved down to Lu Chen's belly, and kept going lower. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. It seemed this was the first time he had encountered such an initiative woman without having taken advantage of her first. How could Ji Chuyu be more proactive than him? Actually, this couldn't be blamed on Ji Chuyu. After all, they had already been in an affirmed relationship for so long, and the two of them often cuddled together. Although it was just his puppet that she cuddled, he always subconsciously controlled the puppet to frivolously touch Ji Chuyu, who could no longer bear it. So, when Ji Chuyu discovered Lu Chen might actually be here in person, her heart couldn't help but feel an inexplicable excitement. At this moment, Lu Chen, controlling the puppet, caught Ji Chuyu's jade hand, stopping her from continuing her actions. He then turned his head to gaze at Ji Chuyu's blushing face and went on to say, "Chuyu, I desire to be with you even more than you do. It's just a pity that I'm indeed not my real self right now. My actual body is still cultivating and can't make it to Black Moon City just yet." Gazing into Lu Chen's pupils, Ji Chuyu paused in slight confusion. The look in Lu Chen's eyes didn't seem like he was lying. Ji Chuyu instantly felt an immense sense of loss. She had thought that today, she would finally become Lu Chen's true Taoist couple, only to find out that it still wasn't his real body that had come. Ji Chuyu said, "Your puppet has the strength of the yin-yang realm. Doesn't that make your real body even more powerful? Are you a cultivator of the divinity transformation realm?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "It's not quite that extreme. Up until now, the Ziyang world has yet to have a cultivator of the divinity transformation realm. Thinking about it, Ji Chuyu realized that made sense. If a cultivator of the divinity transformation realm had appeared in the Ziyang world, Tianji Pavilion would probably have discovered them right away. But then again, could it be that Tianji Pavilion had cultivators of the divinity transformation realm? Ji Chuyu glanced at Lu Chen, then once more dismissed the thought from her mind. Lu Chen didn't look like those old fogies from Tianji Pavilion. Lu Chen's actual self wasn't here, yet he still used the puppet to touch her body improperly. Those old fogies from Tianji Pavilion had no interest in women, surely, they wouldn't stoop to such things. At this time, Lu Chen took Ji Chuyu's hand and then turned around to embrace her, walking towards the soft couch in the room. After reaching the soft couch, Lu Chen sat down first, then he set Ji Chuyu on his lap to sit. Following that, he whispered into Ji Chuyu's ear, "Chuyu, I've just calculated a bit, and I should be able to come to Black Moon City within 3 years." Hearing this, Ji Chuyu was stunned for a moment. 3 years. For her, as a cultivator, 3 years was very short. Some cultivators spend a decade in closed-door cultivation. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ji Chuyu turned her head slightly, staring into the eyes of the puppet Lu Chen, and asked in disbelief, "Are you serious?" Lu Chen said, "If nothing unexpected happens, within 3 years, my real body will certainly come to Black Moon City." Now that the true palace master of Mysterious Moon Palace had come to Tianshan world, Lu Chen believed that, after some time, he would be able to win over Yun Qingshu. Even if he couldn't make Yun Qingshu his woman, he could at least make her look favorably upon him. Once he dealt with the matters of Mysterious Moon Palace, he would immediately take the disciples of Black Dragon Holy Land into the Ziyang world. Then, he would handle that heavenly demon sealed in the sealing Holy Land along the way. Lu Chen thought about it, it probably wouldn't take up to 3 years. After hearing Lu Chen's response, Ji Chuyu felt a slight thrill within her. 3 years. Just 3 more years. In just 3 years, she could become Lu Chen's true Taoist couple. As Ji Chuyu's mind wandered, Lu Chen suddenly said, "By the way, I'll pass on 2 cultivation techniques to you." Ji Chuyu asked curiously, "What cultivation techniques?" As soon as Ji Chuyu's words fell, a golden light shot out from the puppet Lu Chen's forehead, and the contents of the Evergreen Longevity Technique and Demon Burying Spell cultivation techniques appeared within Ji Chuyu's mind. When Ji Chuyu saw these 2 cultivation techniques, she froze in Lu Chen's embrace. Her small mouth hung open, her pupils contracted, displaying total shock on her face. One technique could suppress demon cultivators, and the other was a saint-grade technique capable of bringing the dead back to life when perfected. How? How could this be possible? When did such powerful techniques appear in the Ziyang world? Especially the Evergreen Longevity Technique, that she had never even heard of it. Tianji Pavilion didn't have such defiant techniques, did they? After who knows how long, Ji Chuyu finally came back to her senses, focusing her attention on the demon burying spell. Initially, she had chosen Lu Chen as her Taoist couple because she wanted a swordsmanship that could suppress demonic qi, but now it seemed that Lu Chen's suppression of demonic qi didn't rely on any demon exercising sword technique but instead on this technique called the demon burying spell. Ever since Lu Chen told Nangong Qingyu that he could suppress demonic qi due to his special constitution, she actually stopped thinking about Lu Chen's demon exercising sword technique. She even believed what Lu Chen had said, but now, here he was, actually producing a technique capable of suppressing demonic qi. If she cultivated the demon burying spell, she could even contend against a demon envoy who wielded the heavenly demon's power in the future. At this moment, Ji Chuyu looked at Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen, where did you get such precious techniques from? Lu Chen being capable of saint-grade techniques, and moreover one she never heard of, meant that Lu Chen's identity was more complicated than she had thought. Suddenly filled with worry, Ji Chuyu wondered if someone as formidable as Lu Chen, whose puppet's strength exceeded her own, would truly fancy her. And truly consider her his Taoist couple. Initially, she thought Lu Chen might be a prince from a dynasty or the chosen one of some power, so he dared not reveal his true identity for fear of being targeted. Now, it seemed her guess was too conservative. Seeing Ji Chuyu's cautious appearance, Lu Chen said with a smile, "There are some things I cannot yet tell you, But what I can tell you is that I have many subordinates at the All-Law realm. To have subordinates at the All-Law realm. Ji Chuyu felt her brain wasn't working properly. If beings of the All-Law realm were merely subordinates to Lu Chen, then just what was Lu Chen's real identity? Could Lu Chen be the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion? Ji Chuyu asked bluntly. You're not the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion, are you? Lu Chen laughed suddenly, then said, don't speculate wildly, I'm not that old. And who knows, I might even be younger than you. Ji Chuyu looked at Lu Chen skeptically. She couldn't believe that someone as strong as Lu Chen was possibly younger than her. After her initial shock, Ji Chuyu took a deep breath. She had intended only to coax the demon exercising sword technique from Lu Chen but never expected to encounter such a strong being. She had landed in quite a situation. She couldn't believe that a man as powerful and with such a profound background as Lu Chen would not have a Taoist couple. That meant it was very likely she wasn't Lu Chen's first Taoist couple, nor would she be the last. But now that she had established a relationship with Lu Chen and he had gifted her a saint-grade technique as incredible as this, she would probably be completely bound to him from this point forward. Even if Lu Chen had other Taoist couples, she could only accept it. With this thought, Ji Chuyu felt somewhat sad, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. If Lu Chen had other Taoist couples, then so be it. As an ordinary cultivator, being able to become the Taoist couple of someone like Lu Chen was already quite remarkable, and she had no right to demand more. Seeing Ji Chuyu fall into a long silence without speaking, Lu Chen asked, what's wrong? Ji Chuyu asked, Lu Chen, tell me the truth, are your Taoist couples numerous? Lu Chen was taken aback by this question. Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Ji Chuyu sighed again. Just as she thought, she definitely wasn't Lu Chen's first Taoist couple, nor would she be the last. Lu Chen didn't answer Ji Chuyu's question directly. Instead, he said, Chuyu, I truly like you. If I had no feelings for you, do you think I would impart to you a saint-grade technique in the demon burying spell? Ji Chuyu, looking into Lu Chen's eyes, said, I don't care how many Taoist couples you have, but since we are now Taoist couples, you have to be responsible for me. Lu Chen understood immediately what Ji Chuyu meant. She was accepting the fact that he may have other women. Immediately, Lu Chen replied with a smile, naturally, not only will I be responsible for you, but even if you want to leave me in the future, I won't let you go. You will be my Taoist couple for life. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu felt much better inside. Although she also felt what Lu Chen said was suave, she wanted to believe in his words. At the same time, she comforted herself. If Lu Chen really abandoned her one day, she wouldn't be at a loss. After all, because she had acquired both the saint-grade technique and the demon burying spell, and either of them, if brought out, could change the world of the Ziyang world. The events that had unfolded in Black Moon City swiftly spread throughout Ziyang world, as there were simply too many eyewitnesses to Lu Chen's effortless leap in killing the demon envoy, making it an impossible secret to keep. Furthermore, with numerous powers having heard of Lu Chen possessing the demon exercising sword technique, they had sent quite a few spies to Black Moon City to gather information. These spies also witnessed the occurrence and even before the next day dawned, they relayed the news back to their respective factions. Great Chu Dynasty. In the Hall of Political Affairs. The Chu Emperor sat on the dragon throne, his complexion pale, void of any trace of color in his visage. At that moment, the ministers in the Great Hall did not dare utter a word. They had always thought the Chu Emperor was a useless ruler unable to even maintain the territorial integrity of the Great Chu Dynasty. However, once the incident in Black Moon City came to light, the ministers realized they had underestimated the Chu Emperor. At his side, the state preceptor was in fact a myriad law realm demon envoy, and not even the master of Blood Rainbow Pavilion could stand against him. Had it not been for the more formidable figure of Lu Chen, it is likely that the Chu Emperor would have been able to cleanse those who opposed him within a short time. Unfortunately, such an unforeseen event had occurred, which to the ministers of the Great Chu Dynasty was a blessing, but they did not cheer or leap for joy, realizing that the Chu Emperor had been concealing his true abilities. A demon envoy had always been by the Chu Emperor's side, so what kind of person could the Chu Emperor be? Could the Chu Emperor have also become a demon cultivator, or even a demon envoy? Without external forces seeking to conquer the Chu emperor, those ministers of the great Chu dynasty and the powers that be that were fragmented and separatist suddenly became submissive. The Chu emperor scanned the ministers in the hall and then, grinding his teeth, said, "Deputy City Lord Lu eliminated a demon for the great Chu, preventing a calamity for the people. What do you think I should reward him with?" The Chu emperor's tone was clearly filled with resentment. Although he had always wanted to break free from the control of that old demon Xiao Chunghua, he had not expected Xiao Chunghua to be eliminated so swiftly, especially not the revelation that he was the state preceptor of the great Chu dynasty. Now, likely all the major powers of Ziyang world knew that Xiao Chunghua, the state preceptor of the great Chu dynasty, was a demon envoy. Perhaps soon, there would be powers attacking the great Chu dynasty under the guise of exterminating demon cultivators. At this moment, the Chu emperor wished he could personally destroy Lu Chen, but he was well aware of his own limitations. Not even Xiao Chunghua could match Lu Chen, and most likely, he himself would only face death if confronting Lu Chen. He now strongly suspected that Lu Chen had come from the Zishao dynasty, which, although was in the midst of internal strife, had always been particularly concerned about the state of the sealing grounds. Perhaps it was the disturbances there that captured the attention of the Zishao dynasty, prompting them to specifically send Lu Chen. After the Chu emperor finished speaking, the ministers above the hall still did not speak out. The great hall was extremely oppressive, so silent that even the sound of breathing could be heard as beads of sweat rolled from foreheads to necks. Only after what seemed an eternity did a minister finally stand up, his voice trembling as he spoke. This old minister believes that Deputy City Lord Lu, with such formidable strength and having accomplished such a great feat, has eradicated a significant threat for the great Chu dynasty and made a major contribution to the entire Ziyang world, and thus, should be rightfully bestowed with kingship. Upon hearing the words, bestowed with kingship, all ministers' eyes were riveted on this one. They couldn't help but think, this old fellow is truly bold. Bestowed with kingship. Did they not see that the Chu emperor was furious, clearly wishing nothing more than to end Lu Chen, and yet he dared suggest that Lu Chen be bestowed with kingship? Just when nearly all the ministers thought the one who had proposed kingship would be in trouble, the Chu emperor interrupted, "Minister Zheng speaks wisely. Deputy City Lord Lu has indeed accomplished a great feat and is truly qualified to be bestowed with kingship." With these words, the Chu emperor directed the eunuch below the dragon platform, "Draft the decree, Lu Chen is mighty." Seeing the Chu emperor actually bestowing kingship to Lu Chen, the ministers were dumbstruck. But they quickly realized that the Chu emperor did not truly intend to reward Lu Chen, but rather, he had no choice but to reward him, as a show for other dynasties and powers. Now that the state preceptor of the great Chu dynasty was revealed to be a demon envoy, the people of the world would definitely suspect whether the Chu emperor had any connection to the demon cultivators. Since Lu Chen had emerged as the hero who had eliminated the demon envoy, the great Chu dynasty was obliged to reward him. Otherwise, would it not confirm a relationship between the royal family of the great Chu dynasty and demon cultivators? The reward for Lu Chen was merely a statement to the other dynasties and powers. At the same time, in the Zishao dynasty, Hall of Political Affairs. Dressed in a bright red phoenix robe with a phoenix crown atop her head, Nangong Yuehua sat upon the massive phoenix chair, sweeping her gaze over the silent ministers in the hall. After a moment, Nangong Yuehua began to speak. "I believe all my loyal subjects have heard of the events that transpired in Black Moon City. As for what happened in Black Moon City, what do my subjects believe the Zishao dynasty should do?" As soon as her words fell, a minister stood up and said, "Now that the state preceptor of the great Chu dynasty is a demon envoy, it's very likely that the royal family of the great Chu dynasty has intricate connections with demon cultivators. This subject believes that we should immediately deploy troops to attack the great Chu dynasty, eradicate those demon cultivators, and prevent them from bringing greater chaos to this world. I also agree with General Qin's words. Before the demon cultivators bring greater trouble to this world, we should deploy troops sooner rather than later. Besides, the great Chu dynasty borders the demon sealing lands. If we do nothing, and the great Chu dynasty colludes with the heavenly demon, it will only be a matter of time before they release the heavenly demon. By then, it will be too late to deploy troops to annihilate the demon cultivators." Many other ministers then stood out, one after another, expressing their support for deploying troops to attack the Great Chu dynasty. However, Nangong Yuehua did not immediately say anything. Her red eyes surveyed the ministers in the hall, as if pondering something. When she received the message from Black Moon City, she was as shocked as most people at first. She was aware of Lu Chen's ability to suppress demonic qi, but she had never anticipated that Lu Chen could, relying on his own individual strength, slay a myriad Law Realm demon envoy endowed with heavenly demon power. She remembered her last visit to Black Moon City, seeing Lu Chen at the mere beginning stage of Genesis Realm. How could he have broken through to the Yin-Yang Realm in such a short period? Moreover, a cultivator of the Yin-Yang Realm was able to kill a myriad Law Realm demon envoy. Such a feat of slaying enemies far above one's level was too excessive. Was this person really just because his physique was rather unique? According to witnesses, not even the master of Blood Rainbow Pavilion, Xiao Chunghua, could defeat Lu Chen, let alone her sister. Yet Lu Chen managed to crush Xiao Chunghua with ease. Had Lu Chen's suppression of demonic qi truly reached such a horrifying level? And if Lu Chen were to confront the heavenly demon, would the effect be just as clear? At this moment, the hall remained abuzz with discussions about deploying troops to the Great Chu dynasty. After Nangong Yuehua came back to her senses, she spoke, "This Lu Chen has eradicated a myriad Law Realm demon envoy. Although he is not from our Zishao dynasty, he did indirectly contribute to our cause. What do my ministers think should be the appropriate reward for him?" Hearing Nangong Yuehua's words, the ministers looked at one another, unsure. The discussion of deploying troops hadn't resulted in a decision, yet the empress had suddenly proposed rewarding a loose cultivator not of the Zishao dynasty. What was there to reward? Although this loose cultivator did indeed contribute to the Ziyang world, it was also for his own benefit, and besides, Black Moon City wasn't under the jurisdiction of the Zishao dynasty. At that moment, a minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this subject has heard that Lu Chen possesses the demon exorcising sword technique. He managed to slay a myriad Law Realm demon envoy with his Yin-Yang Realm cultivation, presumably relying on this sword technique. Now that the seal of the demon sealing lands has begun to loosen, the heavenly demon could break through at any moment. Lu Chen's demon exorcising sword technique is vital to us. To reseal the heavenly demon, we must possess this sword technique. This subject believes someone should be sent to invite Lu Chen to the Zishao dynasty and compel him to relinquish the sword technique." Nangong Yuehua cast a cold glance over the minister who suggested taking the demon exorcising sword technique from Lu Chen, then spoke in a frosty tone, "I am asking for a discussion on how to reward him, yet you wish me to forcibly bring him to the Zishao dynasty and coerce him into surrendering the demon exorcising sword technique. You wish for me to pressure a hero who has just slain a demon envoy. What will the people of the world think of me? You seek to trap me in dishonor." With the falling of her words, Nangong Yuehua's aura of authority was released in an instant, causing the minister to fall to his knees. "Your Majesty, I beg for mercy. Your Majesty, please spare my life. This subject's intentions were solely for the Zishao dynasty and nothing else." Nangong Yuehua snorted coldly and was about to say more when suddenly, a maid, enduring Nangong Yuehua's oppressive aura, approached the Phoenix platform and whispered something into her ear. Nangong Yuehua then retracted her oppressive presence and spoke, "I have other matters to attend to today. You all write a memorial regarding the reward and submit it to me later. The Zishao dynasty has always been the leading force among all cultivators against the heavenly demon. Do not let the people of the world lose heart." After these words, Nangong Yuehua stood up, her steps measured as she left the Hall of Political Affairs, her red phoenix robe trailing behind her. It was only after Nangong Yuehua departed that the ministers in the hall let out a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, they remained greatly dissatisfied with Nangong Yuehua. Reward? What is there to reward? It's just a loose cultivator. Indeed, he's nothing but a man of good fortune, in possession of a demon exorcising sword technique. If our soldiers of the Zishao dynasty also had the demon exorcising sword technique, perhaps they too could slay a myriad Law Realm demon envoy. Such misplaced compassion. The Zishao dynasty is already the premier dynasty, why should we care what the world thinks? I said from the beginning that a woman in power wasn't fitting. These ministers completely disregarded Nangong Yuehua, openly discussing her in the hall. Meanwhile, Nangong Yuehua had made her way to the royal garden. In a pavilion within the garden, an old man sat, gently sipping his tea. Upon seeing the elderly man, Nangong Yuehua instantly moved into the pavilion and then directly said, "Gongye Hall Master, what brings you to the Zishao dynasty?" The elderly man in the pavilion was indeed Gongye Liangpeng, the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion, also known as Tianji Tower. Their main practice was to divine the secrets of the heavenly Tao. In terms of overall strength, Tianji Pavilion was undeniably the greatest force in this world. Of course, Tianji Pavilion seldom involved itself in mundane affairs and was considered a relatively neutral power. Only in times of great catastrophe in the Ziyang world would the Tianji Pavilion fully intervene. As the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion, Gongye Liangpeng's personal visit to meet the emperor of the foremost secular dynasty surely meant there was important matter to discuss. Gongye Liangpeng set down his teacup, then looked up at Nangong Yuehua and said, "Your Majesty, are you aware that a calamitous disaster is about to befall the Ziyang world?" Hearing this, Nangong Yuehua's brows furrowed slightly. A calamitous disaster. Could it be that the heavenly demon in the sealed demon grounds was about to break its seal? Nangong Yuehua had considerable trust in the Tianji Pavilion's ability to divine the heavenly Tao. Gongye Liangpeng, as the pavilion master, would not come in person to deceive her without reason. Since he had mentioned a calamitous disaster, it virtually confirmed that something dire was indeed about to happen in the Ziyang world. Regaining her composure, Nangong Yuehua directly asked, "Could it be that the heavenly demon is about to break its seal?" Gongye Liangpeng gave a faint smile and then answered, "According to my calculations, the enemy of the Ziyang world might even be more powerful than the heavenly demon in the sealed demon grounds." Nangong Yuehua's brows furrowed again. She had thought it was the heavenly demon breaking its seal which would bring disaster to their world. It's not the heavenly demon. And even more powerful than the heavenly demon. How could that be? Could it be? Nangong Yuehua immediately thought of something. The myriad laws realm cultivators, who were capable of opening channels to other worlds, knew very well about the existence of worlds beyond the Ziyang world. Furthermore, Nangong Yuehua had already sensed a collision between the Ziyang world and another world, though the collision site was located at the sealed demon grounds, so the cultivators of the Ziyang world's myriad laws realm had continuously ignored it. Even though they were myriad laws realm cultivators, they couldn't possibly venture into the sealed demon grounds to investigate. Even though the heavenly demon was sealed, it still possessed various means to influence cultivators. Should they recklessly enter the sealed demon grounds, they might be influenced by the heavenly demon. If they were lucky, at worst their cultivation could become susceptible to demonic influences. But if they were unlucky, they might end up controlled by the heavenly demon and become its puppets. Nangong Yuehua then asked, was the world that collided with the Ziyang world a high-level cultivation realm? Only a high-level cultivation world could potentially harbor entities stronger than the heavenly demon. Gongye Liangpeng said, "My calculations show that the powerful entity is not from the neighboring world, but from a much further place." Nangong Yuehua was slightly taken aback. Not from the neighboring world. From a more distant place. Although she wasn't clear about the Ziyang world's positioning in the universe, she knew that it was just a minor low-level cultivation realm compared to the entire universe. There had been people from their world who had left, and outsiders who had entered their world, bringing information about other worlds. It was said that even the emperor who founded the Zishao dynasty was from another world, so even though Nangong Yuehua had never left the Ziyang world, she knew that to those powerful entities, their world held little value. A cultivation world with little value, why would it attract such a formidable entity? Nangong Yuehua fell into silence, then Gongye Liangpeng continued, "Your Majesty must have heard about the Yin-Yang realm cultivator easily killing a myriad law realm demon envoy in Black Moon City." Nangong Yuehua asked, "Yes, Hall Master Gongye, are you suggesting that Lu Chen is connected to that powerful entity?" Gongye Liangpeng explained, "The Tianji Pavilion has been aware of Lu Chen for quite some time and knew of his ability to suppress demonic qi. Therefore, we sent people to monitor him in Black Moon City right away, and I have personally calculated his origins. However, Gongye Liangpeng paused for a moment, then continued, every time I try to divine his origins, I am counteracted by the heavenly Tao, and everything about him is impossible to predict, as if something is protecting him. Moreover, he can restrain the demonic qi. Since he can do that, the person behind him probably has a means to restrain the demonic qi as well. Therefore, I deduce that he is not likely a person from the Ziyang world but someone from another world. Perhaps he was sent by some powerful figure to spy on the Ziyang world. After hearing Gongye Liangpeng's words, Nangong Yuehua frowned again, her face filled with worry. She had been curious initially about why someone could restrain the demonic qi. Especially after she had personally met Lu Chen, she felt that Lu Chen was incredibly mysterious. Firstly, he had no heartbeat, and his body seemed fine, but most importantly, when Lu Chen met her, there was no fear in him whatsoever. It was strange that, when she met Lu Chen, with only the cultivation state of the Genesis realm, he was not afraid of her at all. Even if Lu Chen was backed by Tianji Pavilion, disciples from the Genesis realm of Tianji Pavilion should still have shown some trepidation before her as the emperor of the Zishao dynasty. Thinking about it now, it seemed likely that Lu Chen's backing was even more formidable, which is why he was not afraid of her at all and did not take her seriously. At this moment, the pavilion sank into immense silence. Gongye Liangpeng did not continue, and Nangong Yuehua also fell into silence. With the issue of the heavenly demon unresolved and the seal at the forbidden sealing grounds about to break, and now an invader from another world appearing, the most crucial part was that this invader might be even more powerful than the heavenly demon. It was already extremely difficult for the Ziyang world to cope with the heavenly demon, and now another existence more powerful than the heavenly demon had come. It seemed that even if all forces united, they might not be a match for this powerful invader. As time ticked away, Nangong Yuehua spoke after a long silence. What does Gongye Hall Master intend to do? With the strength of Gongye Hall Master, it seems not impossible to take the whole Tianji Pavilion and leave the Ziyang world. Myriad Law's realm cultivators can directly construct a world passage, leaving their world, and with some special arrays owned by Tianji Pavilion, constructing a stable transport channel to leave this world would be relatively easy. Also, Nangong Yuehua had always felt that Tianji Pavilion was out of place in the Ziyang world. They did not seem like a power from this world. She had long suspected that Tianji Pavilion might have also come from another high-level cultivation realm. A presence like Tianji Pavilion could flee anytime, so there was no need for them to care about the lives and deaths of other forces in the Ziyang world. Hearing Nangong Yuehua's words, Gongye Liangpeng gave a faint smile, then said, Your Majesty worries too much. Our Tianji Pavilion has no intention of abandoning the Ziyang world. In this crisis, our Tianji Pavilion will face it together with the other powers of the Ziyang world. Nangong Yuehua said, Back then, to seal the heavenly demon, all the Washan realm cultivators of the Ziyang world perished, and now the heavenly demon is about to break the seal, and there has also appeared an existence even more powerful than the heavenly demon, while Ziyang world has yet no one who has broken through to the Washan realm, making this crisis difficult to overcome. Gongye Liangpeng said, Indeed, it is not easy, but if the heavenly demon and that powerful figure were to clash directly, we are not entirely hopeless about sealing them both. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuehua was momentarily stunned. That was indeed the case. Although the powerful figure divined by Tianji Pavilion was more formidable than the heavenly demon was still the heavenly demon, inherently restraining cultivators. If the two of them clashed directly, it was very likely they would both suffer severe injuries, at which point the other powers of the Ziyang world could take advantage of their weakened states to seal them both. Killing an existence more powerful than the heavenly demon was indeed not easy, but if it were only about sealing, then they might be able to do so, giving them a chance to overcome this crisis. However, Nangong Yuehua said, if we are to cause the heavenly demon and that powerful figure to clash, we would have to release the heavenly demon, but what if the heavenly demon not only does not oppose that powerful figure but instead turns around to attack the Ziyang world, wouldn't we then face two formidable enemies? Gongye Liangpeng said, that Lu Chen can restrain the heavenly demon power. If the person behind Lu Chen also has such power, do you think the heavenly demon would still stand on their side? Nangong Yuehua thought for a moment and saw some reason in that. Inherently arrogant, the heavenly demons wouldn't likely ally with those who restrain their powers. They fear threats and would certainly try to eliminate anyone who poses a threat to them. Gongye Liangpeng continued, I have already had people monitor Lu Chen closely. It won't be many years before that powerful figure behind Lu Chen will appear. When the time comes, I hope your majesty can support Tianji Pavilion to actively break the seal at the forbidden sealing grounds and release the heavenly demon. Nangong Yuehua did not immediately respond to Gongye Liangpeng's words. She was deep in thought. If there really existed an enemy stronger than the heavenly demon, perhaps this was the only way left. Using the heavenly demon to deal with the invaders was such a crazy idea. They had always feared the heavenly demon breaking the seal. Now they actually planned to actively release the heavenly demon themselves. If the heavenly demon were to turn coat, it would definitely spell a more significant disaster for this world. Nangong Yuehua confirmed, is everything Gongye Hall Master said today true? Gongye Liangpeng knew Nangong Yuehua would not easily believe this, so he said, I know your majesty won't easily believe this, however, based on my calculations, within 5 years, that powerful figure will appear in the Ziyang world, and when that powerful figure arrives, your majesty will understand whether what I have said is true. By then, it will not be too late for your majesty to decide whether or not to cooperate with Tianji Pavilion in lifting the heavenly demon's seal. Gongye Liangpeng left, and Nangong Yuehua remained seated on the stone bench in the pavilion, deep in thought. If everything was truly as Gongye Liangpeng said, should they really take the initiative to break the seal on the heavenly demon? That was far too risky. Why would a powerful being invade the Ziyang world, this lesser cultivation realm? After much consideration, Nangong Yuehua eventually decided to first send some people to monitor Lu Chen in Black Moon City, to see if he had any unusual actions. Gongye Liangpeng also mentioned that once the powerful being arrived in Ziyang world, it wouldn't be too late for them to break the heavenly demon's seal together. So they would wait until the strong one came to Ziyang world. With this in mind, Nangong Yuehua began to draft the imperial edict. A few days later, in Black Moon City, Lu Chen was patrolling on top of the city wall when suddenly, a soldier ran up to him and said, Deputy City Lord, there is an imperial edict. Lu Chen replied briskly to the soldier, lead the way. Soon after following the soldier, Lu Chen arrived at the city lord's mansion, where the eunuch responsible for delivering the edict was already waiting respectfully for his arrival. This time, the eunuch delivering the edict did not simply toss down the decree and run off like the last one did. After all, Lu Chen was someone capable of killing a myriad law realm demon envoy, a person whom the eunuchs delivering edicts would not dare to offend. Once he approached the eunuch, Lu Chen directly asked, I hear His Majesty has a decree. The eunuch hastily replied with a smile, indeed, Deputy City Lord Lu. Saying this, the eunuch took a careful look at Lu Chen and noticed that he was still standing upright, apparently with no intention of kneeling to receive the decree. The eunuch instantly remembered Lu Chen's strength and didn't fuss over whether Lu Chen was standing or kneeling. He simply unfolded the imperial edict and began to read it aloud. By the mandate of heaven, so the emperor decrees, Lu Chen possesses great strength. Be conferred the title of Northern Town King. After reading the decree, the eunuch presented the scroll with both hands to Lu Chen, Northern Town King, congratulations. Lu Chen accepted the imperial edict with a smile, not expecting to be conferred a kingship in this world so quickly. Indeed, this promotion was exceptionally swift. At that moment, the eunuch said, Northern Town King, if there are no other matters, this humble servant will take his leave. Lu Chen responded, very well, eunuch, go safely. As Lu Chen's words ended, the elderly eunuch immediately returned with the other decree-bearing eunuchs to the flying boat and swiftly departed from Black Moon City. After the imperial edict bearer had left, Ji Chuyu approached Lu Chen. Lu Chen, your status now exceeds even my own. Lu Chen turned to look into Ji Chuyu's eyes and smiled faintly, such a kingship is of little consequence to me. He was already an emperor, the ruler of the Tianqian world, and had no care for such a title of kingship. Seeing that Lu Chen was indifferent to the royal title granted by the great Chu dynasty, Ji Chuyu thought to herself that it was just as she expected. Lu Chen didn't even regard the Zishao dynasty's emperor highly, so naturally, he wouldn't value this kingship either. Then suddenly, Lu Chen said, Chuyu, I am about to make a breakthrough. I'm heading back now. As the words fell, the puppet Lu Chen headed straight back to his room. Ji Chuyu understood that when Lu Chen mentioned breaking through, he was referring to his true body. When his main body was breaking through, the control over his puppet weakened, which was why Lu Chen had his puppet return to his room in advance. However, watching the departing silhouette of the puppet Lu Chen, Ji Chuyu felt curious. Were Lu Chen's breakthroughs happening so frequently? She remembered that Lu Chen seemed to have made a breakthrough just yesterday. How could he be on the brink of another breakthrough already? Could his true body's cultivation level really be advancing this rapidly? Upon further thought, Ji Chuyu realized that someone capable of offering a saint-grade cultivation technique must have cultivation resources beyond what she could imagine. Frequent breakthroughs might not be impossible for him after all. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen directed his puppet back to his room, his focus returned to his true body. At that time, a maid reported from outside Yun Shenxian's bedroom, Your Majesty, the immortal boats from mysterious Moon Palace have started arriving in the Tianqian world in succession. Lu Chen asked, Are those immortal boats making any moves? The maid replied, No, the immortal boats are only stationed opposite the immortal boats at Black Dragon Holy Land, making no movements. Lu Chen thought to himself that Yun Qingshu probably wouldn't continue troubling him and wondered why she hadn't left yet. At that moment, Lu Chen raised his arms, pressing down on Yun Shenxian's buttocks to prevent her from continuing to wriggle. Yun Shenxian slowly lifted her upper body, gazing down at Lu Chen with a teasing glint in her eyes that seemed to be filled with confusion. Lu Chen then said, Honored Master, why do I get the feeling that Ancestral Master still hasn't given up and is thinking about snatching you back? Yun Shenxian spoke in a weak and breathless voice, Snatch me back. My immortal spirit body has been broken by you, and you've played with me in every way. What use would it be for her to snatch me back now? Whether she was regarded as a daughter or as an avatar, she seemed to be of little value to Yun Qingshu. If considered as a daughter, Yun Shenxian already had someone in her heart, and even if she were to be snatched back, her heart would not be at the mysterious Moon Palace. If considered as an avatar, then she was even less valuable. On one hand, her immortal spirit body had been broken, and on the other, she had lost her chastity. If they were to merge into one body, wouldn't that mean Yun Qingshu had also lost her virtue? It seemed unlikely that Yun Qingshu would do such a thing. Lu Chen said, If she had no plan to snatch you back, then why hasn't she left the Tianqian world yet? Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Yun Shenxian said in a sarcastic tone, Doesn't that just fit perfectly with what you're thinking in your heart? Lu Chen watched Yun Shenxian's cold yet stunning face and chuckled, Shaner is getting jealous again. Yun Shenxian replied coldly, What are you thinking, as if I don't know? It just so happens to be a pity, she possesses the cultivation of the divinity transformation realm, and you're probably not going to get your way. Lu Chen said, That's not necessarily true. As soon as Lu Chen had spoken, he realized he had said something wrong. Just as he was about to present a shrewd defense, he noticed a chill emanating from Yun Shenxian's body. I knew this is what you were thinking. I look so similar to her, do you really have to add another woman like me? Lu Chen replied with a smile, Didn't you say that you are you, and she is she? Yun Shenxian said in a cold voice, You're such a scoundrel. Just as Lu Chen was about to soothe Yun Shenxian, she started to move again and then commanded, Release your hands. Lu Chen smiled faintly, said no more, and simply let go of his grasp on Yun Shenxian's buttocks, allowing her to do as she pleased. Yun Shenxian bent over once again, covering Lu Chen's mouth, while simultaneously circulating the mysterious female technique and kissing him. At this point, the master-disciple relationship between the two had been utterly torn asunder, and Yun Shenxian became one of those she had referred to as shameless men and women in the past. Yun Shenxian used to despise the way Lu Chen's women indulged him, feeling that they only knew how to engage in certain activities with him, no different from beasts. Now, Yun Shenxian had become the most proactive of all. For the following few months, she hardly let go of Lu Chen. Both of their cultivations had reached the All-Law realm, They could go without food or drink for decades without issue, and secluded cultivation for over 100 years was the norm. The two of them being together for months wouldn't cause any discomfort, as after all, this too was a form of cultivation. However, this had angered Yun Qingshu. Originally, she had wanted to find an opportunity to lean over Yun Shenxian's body and probe Lu Chen's affairs. But to get revenge on her, Yun Shenxian decided to collude with Lu Chen and engage in an act of debauchery. Though she constantly restrained herself, trying not to let this avatar affect her, she couldn't help but feel some strange sensations from time to time, clearly aware of what these feelings entailed. Her own avatar had gone mad, and in order to take revenge on her, she was willing to become Lu Chen's vessel, becoming his plaything. Yun Qingshu was no longer willing to drag things out and prepared to have a proper discussion with Lu Chen. Since Lu Chen was also a person from the ancient era, there was no need for them to be enemies. Although he had deflowered her avatar, that avatar was originally intended to be nurtured as a daughter, not exactly her true self. She would consider that she had married her daughter off to Lu Chen. As survivors of the ancient era, they should consider how to survive the cosmic calamity again. She had awakened too late, more than half the current era had already passed, and the calamity would soon come again. They must find a way to overcome it. Since Lu Chen had also experienced the calamity, he must have extensive experience, and the two of them could exchange their respective knowledge. At this moment, Yun Shenxian straddled atop Lu Chen, looking down haughtily at him, still not allowing him to rise. After experiencing the feeling of controlling Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian had become enamored with it. She felt that this man was completely conquered by her, but of course, that was just her illusion. Just then, Yun Shenxian's mind suddenly went blank, and her originally purple pupils instantly turned red. Lu Chen was about to raise his hand to touch Yun Shenxian's body when he immediately noticed her eyes had turned red and understood what was happening. Lu Chen's hand paused mid-air, and as it moved toward Yun Shenxian's body, Yun Qingshu said coldly, "You're forcing I to destroy this avatar." Lu Chen quickly said, "Ancestral Master, this isn't my fault. Shonner herself insists on doing this. Look, she's pinning me down, not letting me get up. There's nothing I can do." Yun Qingshu looked at Lu Chen expressionlessly and said, "With your strength, you could easily push her away." Lu Chen responded, "Shonner is my wife. If she wants to enjoy this, as her husband, how could I refuse her? If I were to refuse her, wouldn't I be hurting her heart?" Yun Qingshu commanded in an authoritative tone, "I don't care what you two are thinking, but it must end by tomorrow." Upon hearing Yun Qingshu's words, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly, not taking them seriously, and asked directly, "I wonder why Honored Master has come today. Surely, Honored Master isn't here to spy on Shonner and my marital affairs." Yun Qingshu said coldly, "I can give up this incarnation of hers and let her be with you." Lu Chen asked with a smile, "So, what's the condition?" Lu Chen didn't believe Yun Qingshu would be so straightforward to give her incarnation, Yun Shenxian, to him willingly. There must be some condition. Yun Qingshu said, "Since you are a survivor from the ancient era, you should be very familiar with what happened during that era. I am curious how you managed to survive the great disaster." Lu Chen replied, "But now my strength is sealed, and my memory has also been lost. I only remember that I am a survivor from the ancient era, and I don't know what kind of disaster occurred." Yun Qingshu was silent for a moment, glanced at Lu Chen, then said, "I will provide you with some things you need, and once your memory is restored, you shall tell me everything you know. This era's disaster is approaching soon, and since you have already survived one, I believe you still have some skills. Cooperation would be the best choice for us." Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless inside, having just left the newbie village, and now another disaster was already approaching. Then Lu Chen asked the system in his mind, "System, what disaster is Yun Qingshu talking about?" The system answered, "Host does not have the permissions to know." Hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen chuckled, then came back to his senses and looked into Yun Qingshu's red pupils, saying, "All right, I agree, Honored Master. Once my memory is restored, I will immediately find you and tell you everything I know." Seeing Lu Chen agree, Yun Qingshu reminded him again, "Although I have already given Shonner to you, I must remind you that no matter what dual cultivation technique you practice, it will never be as important as cultivating on your own. Those who are obsessed with women can never break through to become a great emperor. If you are not even a great emperor when the great disaster strikes, then there's even less talk of surviving it. At that time, you will only become food for those monsters. With those words, Yun Qingshu's divine sense directly left Yun Shenxian's body, and Yun Shenxian's consciousness again took control of her own body. When Yun Shenxian came to her senses, she immediately understood that Yun Qingshu had once again controlled her body. Her purple pupils stared intensely at Lu Chen beneath her and she coldly asked, "That woman came again?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen burst into laughter. Yun Shenxian was now referring to Yun Qingshu as that woman. Her resentment towards Yun Qingshu was perhaps too deep. Lu Chen then said, "Yes, she came." Yun Shenxian continued, "What did she come for this time? Could it be that she also wanted to experience this feeling?" Lu Chen replied, "That's not it. Honored master came to me with a serious matter." Yun Shenxian coldly said, "What serious matter could she have with you?" At this, Yun Shenxian's gaze swept across Lu Chen's face, and then she continued, "After that woman possessed my body, you must have been very excited." Seeing Yun Shenxian's jealousy soar, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Shoner, I did nothing just now. Honored master came mainly to make a deal with me." Yun Shenxian asked curiously, "A deal? What deal?" Just as Lu Chen was about to answer, he suddenly remembered that Yun Shenxian didn't know about the ancient era. Though Yun Shenxian was an incarnation of Yun Qingshu had still kept many things hidden from her. Seeing Lu Chen hesitate and not immediately tell her what the deal was, Yun Shenxian's face immediately showed a suspicious expression. All this talk about deals, she figured that woman couldn't take it any longer and personally came to experience the joy of intimate relations with Lu Chen. Just as Yun Shenxian was thinking along these lines, Lu Chen said, "I shouldn't be able to tell you the specifics of that deal yet, but honored master said, from now on, you are my woman, and she won't take you back." Hearing this, Yun Shenxian was once again taken aback. Yun Qingshu was willing to give herself to Lu Chen. Being an incarnation of Yun Qingshu, she felt Yun Qingshu probably wouldn't take her back, but she hadn't expected Yun Qingshu to give herself up to Lu Chen so readily. Now Yun Shenxian was even more interested in the content of the deal between Lu Chen and Yun Qingshu. What kind of deal could make Yun Qingshu willing to forsake her own incarnation? But since Lu Chen hadn't spoken directly, Yun Shenxian didn't bother to ask further. One day she would know what their deal was about. There was no hurry at this moment. Now that Yun Qingshu had decided not to take back her incarnation, she could wholeheartedly and boldly be with Lu Chen from now on. At that moment, Yun Shenxian slowly rose from atop Lu Chen, the first time in months she had separated from Lu Chen. She felt she had achieved her purpose, and continuing this way, she might also fall. Thus, this practice had to end. However, just as Yun Shenxian was about to stand up, Lu Chen reached out his arm and embraced her body, as white as snow. Yun Shenxian glared at Lu Chen and then said, "It has been months, isn't it enough?" Lu Chen replied, "I don't have anything else to do next, let's embrace a little longer." Saying this, Lu Chen gently pulled Yun Shenxian's body down, letting her lean against his chest. Yun Shenxian did not resist and directly leaned forward, resting on Lu Chen's chest, her arms encircling Lu Chen's robust waist like a little woman. Yun Shenxian had never thought that she would become like this one day. The thought of the things this rebellious disciple had done to her made her feelings both love and hate. If it wasn't for Lu Chen's dominance initially, she wouldn't have all that she possessed now, and she might have been reclaimed by Yun Qingshu. Even her personality could have been merged by Yun Qingshu, ceasing to exist. In her view, it was Lu Chen who had taken over her body, which led Yun Qingshu to lose much interest in this avatar of hers, thus allowing her to continue to exist independently. At this time, Lu Chen said, "Honored master, I actually have something I want to confess to you." Yun Shenxian, lying on Lu Chen's chest lazily, asked, "What is it?" Lu Chen said, "I initially used some methods on you, which is why it was easy for you to become my woman." Hearing his words, Yun Shenxian let out a cold laugh. "You think I don't know?" I discovered those little tricks of yours long ago. Although she hadn't noticed Lu Chen's little tricks initially, ever since she became his woman, with the increased contact with Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian understood how he had captured the hearts of his women. But even knowing that, she felt indifferent now, as she couldn't part from Lu Chen anymore. Lu Chen asked, "Honored master, do you know what method I used?" Yun Shenxian said lightly, "Initially I indeed didn't notice. I thought my liking for you was naturally occurring, considering your mysterious identity intrigued me, and I wanted to understand what kind of person you were. But the day you took over my body, I understood you must have done something to me, whether it was a love worm or some kind of love potion, so even after becoming your woman, I was still thinking about how I fell for it. Soon I found out that your women seemed to all drink dragon and phoenix tea, and I even asked the maids at Yancheng Imperial Palace, they said that the dragon phoenix tree was planted by you personally. Knowing this, I didn't continue to ask around, because I had already figured out what was going on." Yun Shenxian didn't know if her feelings for Lu Chen were real or influenced by the dragon and phoenix tea, but she did know one thing, she was happy in her interactions with Lu Chen. Because she was happy, she didn't want to dwell on whether her feelings for Lu Chen were real or influenced by the dragon and phoenix tea. After all, he was a rebellious disciple, using some tricks on her wasn't unexpected, she had come to accept Lu Chen's illusory methods and didn't care at all to investigate further. Upon hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Did Yun Shenxian actually know the secret of the dragon phoenix tree? Seeing that Lu Chen fell silent, Yun Shenxian climbed up again, her hands bracing on Lu Chen's robust waist, gazing into his eyes and said, "Did you really think your women are fools who know nothing?" Lu Chen was startled again. The secret of Dragon Phoenix Tree was supposed to be known only by Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan, he had never told anyone else. Seeing Lu Chen's astounded expression, Yun Shenxian coldly said, "It seems you indeed thought of them as fools. Maybe others didn't know initially, but being with you for a long time, they would eventually realize your secret, your wives and concubines just felt it unnecessary to expose you." Lu Chen came back to his senses, feeling rather morose. It seemed he genuinely believed his women were unaware of this matter. Lu Chen, smiling, asked, "Since the honored master knows about the trick I used, why do you still plan to continue staying by my side?" Upon hearing this question, an icy chill emanated from Yun Shenxian's body, her purple pupils also seemed to emit a strange glow. Yun Shenxian, with an expression cold as frost, asked, "You violated my purity, shouldn't you take responsibility? I only considered you as a furnace cauldron to increase my cultivation state." Seeing Yun Shenxian's outwardly reluctant attitude, Lu Chen smiled and said, "All right, I understand now. My other wives and concubines also consider me their furnace cauldron." Yun Shenxian said, "Of course, otherwise, what do you think?" Before Yun Shenxian could finish speaking, Lu Chen suddenly rolled over, pinning her beneath him, his eyes fiercely fixed on her. Yun Shenxian, slightly stunned, stammered, What are you doing?" Lu Chen fiercely said, "So you consider me a furnace cauldron, do you? I want to see, in the end, who is whose furnace cauldron." Lu Chen had been thinking that since Yun Shenxian had initiated contact a few months ago, all he needed to do was to hold her and whisper sweet nothings to let her off the hook, but she actually called herself his furnace cauldron. He couldn't tolerate that, and in the following time, Lu Chen let Yun Shenxian realize who was whose furnace cauldron. Ultimately, Yun Shenxian was the one to give in, submitting to the tyrant Lu Chen, pleading for mercy and willing to admit that she was his furnace cauldron. This also made Lu Chen understand one thing: if you don't want others to know what you are doing, don't do it yourself. Moreover, his wives and concubines were smarter than he had thought. Perhaps only Zhou Yuyu and Xiao Wenyao were a bit dumber and unaware of this matter, but the rest had probably discovered the secret of the dragon phoenix tree long ago. They had kept it hidden in their hearts, pretending to know nothing. Lu Chen decided to find a time to return to Yancheng Imperial Palace and try to pry some words from his wives and concubines, to see if they really knew everything. Months flashed by in the blink of an eye. Ziyang World, Black Moon City. Now Black Moon City had become much more prosperous, with more and more loose cultivators willing to do business there. Lu Chen's deeds had spread far and wide, People knew that Black Moon City housed someone who could suppress demonic chi and effortlessly slay myriad Law's Realm demon envoys. Although Black Moon City was next to the demon ceiling Forbidden Zone, most cultivators still considered Black Moon City safer until the heavenly demon broke the seal. Now that even myriad Law's Realm demon envoys had appeared, there was no telling how many demon cultivators within the Great Chu dynasty or the entire Ziyang world were getting ready to make their move. Who could be sure there was only one myriad Law's Realm demon cultivator? What if other myriad Law's Realm demon cultivators were out there? At this moment, in the City Lord's mansion. The current City Lord's mansion was filled with chirping birds and fragrant flowers, grand and majestic. The entire City Lord's mansion underwent renovations during this period, occupying a larger area and becoming even more magnificent. Now, the City Lord's mansion was not just the City Lord's mansion, it was also the Northern Town King's mansion. Lu Chen's status and position had surpassed Ji Chuyu's, he was the one calling the shots in Black Moon City. Of course, Lu Chen didn't like to manage things. His territories were still being managed by Ji Chuyu, and his puppet spent most of its time lying in the room. He would only occasionally control it to go out for inspections. His real body was dealing with Yun Shenxian, and after sorting her out, he planned to return to Yancheng to catch up with his women. He was quite busy indeed. Lu Chen would occasionally reflect that without the external system's assistance, he might indeed have become a negligent ruler. Indulging in female company every day, yet managing Tianqian world in an orderly fashion was one of the perks of absolute power. The puppet Lu Chen stood in the pavilion, watching the fish swim back and forth in the pond when Ji Chuyu's voice came from behind him. Your Highness sure is leisurely, spending your days in the mansion either sleeping or watching fish. Ji Chuyu's tone held a hint of complaint. Ever since Lu Chen became the Northern Town King, he had dumped all his territorial affairs on her. Although she had years of experience managing Black Moon City, Lu Chen's territories were much bigger. Suddenly owning so much land, her workload had increased by more than tenfold, keeping her extremely busy every day. However, Lu Chen, the Northern Town King, was a different story. Aside from the occasional inspection, he rarely left the City Lord's mansion. It was as if he was not the Northern Town King, but rather Ji Chuyu was. Lu Chen turned to look at Ji Chuyu, who was wearing a pink dress, and said with a smile, "My real body has been recently." Before Lu Chen could finish, Ji Chuyu interrupted, "Your real body is about to have another breakthrough, right?" Lu Chen chuckled, "How did you know?" Ji Chuyu curled her lip, "You've said that how many times now?" Ji Chuyu began to doubt whether Lu Chen's real body was actually continuously breaking through. Although his identity seemed quite noble, as he could present saint-grade cultivation techniques and likely wasn't just anybody, breaking through so frequently seemed overly exaggerated. Lu Chen said, "Chuyu, in marriage, we are one. Your matters are mine, and mine are yours. I appreciate your handling of the Northern Town King's affairs." Hearing Lu Chen speak of being one in marriage, Ji Chuyu's cheeks turned slightly pink, though she knew in her heart that Lu Chen had probably said this just to avoid managing the affairs himself. Yet, her heart still fluttered at his words. Ji Chuyu didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer, and she brought up another matter. What do you plan to do with the maids sent by Zishao dynasty? Zishao dynasty had recently stated that Lu Chen made a great contribution to Ziyang world, so they rewarded him with quite a few cultivation resources and even sent him several beautiful maids. Ji Chuyu had always been hostile towards those maids. Each one of them was top-notch and extremely beautiful, making her suspect that Zishao dynasty was trying to win Lu Chen over with their beauty. Although Ji Chuyu was aware that someone like Lu Chen must have many women, seeing those maids flit around Lu Chen always made her jealous. Following Ji Chuyu's remark, Lu Chen suddenly moved close to her, wrapping his arms around her delicate body, and asked in her ear, "My dear, how would you like me to deal with those maids?" Hearing the term, "my dear," Ji Chuyu's face reddened again, but then she remembered the Lu Chen embracing her was just a puppet, and her fluttering heart quickly calmed down. "Since they were given to you by your majesty, the decision is naturally yours to make." Lu Chen said, "If Chuyu doesn't like them, I'll just send them back to the Zishao dynasty." Ji Chuyu said, "I never said that." Lu Chen continued, "Those maids were sent by your majesty to watch over me." Hearing this, Ji Chuyu was taken aback, then she asked, surveillance. Why? Lu Chen said, with a being capable of slaying a myriad Law Realm demon envoy having suddenly appeared in this world, wouldn't you want to know who he is, and what formidable forces lie behind him? Ji Chuyu realized this was true, she knew that many powers had been keeping an eye on Lu Chen. Lu Chen had looked through the identity introductions of those maids, they had only one task, which was to report all his whereabouts and everything he did each day to Nangong Yuehua. Such a level of surveillance made Lu Chen feel that something was amiss. His origin was indeed quite mysterious, but there was surely no need to report every minuscule daily affair. Lu Chen began to suspect whether Nangong Yuehua had discovered something, which is why she was so guarded against him. At that moment, Ji Chuyu continued, since they are here to surveil you, it would be better to send them away, to prevent them from discovering your secrets. Lu Chen indifferently replied, no need, let them keep watching. After all, I'm not going to do anything. Sending them back now would make Nangong Yuehua suspect that I have some unspeakable secrets, which is why I'd want to send them away and prevent their surveillance. Ji Chuyu thought about it and then said, I understand. At this moment, Lu Chen was caressing Ji Chuyu's muslin dress, and he whispered in her ear, Chuyu, I feel that it will only be a few months before my true self arrives in Black Moon City. Are you prepared? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu's spiritual power became chaotic once more, and her body began to stir again. Of course, she understood what Lu Chen meant by asking if she was prepared. Ji Chuyu said softly, you, just come. Seeing Ji Chuyu's blushing face, the excitement of Lu Chen's true self surged, and Yelv Nanyan, who was beneath him, bore the brunt. The former Sky Wolf King's wife had now submitted to Lu Chen. Tianqian World, Yancheng Imperial Palace. The beautiful Yelv Nanyan looked at Lu Chen with a face full of resentment and grievance. She couldn't understand why Lu Chen had only sought her out today. Previously, when Lu Chen returned, he would always call several others, or have Xiao Wenyao come as well. After all, Xiao Wenyao's bedroom was right next to hers, which was quite convenient. But this time, Lu Chen suddenly appeared in her room without calling any of the sisters. Now that Lu Chen was a myriad Law's realm cultivator, how could she possibly be a match for him? Lu Chen stroked Yelv Nanyan's soft body and gazed into her eyes. Nanyan, have you missed me lately? Yelv Nanyan replied, this concubine has thought of your majesty every moment. Lu Chen said, oh. Is that so? Then I should relieve you of your longing. Yelv Nanyan hastily said, your majesty is busy with countless affairs. This concubine does not dare to take up too much of your time. Seeing the panic-stricken face of the beautiful woman, Lu Chen could not be bothered to tease her any further, and he said with a smile, all right, I'll stop teasing you. I'll go see the others in a bit. Yelv Nanyan slightly relaxed. Then Yelv Nanyan continued to ask, does your majesty have any business in Yancheng this time? Lu Chen had not returned for a long time, and during this period, there had been rumors that the Tianqian world was invaded by enemies from other worlds. The wives and concubines of Lu Chen were very worried about him. Lu Chen's sudden return, without summoning his wives and concubines immediately but instead coming to dominate her, suggested that Lu Chen probably didn't want too many people to know he was back, so he must have something to deal with, that's why he did not make a big deal of it. Evidently, Yelv Nanyan was overthinking things. Lu Chen had simply remembered the voluptuous body of Yelv Nanyan and hence came to her directly to start off, and then to probe her for information to see if she knew anything about the Dragon Phoenix tree. Lu Chen flipped Yelv Nanyan over, had her back facing him, and then pressed down again, whispering in her ear, actually, there's nothing important. I just came back to see all of you. Yelv Nanyan let out a murmur and asked, then why doesn't your majesty tell the other sisters? Lu Chen said, there's no need to make a big fuss every time I return. For me, traveling from Black Dragon City to Yan County is just a blink of an eye, it's not like I went to some distant place. While saying this and concurrently moving, Lu Chen asked, Nanyan, have you encountered any problems in your cultivation lately? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Yelv Nanyan struggled to control her emotions. Thanks to your majesty's blessing, everything is, all good. Lu Chen continued to ask, Are you still drinking the dragon and phoenix tea? Yelv Nanyan replied, of course I am still drinking it, Why does your majesty suddenly ask this question? Lu Chen answered, my honored master told me that there is a problem with the dragon phoenix tree. Hearing these words from Lu Chen, Yelv Nanyan was suddenly startled, and Lu Chen could clearly feel Yelv Nanyan tensing up completely. When Yelv Nanyan regained her composure, she pretended to ask, problem? What? What kind of problem? Lu Chen, with a smile, replied, I'm not sure myself, which is why I wanted to ask you if you felt unwell after drinking the dragon and phoenix tea. Yelv Nanyan hurriedly said, this lowly one hasn't felt uncomfortable. Lu Chen said, oh. Really? While speeding up his actions, Lu Chen said, this is what my honored master told me. She said that women who have drunk the dragon and phoenix tea would grow increasingly fond of me. They had already discovered the special nature of the dragon and phoenix tea long ago. They continued to drink it because they regarded me as a furnace cauldron. Upon hearing the last sentence where Lu Chen referred to himself as I, Yelv Nanyan became even more nervous, and her body turned even hotter. Yelv Nanyan rushed to say, this one has never entertained such thoughts. Your Majesty, Lu Chen immediately said, so you had already discovered the secret of the dragon and phoenix tea. Yelv Nanyan became flustered, this one. She didn't know what to say at the moment, she viewed the secret of the dragon phoenix tree as something that absolutely couldn't be revealed. She had long been aware of the secret of the dragon phoenix tree, only pretending to be ignorant the entire time. She also feared that Lu Chen had realized that she knew this secret. After all, such a matter, if spoken out loud, wouldn't be pleasant to hear. Lu Chen, after all, was an emperor, and moreover, an emperor who had unified the entire world. His using such petty schemes, if known to others, would damage his image. Seeing Yelv Nanyan so nervous, Lu Chen felt a playful urge and continued to busy himself, letting Yelv Nanyan face that feeling of a mind gone blank in her panic. After who knows how long, calm seemed to return to the bedchamber. Lu Chen, still breathing heavily, whispered in Yelv Nanyan's ear, so what if you know? I won't do anything, look how scared you got. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the beauty whose mind had been blank gradually regained her senses. Lu Chen had deliberately used this matter to make her anxious, then took the opportunity. How Lu Chen loved to do such things. This little man, he's really detestable. Although he had already come of age, in Yelv Nanyan's eyes at this moment, Lu Chen was still a little man, so playful, he still hadn't grown up. At this time, Lu Chen turned over while holding Yelv Nanyan, then gazed down at her beautiful face and continued to ask, Nanyan, since you've noticed the effects of the dragon and phoenix tea, why do you continue to drink it? Upon hearing this question, Yelv Nanyan fell silent for a moment, her blush deepening, this one. Seeing Yelv Nanyan hesitate to speak, Lu Chen stroked her cheek and said, say whatever you wish to say in front of me. Yelv Nanyan then simply stopped concealing the truth and directly said, this one is already your majesty's woman, already inseparable from your majesty, so the effects of the dragon and phoenix tea are a good thing for me, drinking it even helps to hasten my spiritual cultivation. She already had children with Lu Chen, and her heart was also inclined toward Lu Chen. At this point, what would be the point of her giving up the dragon and phoenix tea? As for the dragon and phoenix tea making her increasingly fond of Lu Chen, that effect, for her and for Lu Chen's other consorts, was positive. After all, they belonged to Lu Chen. If not fond of Lu Chen, then who would they like? To give up the dragon and phoenix tea voluntarily would mean they had other thoughts in their hearts. Hearing Yelv Nanyan's response, Lu Chen thought to himself that it seemed all his women basically shared Yelv Nanyan's views. In this era, it was normal to follow one's husband, and they had all fallen for his ruse, tying themselves to him. Now, the dragon and phoenix tea was not seen as something negative for them. So even if all of them knew the effects of the dragon and phoenix tea, none would hold any negative feelings toward him. With that thought, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that it was really a matter of maintaining proper care of his wives and consorts, which is why they had no complaints against him. If he had forcefully taken their innocence and then failed to provide proper care afterward, they would have likely been dissatisfied with him even after learning about the effects of the dragon and phoenix tea. Seeing that Lu Chen was looking at her without speaking, seemingly deep in thought, Yelvananian softly said, "Your Majesty, how about calling Yao Yao here? She has been mentioning Your Majesty frequently these days." She indeed found it somewhat difficult to deal with Lu Chen alone, who was already a myriad laws realm cultivator. Anyway, Xiao Wenyao was next door, and Xiao Wenyao must have noticed the commotion in her room by now, guessing she was preoccupied with thoughts about it. Hearing Yelvananian's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then sent a message to the maid outside the room, "Go call for consort Xiao." Usually, when Lu Chen engaged in that sort of activity with his wives and concubines, there would always be maids or young female attendants serving at his side, but today, in order to test whether Yelvananian knew about the dragon and phoenix tea, he had sent all the maids and female attendants away from his bedroom, leaving just the two of them. Upon hearing Lu Chen's telepathic message, the maid at the door immediately responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." After a short while, Xiao Wenyao appeared in Yelvananian's bedroom, as if she had already been prepared for what was to happen. When Xiao Wenyao entered Yelvananian's bedroom, Lu Chen and Yelvananian had already started what was who knows which round of their engagement, and Xiao Wenyao's cheeks blushed as she stepped in. At this time, Lu Chen turned his head and caught a glimpse of Xiao Wenyao standing in the middle of the bedroom and said with a smile, "Yao Yao, what are you doing standing there? Come over here." Xiao Wenyao softly replied, This one will come over now." Despite Xiao Wenyao having been promoted to noble concubine, and the emperor proclaiming his unique affection for her, she still liked to refer to herself as this one, in front of Lu Chen, and she found that Lu Chen seemed to quite like this self-referential term as well. As soon as Xiao Wenyao finished speaking, she moved to the side of the soft couch, then joined Yelvananian in dealing with Lu Chen. Near evening time, Lu Chen arrived at a room filled with an ancient elegance, brimming with the atmosphere of literature and poetry. He had not spent too much time with Yelvananian and Xiao Wenyao. After all, he still had so many wives and concubines awaiting him. Though he had not summoned them, the commotion he had made at Yelvananian's place likely informed them all of his return. After entering Murong Xue's bedroom, Lu Chen did not find Murong Xue. The bedroom was incredibly quiet. The walls of the bedroom were adorned everywhere with calligraphy and poetry, and next to Murong Xue's soft couch, there were even several sketches of Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Chen used his spiritual power to ascertain Murong Xue's exact location, discovered that she was in her study, and directly used shadow shifting to appear in Murong Xue's study. Murong Xue was leaning over her desk, holding a brush, earnestly writing something. Seeing this, Lu Chen did not disturb her. He slowly walked to the side, taking in Murong Xue's appearance. Murong Xue was dressed in black and white clothing, with a white foundation embroidered with lines of poetry. Her garb was somewhat loose, revealing her fair jade neck and a hint of her shoulder. Murong Xue's hair was swept up high, giving her a mature and dignified appearance, filled with the aura of a noblewoman and emitting an indistinct sense of scholarly talent. Seeing Murong Xue so absorbed in her task, Lu Chen almost wanted to press her down onto the table right there and then and write fiercely all over her. After an indeterminate amount of time passed, Murong Xue finally spoke, "Your Majesty arrives and doesn't even speak." Without turning to look at Lu Chen, Murong Xue continued her writing. Lu Chen said with a laugh, "I am the emperor after all. I arrive, and you do not salute but rather ask why I do not speak." Murong Xue responded indifferently, "Hasn't your Majesty said that in your harem there are only family members, not subjects and sovereigns, so no salutations are needed upon seeing you? Does your Majesty intend to retract those words now?" Lu Chen chuckled lightly, seeing that Murong Xue did indeed take his words to heart. Although he had emphasized it many times, his other women still saluted upon seeing him. Lu Chen then slowly moved closer, his arms directly encircling Murong Xue's waist and pressing his body against her buttocks, as he lay his head in the crook of her neck and took a deep breath. "I haven't returned for such a long time. Did Xue miss me?" Feeling Lu Chen's warmth at her buttocks, Murong Xue knew what Lu Chen intended to do next. She set aside her brush and turned her head slightly to look at him. In truth, as your majesty's woman, I'm always missing your majesty, but unfortunately, with your majesty attending to a myriad of state affairs, you are unable to visit me often. Saying this, Murong Xue's face bore a wistful expression, seemingly filled with grievance. Lu Chen, smiling, said, "Oh, is my lady blaming me? Then, I will stay with you here for a while." Lu Chen was well aware that Murong Xue's look of forlornness was an act. They had played these games more than once or twice, but in the end, Murong Xue would always beg for mercy and admit defeat. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Murong Xue continued to exhibit a pitiful demeanor. Your Majesty is tasked with the world's burdens, how could you afford to be immersed in delights of the flesh? This one. Murong Xue's words were cut short by the sound of tearing from behind her. Lu Chen pressed Murong Xue down, right on top of the words she had just been writing. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Murong Xue would never learn from past events. Every time Lu Chen came, she would provoke him in various ways, and ultimately, she would reap what she sowed. Like right now, Lu Chen picked up the writing brush and ceaselessly wrote poetry on Murong Xue's snowy white back before inscribing 4 bold characters on her lower abdomen. Her originally pale body adorned with black ink, the clash of opposing colors made her look all the more enchantingly beautiful. Lu Chen also became increasingly impulsive. At this time, Murong Xue was lying supine on the desk, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lu Chen. Your Majesty, I was wrong. Lu Chen said with a smile, wrong. What exactly did you do wrong? Murong Xue's lips parted slightly. I should not have seduced Your Majesty. Lu Chen said, you're my consort, there's nothing wrong with seducing me. It seems you still don't realize your mistake, the punishment must continue. It was unclear how much time had passed before Lu Chen's writing brush finally came to a halt, and by then, Murong Xue had completely collapsed onto the desk. Seeing that Lu Chen had stopped practicing his calligraphy, Murong Xue's gaze slowly shifted down to his handsome face. How come your Majesty didn't notify anyone upon your return this time? Lu Chen replied, for me, the Black Moon City Imperial Palace is no different from the back garden, there's no need to make a big fuss every time I come back. Lu Chen then stretched out his hand, gently stroking the 4 large characters on Murong Xue's abdomen, as if admiring his own handwriting. Murong Xue propped herself up on the desk with her arms and slowly lifted her upper body, glancing down at the 4 words inscribed on her stomach. Safe passage. Immediately afterward, Murong Xue gave Lu Chen a disdainful glance. But then again, these 4 characters were somewhat better than the 3 characters starting with flesh that Lu Chen used to write. In the past, she didn't understand what those 3 characters meant, but as her time with Lu Chen lengthened, she gradually came to comprehend their meaning. The 3 characters starting with flesh implied that she was Lu Chen's plaything, his vessel. Murong Xue continued to ask, Your Majesty, how long do you plan to stay this time? It had been nearly half a year since Lu Chen last left, and although the Daxia dynasty could operate without him, his prolonged absence from Yan County still caused some panic. People would wonder whether something had happened to Lu Chen outside of Tianqian World, which was why he hadn't returned. As Lu Chen caressed the characters, safe passage, he replied, I probably won't stay for long, I'm planning to march troops into Ziyang World. This was no great secret, and Lu Chen told Murong Xue directly. Upon hearing this, Murong Xue was slightly taken aback. Although she had always stayed in her own chamber, spending her days practicing calligraphy, writing poetry, and painting, she was still very aware of the outside world. After the collision of Tianqian World and Ziyang World, the cracks in the world barrier grew larger, and the Daxia dynasty had stationed heavy troops to guard the rifts. It was said that Ziyang World was part of the high-level cultivation realm, with far more cultivators than Tianqian World, and that the spiritual energy there was also far more abundant. The main reason Lu Chen hadn't sent troops into Ziyang World was likely because the strength of Ziyang World may far surpass that of Tianqian World. Murong Xue then asked, Has Your Majesty already thoroughly investigated the situation in Ziyang World? Murong Xue believed that Lu Chen never waged a war unprepared, so if Lu Chen proposed to attack Ziyang World, it probably meant he had already discerned the specific situation in Ziyang World. Lu Chen replied, yes, there are no divinity transformation realm powerhouses in Ziyang world. Hearing this, Murong Shuiyi asked no further questions. Although Lu Chen shared this matter with her, such affairs were not something she could meddle in. She had been raised by Lu Chen to be like a canary, confined to the cage that was the imperial palace. Though the cage was not locked, and she could go wherever she wished, she no longer had any desire to venture anywhere. Lu Chen continued, by the way, Nanyan just told me that you had warned her there was something wrong with the dragon and phoenix tea. At these words, Murong Shuiyi was startled. Something wrong with the dragon and phoenix tea. Wasn't this the consensus that the women in Lu Chen's life never mentioned? When had she warned Yelv Nanyan? At that moment, Murong Shuiyi suddenly recalled the gathering they had at Wind Cloud Palace some time ago. Yelv Nanyan had abruptly mentioned quitting alcohol, stating that she would only drink tea and no longer alcohol. She said that after drinking, her mind would incessantly think of Lu Chen, leaving her restless and unable to sleep. Murong Shuiyi joked with her at that time, mentioning that drinking dragon and phoenix tea could make things even worse, as it was akin to lovesick tea. Indeed, compared to alcohol, drinking dragon and phoenix tea made Lu Chen's wives and concubines miss him more, and many women had already realized this. At the time, Murong Shuiyi had merely made an offhand remark. She also knew that Yelv Nanyan, being such a clever woman, must have already been aware of the issue with dragon and phoenix tea. Yet to Lu Chen's face, Yelv Nanyan actually claimed it was her who had pointed out that there was something wrong with the tea. Murong Shuiyi quickly denied it, saying, I never made such a statement. Lu Chen looked at Murong Shuiyi, who seemed slightly panicked but was trying to appear calm, and asked, really? Murong Shuiyi asserted, dragon and phoenix tea is just tea, what could be wrong with it? Besides, dragon and phoenix tea is personally cultivated by your majesty. To suggest there is a problem with it would be to doubt your majesty. I wouldn't dare to doubt your majesty. Murong Shuiyi started playing dumb. Of course, she knew there was something up with dragon and phoenix tea. After Lu Chen had subdued her, she had been pondering why, after meeting Lu Chen, she could only let this man manipulate her, falling deeper and deeper. Eventually, she understood. All of Lu Chen's women drank dragon and phoenix tea, which meant the tea was likely the issue. Just like the rest of his women, she pretended to be oblivious. In their eyes, Lu Chen, being a man of lustful disposition, was hardly a man of integrity, and it was normal for him to resort to petty schemes. But since Lu Chen was the emperor, these petty schemes certainly couldn't be made public. It would be disgraceful for Lu Chen, and they knew better than to share such secrets. Hearing Murong Shuiyi's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, your words don't sound like you're absent of doubts about me. As he finished speaking, he resumed his actions, and Murong Shuiyi fell silent, letting Lu Chen have his way as she dared not to speak recklessly. After a while, Lu Chen pulled Murong Shuiyi to sit up and then positioned her with her back to him, wrapping his arms around her waist and whispering in her ear, it seems you do know there's an issue with dragon and phoenix tea. Hearing this, Murong Shuiyi's body tensed up instantly. Lu Chen continued, do you think I'm a despicable and shameless man for using such methods on you? Murong Shuiyi responded, ha. Your Majesty is saying, what exactly? I don't quite understand. She really couldn't be bothered to worry about the issue of dragon and phoenix tea now. Having been devoured by Lu Chen, what was there left to fuss about? As long as this guy stayed responsible till the end, she wouldn't mind not just drinking dragon and phoenix tea, but even gnawing on the bark of the dragon phoenix tree. Seeing that Murong Shuiyi was unwilling to discuss the tea, Lu Chen immediately used shadow shifting and in the next moment, they found themselves on Murong Shuiyi's soft couch. He then directly subjected Murong Shuiyi to severe punishment. Murong Shuiyi felt speechless. They didn't care, pretended to know nothing, yet this guy still had to ask her whether she knew about the dragon and phoenix tea. Just a little scheme, why was he making such a fuss about it? Murong Shuiyi lay back on the soft couch, her legs pressed up to her chest, looking at Lu Chen as he inflicted her punishment, Your Majesty, I give in. Lu Chen stopped his movements and asked with a smile, admit what? Murong Shuiyi replied helplessly, I do know, there's a problem with dragon and phoenix tea, Huff huff. Lu Chen probed further, and what do you think about it? Murong Shuiyi said, Your Majesty's other, women must also know. It's just one of your Majesty's little tricks, and we don't mind. Lu Chen gazed at Murong Shuiyi's serene yet enchanting face. Do you truly not mind? Murong Shuiyi pouted and answered, Having been completely consumed by your Majesty, why should I still care about this? Ha. I wouldn't mind even if your Majesty were to use a love worm on me now, huff huff. I'd be willing. Hearing Murong Shuiyi's response, Lu Chen thought to himself that indeed, his wives and concubines didn't seem to care much about the dragon and phoenix tea. Nevertheless, he still intended to speak with each of them about it. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. For Murong Shuiyi, the petty tricks Lu Chen used on her weren't limited to dragon and phoenix tea. Every time Lu Chen came here to practice calligraphy with her, he used various methods to torment her to the brink, and those were much more formidable than the tea. Compared to those, Murong Shuiyi even felt that dragon and phoenix tea had little effect. The tea merely made her miss Lu Chen, whereas his methods left her with feelings of love, hate, and yearning for him. At that moment, Lu Chen said, Well then, let's not talk about this anymore, and get back to the real business. As he spoke, Lu Chen leaned down and sealed Murong Shuiyi's lips with his own. Over the next half-month, Lu Chen visited the chambers of each of his wives and concubines, discussing the matter of dragon and phoenix tea. Ever since he had spoken out about the dragon and phoenix tea, Lu Chen felt much more at ease. He had always harbored a complex about the tea. It was an ignoble tactic known only to a few, and he had been worried it would someday become common knowledge among his wives and concubines. Now that he had explained the specific effects of dragon and phoenix tea to them, he found they really didn't mind at all, which dissolved his internal struggle. Although he knew their indifference could also be attributed to the effects of the tea, it was still better than keeping it bottled up inside. After Lu Chen resolved his inner turmoil, he immediately convened a great court assembly. When the news that Lu Chen was going to hold a great court assembly spread, officials were particularly shocked. Lu Chen had not managed state affairs for many years, and his sudden decision to hold a great court assembly meant there must be exceptionally important matters to address, which people could not ignore. Yan County, Hall of Political Affairs. Lu Chen sat on the dragon throne, glancing at Lu Changfeng seated below the dragon platform. He was quite satisfied with his son. During his years of absence from governance, Lu Changfeng had managed the great sum exceptionally well. Furthermore, his eldest son was not like him, who knew only to dally with women all day long. To date, Lu Changfeng only had one woman, Wu Yao. What Lu Chen had always feared the most was that his children would follow in his footsteps, becoming as degenerate as he was. He didn't mind them taking a few more spouses, but he was worried they would fall into decadence because of it. After glancing at Lu Changfeng, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the table before the dragon throne, and then he quietly began to read through the reports of state affairs. All the civil and military officials sat silently, awaiting Lu Chen to speak. After what seemed like an eternity, Lu Chen finally said, Changfeng, you have managed affairs very well in my absence. Continue to maintain this performance. Upon hearing this, Lu Changfeng quickly rose from his seat, then knelt on the ground. Thank you, Father Emperor, for your praise. What Lu Changfeng had always hoped for was to gain the commendation of his father the emperor, whom he had always taken as a role model. Being praised by his father the emperor in front of all the civil and military officials was an acknowledgement of his work, and for him, it was the highest honor. Lu Chen said, Rise, you are the crown prince, do not kneel so readily. Lu Changfeng spoke again, Thank you, Father Emperor. Then, Lu Changfeng stood up and returned to his seat. At this moment, all the civil and military officials breathed a sigh of relief, especially those ministers who had assisted Lu Changfeng in handling state affairs. They were most afraid that Lu Chen's sudden return to the political arena would lead to dissatisfaction with their actions. Now, the emperor's words of praise for the crown prince essentially dispelled their concerns. Lu Chen swept his gaze over the civil and military officials and then said, I plan to attack the Ziyang world. His statement stunned the entire hall into silence. Although they had guessed that Lu Chen calling for a great court assembly must mean significant matters were at hand, they had not anticipated something of this magnitude. Attacking the Ziyang world was not like conquering a nation, it was an entire cultivation world with countless forces and powerful individuals. The difficulty level far exceeded that of the initial unification of the Tiantian world. However, even knowing the difficulties that might be faced in the Ziyang world, not a single official raised any objections. The ministers believed that His Majesty would not think of attacking the Ziyang world without reason, he must have already thoroughly investigated the situation in the Ziyang world. Their emperor had always been a rather cautious sovereign. Moreover, he was quite assertive. Once he spoke his decision, it was unlikely to be retracted. Lu Chen's words were a notification. The ministers only needed to consider how to attack the Ziyang world and how to govern it once it was conquered. Seeing that not a single civil or military official was speaking, Lu Chen continued, I have already thoroughly investigated the situation of the Ziyang world. Currently, there are no Washan realm cultivators in the Ziyang world, and the internal powers within it are numerous and not united. If there are no accidents, it should be possible to conquer Ziyang world within 5 years. Hearing Lu Chen's words, people thought to themselves, no wonder the emperor had neglected government affairs these years, entrusting everything to the crown prince. It turned out the emperor had been investigating the situation of the Ziyang world. Now that the emperor had fully assessed the Ziyang world's situation, they should prepare for war according to the emperor's wishes. At this time, Lu Chen continued, this will be the Daxia dynasty's first war against an entire world, so there are bound to be difficulties. I plan to continue expanding the army. Next, my dear ministers may discuss amongst yourselves and share your opinions. Feel free to put forward any ideas or suggestions you may have. After Lu Chen finished speaking, ministers in the Great Hall began to talk amongst themselves. To wage war on a cultivation world, the preparations would be immense, soldiers, food, and flying boats, to name a few. To take control of the Ziyang world, more soldiers were needed to occupy key cities within it. However, if a large portion of the Daxia forces was dispatched to the Ziyang world, the Daxia dynasty herself might become vulnerable from within, some powers could seize the chance to rebel. Even without internal disturbances, external enemies were a possibility. There had been persistent rumors recently that the Tiantian world had encountered invaders from other worlds. No one knew if other worlds might attack Tiantian world after Daxia dispatched troops to Ziyang world. Hence, when sending troops to Ziyang world, Tiantian world must retain a sufficiently strong army. The expansion of the military was definitely necessary. The Great Court Assembly continued for a full week, marking the longest such meeting since Lu Chen's ascension to the throne. The outside world was still unaware of the topics discussed at this Great Court Assembly, but the fact that the Sum Emperor had convened it for an entire week indicated that something major was underway. This sparked various rumors among the civilians. Finally, once the matter of the expedition was roughly settled, the first official decree, a proclamation to the people, was immediately issued by the government. Upon hearing that another war was forthcoming, the common people felt an immense anxiety. However, the soldiers of the Daxia army were quite excited. For them, war was an opportunity to earn military merits. Without war, they would spend their lives as ordinary soldiers. The soldiers in this world were not particularly enlightened. Even though Daxia's military discipline was especially strict, most became soldiers looking to change their fate. Of course, such thinking had its advantages. When waging war abroad, the soldiers would not suffer from an overabundance of guilt. The war was not to begin immediately. An attack on the Ziyang world would require at least half a year of preparation. After issuing the military expansion order, Lu Chen delegated his tasks to the crown prince, Lu Changfeng, and then went to convene a cultivator gathering in Black Moon City. At the cultivator gathering, all the major powers expressed their full support for Daxia's assault on the Ziyang world and declared that each sect would send disciples to participate. The major powers were well aware that the emperor was not summoning a cultivator gathering just for show of support. If they didn't contribute earnestly, it would not be so easy to conclude the matter. Black Dragon City, Imperial Palace. Yun Shenxian's bedchamber. In the turquoise-themed bedchamber, there was a profound sense of quiet tranquility with wisps of cold air drifting around. The maids serving within all wore thick cotton clothes. On the soft couch of the bedchamber, Yun Shenxian sat cross-legged, immersed in cultivation. Just then, a familiar wave of spiritual power reverberated through the room. In the next moment, a pair of hooves wrapped around her slender waist from behind. Feeling Lu Chen's breath, Yun Shenxian opened her eyes and asked indifferently, "Are you planning to attack the Ziyang world?" Lu Chen leaned on Yun Shenxian's fragrant shoulder and took a deep breath next to her ear. The faint scent of a woman entered his nostrils, and Lu Chen instantly felt invigorated. The troops will march out in half a year. Originally, Lu Chen had wanted to invade the Ziyang world sooner so he could quickly take those women with scores over 90 for himself. However, given that this was his first time attacking an entire world, he ultimately decided to spend more time preparing. Yun Shenxian continued, "Aren't you afraid that woman will seize the chance when you're away to destroy the Tianqian world?" The woman Yun Shenxian referred to was naturally her main body, Yun Qingshu. Lu Chen answered with a smile, "To tell the truth, I am somewhat worried." Although Yun Qingshu had agreed to cooperate with him, there was no certainty she wouldn't turn against him when the time came. Since Yun Qingshu hadn't drunk the dragon and phoenix tea, Lu Chen couldn't possibly trust her completely. Moreover, when the time came to attack the Ziyang world, he would also be bringing people from the Black Dragon Holy Land with him. Once Yin Zhengye, who was at the Divinity Transformation realm, left, it would be difficult for anyone else in the Tianqian world to withstand Yun Qingshu. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. The Black Dragon Holy Land had sent 5 myriad laws realm cultivators to the Tianqian world, and once these 5 cultivators donned the Shengwei armor, they possessed the strength of the Divinity Transformation realm. By leaving 2 behind in the Tianqian world, if Yun Qingshu truly turned traitor, those 2 could hold her off long enough for Yin Zhengye to return. With this in mind, Lu Chen continued, "But it's not a big problem. I will have the Black Dragon Holy Land leave 2 myriad laws realm cultivators in the Tianqian world and also leave a puppet body in Black Dragon City. If she really does betray us, I'll be able to rush back immediately." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian said, "You shouldn't have told me. Her divine sense can control my body at any moment. If she suddenly possesses me, she would immediately know everything you just told me. It doesn't matter. Let her know, the better. If she knows, then she wouldn't dare to act rashly. If Yun Qingshu knew he could return to the Tianqian world in an instant, she would consider the consequences of betrayal and therefore would not act recklessly." Just as Yun Shenxian was about to say something else, Lu Chen's hand suddenly slid under her white dress. "Honored Master, I've encountered some issues with my cultivation recently. Please help me adjust my meridians." Turning her head slightly, Yun Shenxian gave him a resentful look. "Adjust meridians?" Yun Shenxian said coldly, "The number of times you've come to me for meridian adjustments this year has been a bit too frequent." In the past, Lu Chen would only seek her out occasionally. After all, with so many women around him, his turn with her didn't come around very often. But ever since Yun Qingshu's arrival, he had stayed with her for half a year. And now, not long after, he wanted to adjust meridians with her again. She didn't want to become the target of everyone's arrows. Lu Chen's other women were all watching, and if she monopolized him, they might come after her. Although she wasn't afraid of those women, she preferred to avoid trouble. Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen said with a laugh, "Not too often. Last time, it was you who actively helped me adjust my meridians, I didn't ask for it." Last time, in retaliation against Yun Qingshu, Yun Shenxian refused to let Lu Chen leave her side. Lu Chen wasn't the initiator then. Without further words, Lu Chen gently pushed Yun Shenxian down and sealed her lips with his. Yun Shenxian didn't resist. Adjusting the meridians it was, then. She had lost count of how many times she had done this for the rebellious disciple anyway. Moments later, the sounds of Yun Shenxian helping Lu Chen adjust his meridians resonated within the chamber. Half a year had flown by in the blink of an eye. During this half year, Lu Chen carried on as before, shuttling between the residences of his various concubines. Yun Qingshu did not take possession of Yun Shenxian during this period. However, the immortal boat from the mysterious Moon Palace still had not left, and remained stationed outside the Tianqian world. This made Lu Chen wonder if Yun Qingshu hadn't given up and was considering some mischievous act. Although they had already formed an alliance, he was now without his ancient memories. Moreover, her mysterious moon palace was not in Tianqian world. What was she doing, staying around Tianqian world without cause? Despite his misgivings about her, the Daxia dynasty had completed its war preparations and was ready to attack the Ziyang world at any moment. Lu Chen didn't plan to delay any longer. Since Yun Qingshu was willing to stay outside Tianqian world, he would let her be. After all, he would leave a puppet in Black Dragon City and could immediately sense if anything happened. Once everything was ready, the flying boat of the Daxia dynasty made its way to the point of collision between the Tianqian world and the Ziyang world. After the Daxia army arrived at the fissure in the world's barrier, Lu Chen did not immediately allow the Daxia soldiers to enter the Ziyang world. On the other side of the Tianqian world now lay the heavenly demon sealing grounds, and the heavenly demon was yet to be dealt with. If the Daxia soldiers rashly barged in, they might fall under the influence of the heavenly demon. Therefore, Lu Chen planned to deal with the heavenly demon first. He, along with Yin Zhengye, immediately entered the rift and arrived in the Ziyang world. As soon as his true form reached Ziyang world, Lu Chen instantly sensed the thick heavenly demon power emanating from the demon sealing grounds. The moment he appeared above the sealing grounds, the sealed heavenly demon immediately became aware of his presence. The heavenly demon was initially elated that another cultivator had arrived, but it sensed something amiss the next moment. Without making a move, the heavenly demon vaguely felt its own power being suppressed by the cultivator above. What was happening? It was the heavenly demon. Aren't heavenly demons the bane of cultivators? How could its power be suppressed by a cultivator? This won't do. Something's not right. The heavenly demon realized the cultivator that had just appeared had come for it and hurriedly attacked the seal, attempting to break through and escape. As the heavenly demon struggled, the sealing grounds began to quake and tremble, and the entire Ziyang world felt the earth's vibrations. At the same time, Tianji Pavilion. Inside a tall tower of the Tianji Pavilion, an old man opened his eyes. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and immediately conveyed a message to the disciples in the tower. An enemy from another world has appeared. All members of Tianji Pavilion must immediately head to Black Moon City. Upon hearing the old man's message, the entire Tianji Pavilion plunged into chaos. At that moment, the old man's body disappeared inside the tower. At the same time, in the Zishao dynasty, Nangong Yuehua, dressed in a phoenix robe, stood in front of the palace, gazing in the direction of Black Moon City. She too had felt the disturbance just now. For some reason, along with the heavenly demon power, she also seemed to have felt a plea for help from the heavenly Tao. As she was lost in thought, the familiar voice of an elder came from behind her. Your Majesty, an enemy from another world has descended. After hearing Gongye Liangpeng's words, Nangong Yuehua turned her head and said, Your Majesty is ready, what does the pavilion master plan to do next? Nangong Yuehua also realized that if the enemies from the other world were indeed very powerful, they should actively help the heavenly demon break the seal and let it fight the otherworld invaders. She wasn't sure who was worse, the heavenly demon or the invaders from the otherworld, but for them, both were enemies. Since that was the case, they would simply sit on the hill and watch the tigers fight, and after the two sides fought it out, they would then intervene as the third-party force. However, having said that, even if the otherworld invaders and the heavenly demon were both severely weakened by their fight, it was still uncertain whether the Zishao dynasty could handle them. This was Nangong Yuehua's greatest concern. If all else failed, they would have to preserve the seeds of survival, open the world channel, and take some people to leave this world. At this point, Gongye Liangpeng said, Since your Majesty agrees, then follow this old man to the demon sealing ground and let us actively help the demon lord break his seal. Nangong Yuehua responded, All right. Following this, Nangong Yuehua and Gongye Liangpeng proceeded to Black Moon City, and by the time they arrived, the other major powers of the Ziyang world were already waiting above Black Moon City. Gongye Liangpeng had already notified the other powers, and most of them believed what Tianji Pavilion had said. Although there were often conflicts and friction among the forces within Ziyang world, those were internal matters of Ziyang world. Now that an external invader had appeared, they temporarily set aside their hatred and stood united. After arriving above Black Moon City, Nangong Yuehua glanced over the various sizes of flying boats above the city, and finally, her gaze settled on Nangong Qingye. As a demonic cultivator, Nangong Qingye had, in the end, also chosen to stand with Ziyang World. Seeing Gongye Liangpeng and the people of Tianji Pavilion arrive, the sect masters and leaders of the major forces immediately came to the vicinity of Gongye Liangpeng's flying boat. Pavilion Master, are you sure these are invaders from another realm? Pavilion Master, do you really plan to help the heavenly demon break the seal? Pavilion Master, what if the invader is not a match for the heavenly demon and is instead devoured by it? If the heavenly demon becomes even stronger, our Ziyang World is finished. Although most believed Gongye Liangpeng about the otherworld invaders, they were still skeptical about the measures he proposed. That was the heavenly demon, the bane of all cultivators. If the invader was stronger than the heavenly demon, what level of power would that be? Most critically, if the invader was defeated by the heavenly demon and was devoured by it, the heavenly demon's power would surely surge, becoming more than 10 times stronger than before. By then, Ziyang World might not have the power to seal the heavenly demon again. The Zishao dynasty had paid a painful price to seal the heavenly demon in the past, and now they were actually considering releasing it. Compared to the invaders from another realm, most cultivators were more terrified of the heavenly demon. At least the otherworld invaders were still cultivators, with whom there was some room for negotiation, whereas the heavenly demon was effectively a different species and preyed on cultivators, the natural enemy of cultivators. How could they place their hopes on their natural enemy? Hearing people's worries, Gongye Liangpeng calmly said, according to this old man's calculations, this invader is very likely to steal the chief fortune of the Ziyang World, and once it is taken, the Ziyang World will become a dead realm. Although the heavenly demon is terrifying, this otherworld enemy is even more so. I believe you have also sensed the fear from the heavenly Tao just now. Hearing Gongye Liangpeng's words, the people fell into deep thought. Indeed, when abnormalities had appeared in the demon sealing forbidden land earlier, cultivators above the all-law realm had distinctly felt that the heavenly Tao seemed to be crying out for their help. Before, they had seldom sensed the will of the heavenly Tao, and this was the first time they had perceived it. This indicated that the heavenly Tao also regarded the invading enemies as a significant threat. After Gongye Liangpeng finished speaking, leaders from various major forces present fell silent. The heavenly demon was a threat, and the extraterrestrial enemies were likewise threats. One sought their lives, while the other sought to destroy their world. It looked like they could only release the heavenly demon. But what if the heavenly demon were scared off by the extraterrestrial enemy? At that moment, Nangong Qingye said icily, Gongye Hall Master, if the heavenly demon is scared off by the invaders, won't we have released a calamity? Gongye Liangpeng responded, Blood Rainbow Master, please rest assured, the heavenly demon is not so easily frightened. On the contrary, upon seeing such powerful cultivators, it would want to devour them. A heavenly demon that has been sealed for so many years, faced with a delicious feast right before its eyes, how could it possibly let it go? Everyone thought about it and felt that there seemed to be some logic. Then, a leader of a power stood up and said, if that's the case, then let's act. This old man has already distinctly felt an imposing aura emerge from within the demon sealing forbidden land. Those present also felt that powerful pressure, and judging from the pressure, the invading enemies were at least cultivators of the Washan realm, possibly even above the Washan realm. Gongye Liangpeng declared, good, then my fellow Taoists join me in acting together to break the seal of the demon sealing forbidden land. During his speech, Gongye Liangpeng raised his finger and a majestic stream of black and white spiritual power shot directly towards the demon sealing forbidden land. Seeing Gongye Liangpeng act, other leaders of forces did not sit back but followed suit. The moment everyone took action, the trembling of the demon sealing forbidden land became more frequent, and deep within the great mountain, several cracks emerged, releasing the dense heavenly demon power from inside. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion of Black Moon City, Ji Chuyu and Lu Chen were in the courtyard, looking at the flying boat in the sky. Ji Chuyu was already aware of the events happening outside. She voiced her dissatisfaction, saying, "They are insane. They actually want to release the heavenly demon." This matter was being led by Gongye Liangpeng, the hall master of Tianji Pavilion. As a cultivator of the Genesis realm, she couldn't stop it, but she felt incredibly distressed. She had defended Black Moon City for so many years, nearly losing her life several times. Wasn't it all to prevent demonic creatures from spreading, preventing the heavenly demon from absorbing enough power to break the seal? Now people actually wanted to release the heavenly demon. Didn't that negate her years of effort? Moreover, her ancestors had made great sacrifices to seal the heavenly demon, and now these people were just saying to release it. Nevertheless, no matter how distressed she felt inside, Ji Chuyu could only vent in front of Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen beside Ji Chuyu smiled and said, "Releasing it might be good." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu was slightly stunned. She turned to look at Lu Chen with an incredulous expression, asking, You also think the heavenly demon will help Ziyang world fight against the extraterrestrial invaders?" Ji Chuyu found it hard to accept that Lu Chen also agreed to release the heavenly demon. That was the heavenly demon. The nemesis of all cultivators, a monster that fed on cultivators. How could Lu Chen say releasing it was a good idea? If the heavenly demon devoured the invaders from the other realm, then in Ziyang world it would have no rivals and would surely turn back to slaughter all the cultivators of Ziyang world. After all, Ziyang world had sealed the heavenly demon away years ago, and the heavenly demon harbored a deep hatred for the cultivators of Ziyang world. Compared to the invaders from the other realm, Ji Chuyu was more afraid of the heavenly demon. Seeing Ji Chuyu's incredulous expression, Lu Chen said indifferently, "This is an opportunity for Ziyang world to completely eradicate the heavenly demon. By releasing it now, and having the person from the other realm defeat the heavenly demon, Ziyang world will no longer be threatened by it." When Ji Chuyu saw that this was what Lu Chen actually thought, she pouted and then said, "That's easy to say, but it's the heavenly demon we're talking about. The nemesis of all cultivators, and an immortal being at that. It's not that easy to eliminate. And if the heavenly demon isn't a match for the person from the other realm, it will inevitably turn back to devour the cultivators of Ziyang world to increase its power." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Chuyu, you don't need to worry too much, that person from the other realm is very powerful." Seeing Lu Chen's optimism, Ji Chuyu looked at him with a suspicious expression. She couldn't understand why Lu Chen was so optimistic about that person from the other realm. At that moment, Ji Chuyu had already begun to sense that something was amiss. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she gazed at Lu Chen's profile. "Lu Chen, why are you so optimistic about the person from the other realm?" Lu Chen turned his head to look into Ji Chuyu's eyes, then said, "Because I am that person from the other realm." At these words, Ji Chuyu's brain froze, and her mind went blank. Lu Chen, is the person from the other realm. This is impossible. Soon, memories of her times with Lu Chen flashed through Ji Chuyu's mind. The first time she met Lu Chen, it was just outside the demon sealing grounds. Moreover, Lu Chen's true body had never been to Black Moon City, coupled with him possessing the demon burying spell and the evergreen longevity technique, cultivation techniques completely non-existent in this world, all these seemed to indicate that Lu Chen indeed was not from this world. For a moment, Ji Chuyu stood dumbfounded, not knowing how to face Lu Chen. Her Taoist couple was actually the invader from another realm. She was from Ziyang world, and logically, she should stand with Ziyang world, but she had already deeply fallen in love with this person. Even if she had never personally met his true body, she had fallen in love with his soul through a puppet. Seeing Ji Chuyu's pale face staring at himself, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Chuyu, sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you." Lu Chen didn't know if Ji Chuyu would be angry, but at this point, there was no need for secrecy anymore. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu came to her senses, mumbling to herself, "No. I don't believe it. You're lying to me, aren't you?" Lu Chen then embraced Ji Chuyu, letting her head rest on his chest. Ji Chuyu immediately struggled. "You other realm enemy, let go of me." Lu Chen burst into laughter, having just denied that he was a being from another world, and now so quickly admitting he was an enemy from another world. Yet Ji Chuyu's struggle was not fierce. Clearly, Her heart was in great turmoil and utterly conflicted at this moment. Lu Chen continued in Ji Chuyu's ear, "Chuyu, calm down first." Ji Chuyu angrily said, "How can you expect me to calm down? I finally have a Taoist couple, and then you tell me you're an invader from another world. What am I supposed to do? You liar. Why would you do this to me?" She was a person from the Ziyang world and naturally had to side with it, but how could she choose when the one she loved was the invading enemy? Ji Chuyu became more agitated as she spoke, and soon her tears flowed uncontrollably. "You're just a bastard. Just kill me already." Lu Chen remained silent, holding her tightly in his embrace. After what seemed like a long time, the sound of Ji Chuyu's crying gradually decreased, and the vibrations from the demon ceiling land returned. Lu Chen then spoke, "Chuyu, it's true that I am a person from another world, but my feelings for you are real." Ji Chuyu snorted coldly, "Do you really think I'll believe anything you say now, you liar? You approached me just to have a guise that wouldn't easily arise suspicion in this world, using me to gather information about it." She had everything figured out now. No wonder Lu Chen had always been asking her about this world's affairs and seemed clueless about what was happening in this world. This damn liar used to tell her he had amnesia and all sorts of nonsense. She was so foolish to have actually believed him. Ji Chuyu continued, "Now that you've achieved your object amount, I'm useless to you. Do it." Even though the Lu Chen in front of her was just a puppet, this puppet possessed the strength of the Yin-Yang realm, and she, being only of the Genesis realm, couldn't make a ripple in front of him. Moreover, her heart was deeply wounded by Lu Chen's identity. She now earnestly sought death and did not want to face what would happen later. Hearing this from Ji Chuyu, Lu Chen knew her heart had been thoroughly hurt, so he said, "Chuyu, you are my Taoist couple, and I could never kill you." Ji Chuyu coldly said, "If you won't kill me, then I will kill you. We are enemies. I have nothing more to say to you, and our relationship as Taoist couple is over now." Lu Chen forcefully said, "That's not for you to decide. As long as you are my Taoist couple even for one day, you will be my Taoist couple for all eternity." Ji Chuyu responded, "I'll never believe your lies again. Kill me." Seeing her determination to die, Lu Chen said, "Fine, I'll grant your wish and let you die." Hearing Lu Chen's words, tears again streamed down Ji Chuyu's cheeks. Finally, the dream had to end. However, just as Ji Chuyu was prepared for death, Lu Chen spoke again, "You have never seen my true form. Even if you want to die, why not meet my true form before you do?" Ji Chuyu coldly replied, "What's the point? Even if I see your true form, it changes nothing, we are destined enemies." Lu Chen said, "It still matters. After all, we've been Taoist couple for so long. If you die not even knowing what my true form looks like, wouldn't that be a great loss for you?" Just as Ji Chuyu was about to say something, she suddenly thought, "Yes, I've been deceived by this bastard for so long. If I die without even knowing what he looks like, how would I find him to take revenge when I become a ghost?" Ji Chuyu then said, "Fine, then I'll wait for your true form to arrive. When it does, I will self-destruct my Dantian and perish together with your true form." Seeing that Ji Chuyu had stabilized for the time being, Lu Chen gave a faint smile. Now, he only needed to deal with the heavenly demon, and it would be possible to deter the forces of Ziyang world. After that, things would be easier to handle. Meanwhile, the movements coming from the ceiling demon forbidden area were getting louder, and demonic chi was constantly gathering above it. A powerful oppressive force released from the ceiling demon forbidden area made all the leaders of the various forces present feel the fear of this pressure. Some weaker cultivators were directly frightened unconscious by this pressure. Nangong Yuehua looked palely at the cracks in the ceiling demon forbidden area, feeling extremely wary in her heart. This was the oppressive force of the heavenly demon, it was too terrifying. She wondered whether releasing the heavenly demon was right or wrong. If the invader from another world truly wasn't a match for the heavenly demon and got devoured, the Ziyang world might still be destroyed by the heavenly demon. At this time, Lu Chen's true body was still standing by the cracks, quietly waiting for the heavenly demon to break the seal. After who knows how long, beams of black light shot up from the depths of the mountains, and then a robust voice transmitted directly into everyone's minds. "Ha ha ha ha, this demon has finally broken through the seal. Ants of Ziyang world, this demon will kill you all. As his words ended, blasts of heavenly demon power exploded, instantly pushing the flying boats above Black Moon City hundreds of miles away. Then, a mass of black mist slowly rose from the depths of the mountains, within which two red eyes the size of the sun could be seen. Seeing this scene, cultivators from Ziyang world felt an incredible fear in their hearts. That fear gathered into wisps of black chi that floated directly into the black mist. Delicious. Truly delicious. My food. Fear. Tremble. At this moment, a sect master said to Gongye Liangpeng, Gong. Gongye Hall Master, is that invader from another world truly a match for the heavenly demon? Gongye Liangpeng, looking excitedly at the black mist, did not answer the sect master's question. At this time, Nangong Yuehua sensed something wrong. Gongye Liangpeng showed no fear at all, and he seemed unusually excited, as if he had become a different person. Nangong Yuehua furrowed her brow, feeling very uneasy. Had they been deceived? Could Gongye Liangpeng have tricked them? While Nangong Yuehua was thinking this, a young man's voice came from the depths of the mountain. I am the realm master of Tianqian world and the emperor of the Daxia dynasty. The forces of Ziyang world have openly broken the seal of the sealing demon forbidden area and released the heavenly demon, colluding with the demon, and are enemies of all cultivators in the world. This crime is unforgivable. Hearing this, the cultivators from Ziyang world all felt incredibly speechless. This invader was actually using the heavenly demon as an excuse. They had released the heavenly demon to deal with this fellow, and now he was standing on the side of justice. At this moment, Nangong Yuehua instantly sobered up. Even though the invader from another world didn't need any excuse when invading, once he had an excuse, wouldn't it be even easier for them to control the entire Ziyang world? Think about it, most ordinary people in Ziyang world didn't know about the invader. From their perspective, it was the many forces of Ziyang world who had teamed up to break the seal of the heavenly demon, and the people from another world came only to eliminate the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon was every cultivator's nightmare, and the great powers of Ziyang world actually chose to break the seal of the sealing demon forbidden area and release the heavenly demon, clearly showing who the villains were. Now, the invaders from the other world stood on the side of justice. Once they invaded, there would be numerous ordinary people who didn't know the truth standing by the invaders. In the eyes of the ordinary people, it was the world's powerful who had betrayed them, and the other worlders were instead coming to save them. Nangong Yuehua suddenly felt her mind becoming a bit chaotic, and she started to regret agreeing to Gongye Liangpeng. At this time, people from all the major powers felt incredibly indignant. This invader from another world is really shameless. To slander us like this. Exactly, it's clear that their invasion came first, and we released the heavenly demon only to resist their invasion. This is bad, to the ordinary people, it looks like we released the heavenly demon. Backquote. Just then, the heavenly demon sensed the menace behind it, abruptly turning around to stare at Yin Zhengye standing beside Lu Chen. Upon seeing Yin Zhengye, the heavenly demon burst into laughter, a Washan realm delicacy delivered to my doorstep just after breaking the seal. Upon hearing the words of the heavenly demon, the people of the Ziyang world instantly tensed up. Was it finally about to begin? It would soon become clear who was stronger or weaker between the heavenly demon and the invaders from another realm. Just as the heavenly demon was about to make a move, Lu Chen, standing next to Yin Zhengye and using spiritual power to carry his voice, asked, I'm rather curious, how were you sealed in this place? Hearing Lu Chen's voice, the heavenly demon then realized there was another person beside the Washan realm cultivator. When the heavenly demon saw Lu Chen, it continued laughing, there's also an ant from the Allah realm. As the voice of the heavenly demon fell, the heavenly demon power on its body was instantly released. Numerous giant black hands surged out of the black mist, charging straight towards Lu Chen and Yin Zhengye. At this moment, the cultivators from various major forces in the Ziyang world were watching intently towards the depths of the mountains. Seeing the heavenly demon power charging directly at him, Lu Chen promptly took out the demon-expelling banner. He had no intention of wasting much time as he still wanted to grant Ji Chuyu's wish for death. The instant the demon-expelling banner was brought out, the heavenly demon immediately sensed something was amiss. What is this? The voice of the heavenly demon clearly carried a tremble. Hearing the voice of the heavenly demon, the cultivators of the Ziyang world were stunned. The heavenly demon was afraid. The heavenly demon was actually afraid. How could the heavenly demon be afraid? The heavenly demon, who was never fearful in the face of any cultivator, even while being sealed, was always rebellious. Yet, could people actually hear fear in the tone of the heavenly demon? At that moment, Lu Chen said with a smile, "This is to send you back to your universe. No need to thank me." As his words ended, the demon expelling banner released a golden radiance, and at the moment the light touched the heavenly demon power, it directly purified it. Seeing this scene, the heavenly demon was completely overwhelmed. Reacting, the heavenly demon transformed into a streak of black mist and started running towards Black Moon City. Seeing the heavenly demon actually running towards Black Moon City, the cultivators of the Ziyang world instantly turned deathly pale. Not good. The heavenly demon is coming. Everyone, run. The heavenly demon is actually coming towards us. In an instant, the various major forces were thrown into chaos. Just as the heavenly demon was about to fly over Black Moon City, suddenly, Lu Chen's figure appeared in front of the heavenly demon, blocking its path. Lu Chen continued, "I was kind enough to send you back, and you're not appreciative." The heavenly demon roared, "Human, don't force this demon." Lu Chen did not waste more words, once again activating the demon expelling banner. The light from the demon expelling banner shone onto the heavenly demon's body, and its heavenly demon power began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Upon witnessing this scene, the cultivators from Ziyang world were stunned. How could this be? Not only did the heavenly demon get frightened away by an invader from another world, but it was also being suppressed and beaten. Feeling its body dissolving, the heavenly demon hurriedly turned and fled deeper into the mountains. It just wanted to leave Ziyang world now. This human cultivator was too eerie. Although there were indeed things in this world that could restrain the power of a heavenly demon, such as black gold being able to do so. The effect of black gold was limited, and this was the first time it encountered something that could directly dissipate its heavenly demon power. It had never heard of such an object existing in the universe before. Where did this human cultivator get such a thing? Too terrifying. Seeing the heavenly demon being frightened away again by someone from another world, the cultivators of Ziyang world were shocked once more. You are a heavenly demon. A heavenly demon actually got scared like this by a human cultivator. Do you even qualify to be a heavenly demon? From the behavior of the heavenly demon, the cultivators of Ziyang world could more or less guess the ending. A heavenly demon that could get scared like this by a cultivator signified that this cultivator possessed absolute overwhelming power. It seemed their plan to use the heavenly demon to have it and the invader weaken each other had failed. Considering the power demonstrated by the invader, after he drove the heavenly demon out of Ziyang world, he wouldn't have expended much strength. By then, even if the forces of Ziyang world joined together to confront this invader, they would have no chance of winning. In an instant, some powers in Ziyang world thought about fleeing. Now, while the heavenly demon was still occupying the invader, they still had time to build a world channel. If they waited until the heavenly demon was driven out of Ziyang world by the invader's attention would be focused on them, and it would likely be too late to construct a world channel. Just as the heavenly demon was about to reach the crack in the world's barrier, Lu Chen quickly took out the Godslayer's sword, then gathered all his spiritual power. Ice 8 level sword. In an instant, the entire demon sealing sacred ground was frozen, and even the sky seemed to be frozen over. For a moment, the mountains of the demon sealing sacred ground were covered in white snow, turning into a frigid snowy land. And the heavenly demon was frozen in the air. It tried to break free from the freeze, but Lu Chen did not give it the chance. The next moment, 8 sword chi passed through the heavenly demon's body. The body of the heavenly demon instantly turned into grains of ice sand, and its demonic chi and heavenly demon power also dissipated immediately, never to condense again. Heavenly demons are usually unkillable. Most can only be sealed, and even if a heavenly demon is cut into innumerable pieces, it could still revive from the dead. But having come into contact with the demon burying spell and the demon expelling banner, the heavenly demon's power was greatly suppressed. If its true form was slain, the power that resided in the heavenly demon would instantly dissipate, and it could no longer condense a demon body. Seeing the heavenly demon's body disintegrate in midair like this, the cultivators from all the great powers of Ziyang world were frozen on their flying boats. A single sword strike vanquished the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon, which their ancestors had sealed at a terrible cost, was slain by an invader from another world in a single sword stroke. Just how powerful was this otherworldly invader? Gongye Liangpeng stood frozen on the spot, his face revealing a look of horror. When Nangong Yuehua turned her head and saw the expression on Gongye Liangpeng's face, her brows furrowed. She was about to say something when she saw a sect master from one of the sects say to Gongye Liangpeng, "Gongye Hall Master, I just remembered something urgent. I must take my leave first." As the sect master finished speaking, he immediately led the elder disciples of his sect and managed their flying boat to make their escape. Even the heavenly demon had been slain by the otherworldly invader, so how could they possibly stand a chance against that invader? Moreover, it was these powers that had unleashed the heavenly demon. This news would soon spread throughout the entire Ziyang world. By then, the reputations of their great powers would be ruined. Before their otherworldly foes even struck, the people of this world would turn against them. There was no longer a place for them in the Ziyang world. If they returned to their respective powers now, activated the Great Array, and constructed a world gate to escape, they might just make it in time. If they delayed even a moment, and the otherworldly invader caught up with them, there would be no chance to escape. Seeing someone flee directly, other powers quickly joined the throng of escapees. Gongye Liangpeng himself seemed to snap out of a deep dream, abandoning the disciples of the Tianji pavilion and vanishing from the spot in an instant. Gongye Liangpeng's disappearance signified the complete collapse of Ziyang world's line of defense, plunging the skies above Black Moon City into chaos. Many flying boats collided with each other as they attempted to depart. The Daxia army had not yet arrived from the Tianqian world when numerous cultivators died from flying boat collisions in the Ziyang world. Everyone was thinking only of making a swift escape, to have others hold back the otherworldly invader and create an opportunity for them to construct a world gate. Seeing this scene, Nangong Yuehua felt extremely distressed. She had only recently seized the throne with little ease, and now, after just a few years, she was about to lose it. She glanced over at Nangong Qingye and then sent her a telepathic message, "Qingye, the situation is beyond our control, we must leave. Come with me, we will construct the world gate together more quickly." Previously, Nangong Yuehua had been fearful of others knowing that Nangong Qingye, the female devil, was her sister. But now, things were different. With the imminent destruction of Ziyang world, there was no need to care about these concerns anymore. Once they left the Ziyang world, all their status and possessions would be gone. Arriving in a new world would mean starting from scratch, and she needn't worry about others' judgments anymore. Hearing Nangong Yuehua's telepathic message, Nangong Qingye immediately turned her head towards her and then responded with a telepathic, "Okay." Shortly afterwards, the flying boats of Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye hurriedly flew towards the Zishao dynasty. Lu Chen, observing from a distance, couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile at the sight of the Ziyang world's powers scattering like this. It was just as he had expected. As long as the heavenly demon was vanquished by him, the various powers of the Ziyang world would surely be intimidated. He didn't care one bit about the cultivators of the All-Law realm fleeing the Ziyang world through a world gate. In fact, the escape of the world's elite actually made it easier for him to rule the entire Ziyang world. Moreover, without resistance, it would take him less time and effort to conquer the entire Ziyang world, so he actually hoped the strongest would flee. He even planned to give them a chance to construct a world gate to escape. At this moment, Black Moon City was in utter chaos. The heavenly demon had been destroyed with a single sword strike, and even the top powers of the Ziyang world were fleeing. This was a clear sign that the forces of the otherworldly invaders vastly outmatched those of Ziyang world. Cultivators from Black Moon City also started on their paths of escape, and soon, all that remained in the city were the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Witnessing the hurried escape of the cultivators in the sky, Ji Chuyu stood petrified. So the Ziyang world had fallen. Ji Chuyu had not seen the battle between Lu Chen and the heavenly demon, but from the actions of the major powers fleeing, she could basically guess the outcome. At this time, the puppet of Lu Chen was embracing Ji Chuyu's waist, whispering in her ear, "The major powers of the Ziyang world took the initiative to release the heavenly demon, giving me an opportunity to attack the Ziyang world." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu felt incredibly conflicted. She also opposed the release of the heavenly demon, even if foreign invaders were attacking. In her eyes, the heavenly demon was still the main enemy of the cultivators. Now that the major powers of the Ziyang world had joined forces to release the heavenly demon, even if they claimed it was to let the heavenly demon fend off the foreign invaders, in the eyes of most common people, their actions were tantamount to destroying the entire Ziyang world. If the foreign invaders entered the Ziyang world at this moment and eliminated the heavenly demon, it would actually help the Ziyang world remove a scourge. Furthermore, now that the major powers had fled without offering any resistance, the people of the Ziyang world felt even more disdain towards these major powers. Under such circumstances, once the foreign armies entered the Ziyang world, there would be many lower-ranking powers that would choose to actively submit. It could be said that the Ziyang world now belonged to Lu Chen and what remained was merely a process of taking over. The thought of becoming a traitor to the Ziyang world, becoming an accomplice to Lu Chen, the foreign invader, made Ji Chuyu feel extremely distressed. Damn it! This dead liar is actually so powerful. With someone as powerful as him, she feared that even self-destructing at the Genesis realm wouldn't cause him any harm. She, the traitor, would be reviled in the Ziyang world for eternity. At the same time, after Lu Chen had slain the heavenly demon, he immediately used his puppet to send a message to the army of the Tianqian world to enter the Ziyang world. Before long, one flying boat after another, bearing the flags of Great Sum, passed through the cracks of the world's barrier into this realm. When the first Great Sum flying boat entered the skies above Black Moon City, Ji Chuyu felt completely despondent. Looking at those flags in the sky she had never seen before, Ji Chuyu said to Lu Chen's puppet, "You can make your move now." Lu Chen replied indifferently, "No rush." As he spoke, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "I can give you two choices, one is to die now, the other is to forget about me and then die." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu felt a pang in her heart. He was indeed a dead liar, claiming to like her with his words, but in the end, he still planned to kill her. By now, she was no longer afraid of death, but Lu Chen's deception and his attitude towards her hurt more than death itself. Ji Chuyu then said, "If you have a way to erase my memory, then do it." Instead of dying in pain and turmoil, she would rather forget this dead liar and die knowing nothing at all. Lu Chen said, "Wait a moment, soon my people will bring you the spiritual tea that will make you forget everything." Hearing this, Ji Chuyu closed her eyes slightly, waiting quietly. After what seemed like an eternity, a woman dressed in white leapt down from a flying boat in the sky, holding a teapot and a cup in her hands. When Ji Chuyu felt the woman's aura, she opened her eyes again and saw the stunningly beautiful and dignified woman standing before her, like a banished immortal descended to the mortal world, and she was momentarily taken aback. As she had thought, this dead liar never lacked beautiful women by his side. But all of this was no longer relevant to her. After all, she was about to die. Bai Qingqing poured a cup of tea and handed it to Ji Chuyu, saying, "This is His Majesty's reward." Seeing the cup of tea before her, Ji Chuyu turned her head and looked at Lu Chen's puppet beside her. "Is this the spiritual tea that will make me forget about you?" Lu Chen said, "Yes, as soon as you drink it, you will immediately forget all memories related to me." As Lu Chen finished speaking, Ji Chuyu reached out her jade hand, and just as her delicate fingers were about to touch the teacup, her arm began to shake involuntarily. Do I really have to forget him? In that moment, scenes of her time spent with Lu Chen replayed in her mind, the happiest times of her life. Previously, she had devoted herself solely to cultivation and had never experienced the feeling of love until Lu Chen appeared. Although she initially approached Lu Chen for the non-existent demon exercising sword technique, as she spent more and more time with him, she gradually realized that she couldn't bear to leave Lu Chen. His image would involuntarily appear in her mind, and when Lu Chen wasn't by her side, her gaze would always be searching for him. Seeing that Ji Chuyu was slow to take the cup of tea from Bai Qingqing's hand, Lu Chen said with a smile, "What's the matter? Can't bear to forget me? Does that mean you still have feelings for me?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu came back to her senses. She bit down on her silver teeth and snatched the teacup directly from Bai Qingqing's hand. Then, she glared fiercely at Lu Chen and cursed, "You're just a lying bastard." After cursing, Ji Chuyu downed the tea in one gulp. The instant she drank the dragon and phoenix tea, Ji Chuyu looked up at the sky, and once more, tears fell from the corners of her eyes. It was over. Everything was over. Her relationship with Lu Chen was over, and so was her life. After who knows how long, Ji Chuyu suddenly opened her eyes. She turned her head to look at Lu Chen's puppet, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. What's going on? Why hasn't she forgotten that lying bastard Lu Chen? Ji Chuyu asked in confusion, why didn't the tea work? Lu Chen said with a smile, you have to wait a while for it to take effect. As soon as Lu Chen's voice fell, a young man dressed in a black gold dragon robe descended from the sky, landing not far from Ji Chuyu. The moment Lu Chen's true self appeared, Ji Chuyu froze in place. Although Lu Chen didn't explicitly say that his true self had arrived, Ji Chuyu instantly guessed that the Lu Chen who had come this time must be his true self. The aura emanating from Lu Chen's true self was entirely different from that of the puppet. He was like a banished immortal descending to the mortal realm, and a special, subtle scent drifted into Ji Chuyu's nose, making her feel an intense restlessness just by catching a whiff. Ji Chuyu muttered under her breath, Lu Chen. Is that you? Lu Chen gave a faint smile and collected the puppet by Ji Chuyu's side. It is me. Upon hearing Lu Chen's affirmative reply, Ji Chuyu snapped back to reality and said coldly, you dare show your face before me? Aren't you afraid I will blow up my Dantian and die with you? Lu Chen said, leaving aside whether your self-destructing Dantian could even injure me, even if you could, I don't think you would self-destruct your Dantian in front of me. Ji Chuyu said coldly, do you really think I still love you? How laughable. From the moment you told me you were a person from another world, the only thing I've felt for you in my heart is hatred. Lu Chen said, oh. Is that so? Ji Chuyu then lifted her neck and continued, go ahead, make your move. Since she had now seen Lu Chen's true self, she could say she was without regrets. Seeing Ji Chuyu's desire for death, Lu Chen said, fine, since you're so intent on dying, I'll indulge you. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu closed her eyes again. This time, it really was over. At last. Just when Ji Chuyu thought her death was certain, she suddenly felt like she lost her balance and fell onto something soft. Immediately after, it was as if something bore down on her body, and in the next moment, a robust breath entered her delicately shaped nose, instantly igniting a certain flame inside her heart, making her body incredibly restless. Ji Chuyu hurriedly opened her eyes, only to find that she was not in the yard anymore, but in her own room, lying on her own soft couch, with Lu Chen pressing down on her, looking down at her from above. What's happening? Ji Chuyu asked with a bewildered face, what are you doing? Lu Chen said with a smile, didn't you want to die? I'm about to let you die now. Ji Chuyu's face was suddenly filled with confusion. To kill her, all he needed was one sword strike. There was no need to bring her to a bed, was there? Just as Ji Chuyu was puzzled and clueless about what Lu Chen wanted to do, he suddenly bent over and sealed her red lips with his own. Ji Chuyu's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and when she recovered, she began to struggle frantically, but she was already so weak that all her struggling was in vain. Just as Ji Chuyu was about to lift her jade fists to pound Lu Chen's chest, she was caught by Lu Chen's large hands and forcefully pressed down beside her beautiful hair. After what felt like an eternity under Lu Chen's kisses, Ji Chuyu gradually stopped struggling. She felt her mind go blank, and her entire body incredibly agitated, as her long jade legs twisted ceaselessly. Just when Ji Chuyu was about to lose herself, she snapped back to reality. This dead liar was an enemy from another world, how could she have such thoughts about him? No, absolutely not. This scoundrel was definitely planning to take her virginity first and then kill her. She absolutely couldn't let this scoundrel succeed. Ji Chuyu then struggled once more, but at that moment, she suddenly heard the sound of tearing fabric, and before she knew what was happening, an odd sensation spread throughout her body. After a muffled groan, 2 lines of clear tears again slid down the corners of Ji Chuyu's eyes. In the end, she had still let this dead liar succeed. Finally, she gave up struggling, leaving Lu Chen to take her life. Zishao Dynasty, beneath the imperial palace. Nangong Yuehua stood in front of a round stone platform, seemingly deep in thought. Since becoming an empress of the All-Law realm, she had never attempted to create a world passage and completely lacked experience. The key issue was that she didn't know which world the passage led to. If they opened the passage and it led to a highly dangerous world where they lost their lives upon arrival, it would be better to just find a place to hide in the Ziyang world. Standing beside Nangong Yuehua, Nangong Qingye spoke with indifference. You went to great lengths to finally become the emperor, and now, in just a few years, you're about to lose it all. I wonder what goes through your mind now. Hearing this, Nangong Yuehua continued to observe the formation platform in front of her while responding, these are just external possessions. Leaving the Ziyang world might not necessarily be a bad thing for me. While she was indeed obsessed with that supreme power, she also knew that if she always stayed in the lower-level cultivation world of Ziyang, her strength and realm would hardly advance further. The strongest cultivator of this world was at the All-Law realm. There were rumors that the Ziyang world once had a Washan realm cultivator, but that Washan realm cultivator was not from the Ziyang world. The said cultivator later died in the battle to seal the heavenly demon, and since then, no Washan realm cultivator had been born in this world. By now, Nangong Yuehua could clearly feel that, upon reaching the All-Law realm, her realm advancement had almost come to a halt, making further progress very difficult. If she remained in the Ziyang world, she could only wait for the end of her lifespan as an All-Law realm cultivator. However, if she left the Ziyang world for a high-level cultivation realm, then there might still be hope for a breakthrough to the Washan realm or even attain greater heights. Of course, being an emperor wasn't bad, but traveling to other high-level cultivation realms to seek opportunities would enrich her life and expand her horizons. After hearing Nangong Yuehua's words, Nangong Qingye let out a light laugh, not believing a word Nangong Yuehua said. The effort she had put in to become empress, to just let go like that. Without any reluctance. Impossible. However, Nangong Qingye did not dwell on whether Nangong Yuehua was reluctant to give up the throne. What mattered most now was leaving the Ziyang world. The enemy from another world was too strong. It didn't matter if Nangong Yuehua was reluctant. One strike from the enemy could slay a heavenly demon, and all the All-Law realm cultivators of the Ziyang world combined could not stand against this otherworldly foe. At that moment, Nangong Yuehua took out more than a dozen top-grade spirit stones and placed them into the holes of the formation platform in front of her, then she attempted to control the formation to open the world passage. As she infused the formation with spiritual power, a door gradually started to appear above the circular formation, although it was flickering and unstable. Nangong Yuehua promptly called out, Qingye. Nangong Qingye immediately understood her intention and swiftly infused the circular formation platform with spiritual power. However, to their surprise, as they poured their spiritual power in, the entrance of the world passage they were facing collapsed quickly instead of forming a stable passage. Nangong Yuehua's brow slightly furrowed. What was happening? Although it was her first time constructing a world passage and she had no experience, with her power as an all-law realm and with Nangong Qingye assisting, the passage shouldn't collapse so swiftly. After pondering for a moment, Nangong Yuehua took out dozens more top-grade spirit stones and positioned them into the platform's holes. Then she once again poured spiritual power into the formation. Qingye, let's try one more time. The two of them attempted to construct the world passage again, but the outcome was the same as before. As the entrance began to form, it collapsed almost immediately, making it difficult to stabilize. If they could not stabilize the entrance, then they would be unable to transport others out of the Ziyang world. The two of them could escape the world in the instant the passage entrance opened. However, Nangong Yuehua clearly had no intention of fleeing alone. She planned to take her confidants with her, as she was accustomed to being attended to, the thought of leaving this world alone was somewhat unimaginable for her. Nangong Qingye felt the same, she had no intention of leaving alone either. At the very least, she wanted to take the elders of the Blood Rainbow Pavilion with her. Ji Chuyu finally understood why Lu Chen said he wanted her dead but instead took her to a room. She was indeed dead. Except she wasn't completely dead, at least her life was still there, just her brain was comfortably dead. Ji Chuyu struggled internally to suppress her emotions, not wanting to fall into degradation. She had already seen through Lu Chen's tricks. That dishonest swindler just wanted to use this method to make her fall, then turn her into his female slave so she wouldn't seek death anymore. No, she absolutely couldn't let this deceitful plan succeed. She couldn't enjoy this anymore, she had to stay alert. Ji Chuyu tried hard to calm her inner turmoil. However, no matter what she did, the sensations in her body still reached her brain. Soon, she was once again mentally dazed, with only one awareness left deep inside her heart. I'm done. Deep down, Ji Chuyu already knew that Lu Chen had succeeded. She could no longer separate herself from this deceitful swindler. She had liked him all along, even though Lu Chen had deceived her. Her feelings for Lu Chen hadn't disappeared just because he had lied to her. Now that Lu Chen was treating her this way, her feelings for him had deepened even more. Right when Ji Chuyu's mind was bewildered, suddenly Lu Chen's voice rang in her ear, "Chuyu, are you dead?" Hearing Lu Chen's mocking voice, Ji Chuyu suddenly snapped back to reality. Her eyes were blurry with tears, unable to make out Lu Chen's face clearly, but she knew that Lu Chen must be very smug right now. Ji Chuyu bit down on her teeth and then coldly huffed, "You don't think, that this can make me submit. I will never, ouch, go easy on me." Though she verbally claimed she wouldn't submit, Ji Chuyu knew very well that she no longer cared whether Lu Chen was from another realm or not. Lu Chen, while acting, kept his eyes on Ji Chuyu's beautiful face. "Chuyu, though I am from another realm and our positions are somewhat opposed, I won't make too many excuses about attacking Ziyang world. But my feelings for you are real. I never thought of hurting you." Ji Chuyu scoffed and said, "You always say, you like me, would you be willing for me to leave this world?" Lu Chen replied, "That won't work. I am the realm master of Tianqian world. Since I have already deployed troops, I must give an explanation to the various forces of Tianqian world and the soldiers of Daxia." Ji Chuyu said, "What liking me, you just want to turn me into your female slave." As Ji Chuyu spoke, Lu Chen suddenly grabbed her slender leg, then pulled her into his arms to flip her over. Ji Chuyu clenched her teeth. This deceitful swindler, although claiming his affection, still used various methods on her. Indeed, in this man's eyes, she was just a toy. Lu Chen continued, "Chuyu, I can assure you, if the major forces of Ziyang world are willing to ally with me, I won't commit a massacre in Ziyang world. Moreover, I will give them plenty of time to consider. If those cultivators of Myriad Law's realm want to leave this world, I will also grant them enough time to construct a portal to exit this world. The Daxia army will be temporarily stationed in Black Moon City. We will not dispatch troops to attack various major powers until half a month later." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu, lying on the bed, fell into silence. For her, no matter what Lu Chen did, it did not change the fact that he was an invader from another world. However, if Lu Chen truly meant what he said, that as long as one surrenders to him, there will be no massacre, then that would indeed be good news for Ziyang world. Seeing that Ji Chuyu didn't respond, Lu Chen further hardened his tone. Ji Chuyu couldn't help but let out a soft groan. Then she said, what you do, has nothing to do with me." Ji Chuyu knew her place. She was just an insignificant person who did not have the status to negotiate with a realm master like Lu Chen. Moreover, she regarded herself merely as a plaything to Lu Chen now, someone who couldn't even control her own life and death. What good was Lu Chen's promise? Even if he made a promise, Lu Chen could still go back on his word. Besides, with Lu Chen's formidable power, even if he did go back on his word and started a massacre in Ziyang world, no one could do anything about it. Even the Myriad Law's realm cultivators had fled, and no one in Ziyang world could match Lu Chen now. It was only a matter of time before Lu Chen unified the entire Ziyang world. Hearing Ji Chuyu's words, Lu Chen bent down to bring his chest close to her jade back and continued in her ear, "Then do you still wish to die?" At this, Ji Chuyu's delicate body trembled slightly, and then she said coldly, "Even if you don't kill me, once you release me, I will end my own life. You won't make me your female slave." Lu Chen laughed softly, "All right, since you still wish to die, then I'll let you die again." Subsequently, Lu Chen applied the methods he had used on Yun Shenxian and Su Hanyan to Ji Chuyu, and it wasn't long before Ji Chuyu couldn't withstand it any longer. Lu Chen's demonic voice echoed in her mind, "Are you dead now?" Ji Chuyu wanted to be defiant, but her consciousness was uncontrollable, and she muttered, I'm dying." Lu Chen continued, "Call out, darling, and let me hear it." Unconsciously, Ji Chuyu said, Darling, ah. Now, Ji Chuyu only had the cultivation state of the Genesis realm. The methods Lu Chen used on Yun Shenxian and Su Hanyan were specifically designed for Myriad Law's realm cultivators. Using such measures against Ji Chuyu of the Genesis realm naturally left her with no choice but to surrender. Several days later, Lu Chen had a puppet transmit an order, issuing a decree to the entire Ziyang world. He also had many flyers printed in Tianqian world, which were then distributed to various powers throughout Ziyang world. In the decree, Lu Chen stated that the major powers of Ziyang world had colluded with the heavenly demon, disregarding the lives of the common people and releasing the heavenly demon. Tianqian world, being adjacent to Ziyang world, also suffered because of this. To maintain peace and stability in the cultivation world, and for the sake of the people of both worlds, the Daxia dynasty had taken the initiative to invade Ziyang world. Now that the heavenly demon had been vanquished by the Daxia dynasty, to prevent the residual demon cultivators in Ziyang world from conspiring with the heavenly demon again and endangering Ziyang world, the Daxia dynasty decided to bring the entire Ziyang world under its rule. He would give those powers some time to consider. If they voluntarily surrendered to the Daxia dynasty and actively purged the demon cultivators from their ranks, the Daxia dynasty would not pursue their responsibility for colluding with the demon cultivators. After Lu Chen's announcement was released, the news of various major forces in Ziyang world releasing heavenly demons quickly spread throughout the entire Ziyang world. In less than half a month, the common people of Ziyang world had become divided into two factions. Some believed that the top forces of Ziyang world were releasing the heavenly demons to resist the invaders from the Tianqian world. Meanwhile, others thought that no matter what happened, those top forces in Ziyang world should never have released the heavenly demons. Clearly, they were colluding with the heavenly demons in order to break through to a higher realm, thus becoming the lackeys of the heavenly demons and not considering the lives of the common people of Ziyang world at all. To most common people, releasing heavenly demons was an unforgivable sin. What were heavenly demons anyway? They were monsters that fed on cultivators and humans, the natural enemies of mankind. For the top forces of Ziyang world to release the heavenly demons, they must be either mad or they had sided with the heavenly demons. Releasing the heavenly demons to resist the extraterrestrial invaders. What a ludicrous reason. If the heavenly demons defeated the invaders and devoured them, the power of the heavenly demons would become even stronger, and then all the humans in Ziyang world would turn into food for the heavenly demons. At least the extraterrestrial invaders were still human and wouldn't consider humans as food. Faced with the choice of being confined and used as nourishment by the heavenly demons, they would rather be ruled by the extraterrestrial invaders. For a time, the voices calling for the punishment of the major top forces arose within Ziyang world. At the same time, Zishao dynasty, underground palace. Nangong Yuehua looked at the proclamation in her hand and sneered before saying, "This Daxia emperor really has quite the tactic, to actually employ a countercharge." Nangong Qingye then said beside her, "He aims to annex the entire Ziyang world without expending a single soldier." Hearing Nangong Qingye's words, Nangong Yuehua was slightly taken aback. Something occurred to her. She remembered Gongye Liangpeng telling her that the invaders from other worlds would destroy Ziyang world, which was why she had agreed to Gongye Liangpeng's proposal and released the heavenly demons proactively. But now that she thought about it, if the Sum Emperor truly intended to destroy Ziyang world, would he need to resort to such tactics? Couldn't he just lead the armies of Great Sum to overwhelmingly crush the major forces of Ziyang world? The Sum Emperor was capable of slaughtering a heavenly demon with a single sword strike. To crush the major forces of Ziyang world was not a difficult task at all. Lu Chen's current actions didn't quite seem like an invasion to destroy Ziyang world, they appeared more as a bid to fight for control over cultivation resources. If she had known from the beginning that Lu Chen was invading Ziyang world to compete for cultivation resources, Nangong Yuehua would have never agreed to release the heavenly demons together with Gongye Liangpeng. In Nangong Yuehua's eyes, there was a fundamental difference between destroying Ziyang world and controlling it. By this time, Nangong Yuehua had realized that she had clearly been deceived by Gongye Liangpeng. With this thought, Nangong Yuehua ignited the proclamation in her hand with spiritual power, and in an instant, it burned to ashes. Her gaze returned to the circular array in front of her. The Sum Emperor probably wants us cultivators of the All-Law realm to voluntarily leave Ziyang world. By doing so, he can easily take control of the entire Ziyang world. Saying this, Nangong Yuehua's face showed a mix of emotions. Others were given the opportunity by the Sum Emperor to leave on their own, but the world passage they had constructed was still far from being stably existent. At this moment, Nangong Qingye said, if it really doesn't work out, then let it be. Although Nangong Qingye didn't wish to leave alone, the world passage they had constructed couldn't transport people. If they continued to delay and the Sum Emperor attacked before they had managed to build a stable passage, they might not even have a chance to escape. Nangong Yuehua fell into silence, she didn't want to give up just like that. Right at this moment, a maid suddenly appeared in the stone chamber. Holding 2 letters, she said, Your Majesty, the envoy of Daxia has brought 2 letters, one for you and one for the Nangong sect master. Hearing these words, both Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye were stunned, a letter for each of them. Why would anyone send letters to them? With a wave of her hand, the 2 letters in the maid's possession flew into Nangong Yuehua's hands. She glanced at them and saw that each letter bore one of their names. Nangong Yuehua handed the letter with Nangong Qingye's name to her and then immediately opened the one addressed to herself to see what the Sum Emperor had written. As she read the contents of the letter, Nangong Yuehua's eyebrows slightly creased, and her expression turned extremely serious. Seeing that Nangong Yuehua looked troubled, Nangong Qingye grew even more curious about what the letter contained. She took the initiative to open her own letter and skim through its contents. Nangong Qingye was stunned after reading just the first paragraph of the letter. This letter. It was actually a letter of confession. It was then that both of them came to the realization that the Lu Chen they had met in Black Moon City was, in fact, the Sum Emperor, albeit in his puppet body. No wonder they couldn't feel Lu Chen's heartbeat when they first met him. They hadn't considered the possibility of him being a puppet, as puppetry techniques of such sophistication were unheard of in their world. After reading the contents of the letter, Nangong Yuehua snorted coldly and set the letter aflame. She then looked over at Nangong Qingye and, upon seeing her equally astounded expression, Nangong Yuehua could guess the gist of her letter's content. After Nangong Qingye finished reading, she didn't burn her letter like Nangong Yuehua did. Instead, she looked up at Nangong Yuehua and asked, What did he write to you? Nangong Yuehua replied, From your reaction, it seems that the letters he wrote to both of us likely bear similar messages. The Sum Emperor wishes for me to marry him, to become his woman, and he promises that the Zishao dynasty will continue to be under my control. Hearing Nangong Yuehua's words, Nangong Qingye couldn't help but laugh lightly, he truly has a big appetite. He also wants this sovereign to marry him, to become his woman. As Nangong Qingye's words fell, they both lapsed into silence, no longer speaking. The stone chamber became deathly quiet, the sound of their breathing audible. If it was possible not to leave this world, they naturally would not want to leave. However, the idea of marrying the Sum Emperor and becoming his woman left the two of them internally conflicted. Moreover, they weren't certain whether Lu Chen was being honest or if this was a ploy to stabilize them, preventing their escape from the Ziyang world for some ulterior motive. If it was just about marrying Lu Chen to become his woman, that would be somewhat acceptable. But if it was because Lu Chen wanted to use them as mere furnace cauldrons. At their realm, cultivators were no longer merely concerned with physical appearance. While there were cultivators with a penchant for beauty, for most, marrying a woman was more likely for the purposes of dual cultivation or to use them as furnace cauldrons. Lu Chen, a powerful individual who could slay a heavenly demon with a single sword strike, proposing marriage to them. It was something they found rather unbelievable. They certainly didn't want to become furnace cauldrons for Lu Chen. While they were immersed in their silent contemplation, another maid entered the chamber. "Your Majesty, there is someone outside who claims to be an envoy of Daxia seeking an audience." After hearing the maid's words, Nangong Yuehua snapped back to reality and immediately said, "What is that person's realm?" The maid replied, "Only the Genesis realm." Nangong Yuehua then said, "Bring him to see us in the royal garden." "Yes, Your Majesty." As the maid's voice faded, she disappeared on the spot in an instant. Once the maid had left, Nangong Yuehua said, "Since an envoy has been sent, we might as well see what is happening. We are curious to see what the Sum Emperor is plotting." Having said that, Nangong Yuehua went directly to the royal garden, and Nangong Qingye was also very curious about what Lu Chen intended to do, so she followed to the royal garden as well. After the two ladies arrived at the royal garden, it didn't take long for the maid to bring the so-called envoy of Great Sum to the royal garden. The moment the envoy of Great Sum stepped into the royal garden, Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye were suddenly stunned in the pavilion. When they came to their senses, they released their spiritual energy instantly, their faces serious and their demeanor as if facing a formidable enemy. They had never imagined that the so-called envoy of Great Sum would actually be Lu Chen himself. Not right. Nangong Yuehua quickly realized that the Lu Chen who had entered the royal garden only possessed the cultivation state of the Genesis realm, so it was clear he was not the person himself, or at least not his main body. Seeing how tense Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye were, Lu Chen's lips slightly curled up, revealing a trace of a smile, then said, "There's no need for the two fairies to be so nervous. It's not the first time we have met." After reassessing the realm of the Lu Chen before them, Nangong Yuehua asked, "Is this your puppet?" Lu Chen said, "Indeed, at first we thought having a puppet meet you might seem insincere, but we were also worried that if our true self came directly to the Zishao dynasty, it might scare the two of you. If the two fairies feel that we lack sincerity, we can come immediately." Nangong Yuehua quickly said, "No need. The Sum Emperor was capable of slaying a heavenly demon with a single sword. If his true self really came here, they probably wouldn't have a chance to escape." At this time, Nangong Qingye asked, "We wonder how much of what the Sum Emperor said in the letter is true and how much is false." Regarding Lu Chen's claim of wanting to marry them, they definitely would not fully believe it. At Lu Chen's level of realm, how could he possibly marry a woman just for her beauty? Lu Chen certainly had an ulterior motive, it was just not clear what he was scheming. They were suspicious whether Lu Chen wanted to turn them into furnace cauldrons, or perhaps he wanted to make them his playthings. At this time, Lu Chen replied, "The contents of the letter are all sincere words from our heart. We truly do like the two fairies." Hearing this, Nangong Yuehua let out a cold laugh. "Does the Sum Emperor think us fools? With the strength of the Sum Emperor, what kind of woman could he not have? How could he possibly fancy us?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "You're right. In the Tianqian world, with just a word from us, countless women would willingly marry us, but we don't marry just any woman. Only those who can move our heart will we marry. And the two fairies have moved our heart." Nangong Yuehua sneered, "The Sum Emperor must have said these words to many women before." Nangong Qingye also said from the side, "We are neither young girls nor are we the Purple Emperor. Do you think we will believe these words of yours?" Lu Chen replied, "I know you do not believe, for at my level of realm, speaking of feelings does indeed seem juvenile, yet what I have said comes from the heart. As to whether you two fairies choose to believe or not, that is for you to decide. I have also given you ample time to construct the world passage. Should you wish to leave, you may do so at any time. If you are willing to trust my words, then after you marry me, the management of the Ziyang world will be entrusted to you both." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye were taken aback, and they suddenly felt they were beginning to understand the true intentions of the Sum Emperor. By asking them to manage the Ziyang world, It meant that the Sum Emperor would not remain there long-term, and he was likely not confined to ruling just the Ziyang world. Only when he rules a sufficient number of worlds would he consider delegating the management of the worlds he conquered to others. The Sum Emperor aimed to use political marriage to bind them to his cause, making them manage the entire Ziyang world, while he proceeded to conquer others, continuing his campaign. If that was his goal, it was entirely plausible. No matter what world it is, high-end political alliances often require the most primitive of methods. Becoming Lu Chen's woman would be tantamount to forming a political alliance. However, although they had deduced that Lu Chen might indeed be sincere, there was still some wariness in their hearts towards him. After all, one could never be too certain that Lu Chen would not go back on his word, and once they truly chose to stay, they would be like fish on a chopping block, completely at Lu Chen's mercy. Seeing that the two women had fallen silent, Lu Chen continued, "Let me put it this way. If I had wished to forcefully keep you, I would have done so on the day I slew the heavenly demon, without bothering to send a messenger to you afterward. Even now, if I wanted to keep you, it would be an easy matter. I speak to you thus courteously because I need you to stabilize the entire Ziyang world in the future. Conquering the Ziyang world is just the beginning for me. My true journey lies amongst the stars and the oceans." As Lu Chen's voice faded, Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye exchanged glances. Indeed, with the Sum Emperor's strength to slay the heavenly demon with one sword, it would have been easy for him to keep the various major powers of the Ziyang world on that day. His inaction was clearly a deliberate choice to let them return. It was also a deliberate decision to let the two of them return, and given that Lu Chen's clone could arrive outside the imperial palace of the Zishao dynasty undetected, his true body could certainly do the same. That is to say, if he wished to use force to keep them, it would be easy for him. For all they knew, Lu Chen's true body might already be somewhere in the imperial capital of the Zishao dynasty, unbeknownst to them. With this thought, a cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of both women. Should they refuse, it was hard to say what the Sum Emperor might do. Yet, after coming back to her senses, Nangong Yuehua glanced at the puppet version of Lu Chen, realizing that on the day he slew the heavenly demon, she had not clearly seen what Lu Chen's true form looked like. The puppet Lu Chen was extraordinarily handsome, and she did not know whether his true form was similar. Although at their level of cultivation state, looking for a Taoist couple first considered personal benefits, as the empress of the Zishao dynasty, Nangong Yuehua still felt somewhat reluctant to marry an old man. Seeing Nangong Yuehua's gaze fixed on his puppet as if contemplating something, Lu Chen continued, "After becoming my woman, I will give you a technique that can restrain the power of the heavenly demon and will also impart to you a saint-grade cultivation technique." Upon hearing this, both women were stunned. Saint-grade cultivation technique. The Sum Emperor has a saint-grade cultivation technique. In the entire Ziyang world, the highest grade of cultivation technique was only of the earth rank, yet the Sum Emperor actually possessed a saint-grade cultivation technique. Possessing a saint-grade cultivation technique proved that the Sum Emperor could not possibly be just a realm master from the neighboring world. Although the two of them had never left the Ziyang world, they were not completely ignorant about external worlds. After all, it was very likely that their ancestors had also come from another realm, and they had left behind quite a bit of information about other worlds, so they certainly knew something about other cultivation worlds. It was rumored that even a great emperor would have difficulty possessing a saint-grade cultivation technique. Having a heavenly level cultivation technique was already impressive, so how could a realm master like the Sum Emperor possess a saint-grade cultivation technique? If he truly possessed a saint-grade cultivation technique, it meant that he was definitely not just a realm master, he must have a more significant background behind him. Facing such a powerful figure with a strong background, both Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye felt a profound sense of helplessness. At the same time, they were immensely conflicted. That was a saint-grade cultivation technique, after all. And the Sum Emperor also said he would impart to them the technique to restrain the power of the heavenly demon. Whether the Sum Emperor had a saint-grade cultivation technique, they were not yet sure, but they knew for certain that Lu Chen had a technique capable of restraining the power of the heavenly demon. Initially, they had sought out Lu Chen's puppet because it could restrain magical creatures, but they had been deceived by Lu Chen, thinking that his ability to restrain demonic qi was due to his physique. With a technique capable of restraining the power of the heavenly demon, they would no longer need to fear encountering demon cultivators or the heavenly demon in the future. In the cultivation world, the most dangerous things besides the human heart were the heavenly demons. Heavenly demons existed not only in the Ziyang world. According to their ancient records, other cultivation realms also had them, and the higher the cultivation realms, the more formidable the heavenly demons present. Even if they left the Ziyang world, they might still encounter heavenly demons in the future. The technique Lu Chen possessed to restrain the power of the heavenly demon was very important to both of them, especially for Nangong Qingye, a demonic cultivator. Nangong Qingye was a demonic cultivator, but not a demon cultivator. She practiced cultivation using blood qi, which was the easiest thing to attract heavenly demons. In any world where heavenly demons existed, they could detect the presence of a demonic cultivator like her at any time and come seeking her. While Nangong Yuehua was still shocked by Lu Chen's words, the voice of Nangong Qingye rang beside her. Okay, I accept. She could forego the saint-grade cultivation technique, but she must get her hands on the technique that could restrain the power of the heavenly demon. If she could obtain that technique, even losing her virtue to become the woman of the Sum Emperor would be worth it. Moreover, being a demonic cultivator herself, she did not place much importance on chastity. The older a person, the lower their sense of morality. They had lived for thousands of years already and no longer valued virginity. If they could use something they did not value to exchange for a cultivation technique they needed, it would be a huge gain for them without any loss. Of course, making this decision came with some risk. No one could be sure whether Lu Chen was deceiving them, and it was possible that Lu Chen's true intention was only to use them as furnace cauldrons. But regardless of Lu Chen's intentions, Nangong Qingye was willing to gamble for the demon exorcising technique that Lu Chen possessed. There was no choice. As a demonic cultivator, demons were her greatest weakness. Without a method to restrain demons, even if she fled to another world, she would likely fall into crisis upon encountering them. If she encountered demons again, she only had two options, either die or degrade into a demon cultivator, but she was not willing to become a true demon cultivator. Though she was a bad woman, her badness had limits. Seeing Nangong Qingye agree, Lu Chen smiled slightly before his gaze landed on Nangong Yuehua. Your sister has agreed, how will you decide? Nangong Yuehua did not respond immediately but asked instead, does your puppet body look the same as your original? Taken aback by Nangong Yuehua's question, Lu Chen hadn't expected her to ask such a thing. Generally, the higher the realm of the cultivator, the more they value benefits rather than appearances. Collecting himself, Lu Chen answered, yes, my puppet body is modeled after my original. Hearing Lu Chen's reply, Nangong Yuehua sighed in relief, as long as he wasn't especially old or exceptionally ugly. It wasn't just for benefits, but she also didn't want to be with a particularly ugly man. Nangong Yuehua sighed softly then said, fine, I agree. Seeing Nangong Yuehua agree, Lu Chen smiled and said, then, I'll come to find you in half a month. I will announce to the outside that the Zishao dynasty has decided to align with the Daxia dynasty. Hearing this, Nangong Yuehua thought to herself that this fellow indeed had this plan in mind. If he publicly announced the Zishao dynasty's definite alignment with Daxia dynasty, the other forces of this world would likely follow suit. Those who understand the times are wise leaders. If the strongest force surrendered, there was no need for the other forces to continue resisting. If they persisted, the Daxia dynasty would definitely use releasing the heavenly demons as a pretext to attack those forces. One thing led to another. It seemed that all this was a political calculation in the Sum Emperor's eyes. Maybe the Sum Emperor didn't truly like them, he was just using them as tools to gain control of the Ziyang world. Thinking this, Nangong Yuehua felt somewhat relieved. Maybe Lu Chen really didn't care about her and just saw her as a tool person. Hereafter, she just needed to do work for Lu Chen. There was no need to accompany him in dual cultivation. While Nangong Yuehua was lost in thought, Lu Chen's voice came again, I shall return now. If there's anything, you can send someone to find me in Black Moon City or come personally. At this moment, Nangong Qingye inquired, "Aren't you afraid that once you leave, we'll immediately create a world channel and flee this world?" Lu Chen said, "If you are willing to give up the opportunity of the saint-grade cultivation technique, then by all means, flee the Ziyang world." As his words trailed off, Puppet Lu Chen turned and left the royal garden. Watching the retreating figure of Puppet Lu Chen, both women fell into deep thought. Once Lu Chen's figure completely disappeared from their sight, Nangong Qingye turned her head to Nangong Yuehua and said, "What do you plan to do?" Nangong Yuehua replied, "If he truly wanted to do something to us, then wanting to flee this world now would be too late. His aim is likely just to find someone to help him control the whole Ziyang world." Nangong Yuehua had now completely trusted Lu Chen's words, always believing that someone who could slay a heavenly demon with a single sword and even possessed the technique to counter the heavenly demons, his strength was most likely above the divinity transformation realm, and for a cultivator above the divinity transformation realm, keeping them would be an effortless task. In Nangong Yuehua's view, since the Sum Emperor had the power to easily detain them but did not directly attack them, it proved that he indeed wanted two people who could help him control the Ziyang world. The fact that the Sum Emperor did not directly attack them was his greatest sincerity. Since the Sum Emperor had already shown his greatest sincerity, and they did not want to leave the Ziyang world either, cooperating with him was not a bad idea. The cultivation world respected the strong, and even if they surrendered, it was not considered a loss, they were merely abiding by the rule that the strong are revered. Moreover, the Sum Emperor's background was extraordinary, and following him could also create an opportunity for them. Not to mention whether they still had the chance to escape the Ziyang world, even if there was a chance, they might not have such an opportunity in other worlds. Hearing Nangong Yuehua's words, Nangong Qingye said, "So, you also plan to stay and become his woman?" Hearing this question, Nangong Yuehua chuckled and then said, "Such a powerful man, how could he lack beautiful women around him? It's just giving us a title, we are merely his tools. Even if we marry him, he may not dual cultivate with us." Hearing Nangong Yuehua say this, Nangong Qingye also felt it made sense. The Sum Emperor probably just needed two tools to control the entire Ziyang world. Marrying them was just to give them suitable identities to manage the Ziyang world. Thinking this, Nangong Qingye frowned slightly. If that was the case, could Lu Chen possibly pass on the so-called saint-grade cultivation technique to the two of them? If Lu Chen truly only needed two tools, then in Lu Chen's eyes, they were not his women, but rather seemed more like two maids to him. How could Lu Chen possibly transmit the saint-grade cultivation technique to two maids? Of course, what she cared about most was not the saint-grade cultivation technique, but the demon exorcising technique. Nangong Qingye thought to herself that if she wanted to obtain the demon exorcising technique from Lu Chen, she must take the initiative, otherwise, Lu Chen might only be leading them on, not planning to teach them the technique anytime soon. Thinking this, Nangong Qingye made a bold decision within her heart. Meanwhile, in Black Moon City, at the city lord's mansion. Inside Ji Chuyu's room, her voice continued to echo, but as the ringing voice died down, the room gradually returned to tranquility. At that moment, Ji Chuyu lay powerless on Lu Chen's chest, her messy hair spread all over the bed. Lu Chen gently arranged Ji Chuyu's hair, smiling as he asked, "Do you still wish to die?" Hearing this question, Ji Chuyu, still immersed in the afterglow, suddenly snapped awake. She had initially thought that a day after, at most, Lu Chen would kill her, and since he had already taken her virginity, she no longer had any value. But she did not expect that this deceitful liar would not let her go for more than half a month. Of course, she had been fasting, not eating or drinking for years was not a problem, as she just needed to absorb spiritual energy. So, not eating or drinking for half a month was not an issue, but the real problem was that this scoundrel had been doing that to her for half a month. It was her first time with a man, and this scoundrel had no intention of cherishing her. Indeed, perhaps in this deceitful liar's eyes, she was merely a plaything. Where was the need to cherish her? Ji Chuyu snorted coldly and said, "You think this will make me fall in love with you? You doing this only makes me want to kill you even more." Lu Chen said, "But you haven't been saying that these past few days." As he spoke, Lu Chen wrapped his arms around Ji Chuyu's waist, flipped over, and with his arms propped on either side of her head, he looked down imposingly into her seductive, silky eyes. Darling, I've already called you my darling, why are you still being difficult with me? Ji Chuyu clenched her teeth fiercely and said, I was forced into this, there's absolutely no way I will be your Taoist couple. Lu Chen said, I never intended for you to be my Taoist couple. Upon hearing this, Ji Chuyu was immediately stumped, and a wave of grievance surged in her heart. Indeed, in the eyes of this deceitful man, she was just a plaything. He never intended to make her his Taoist couple, it was all lies. It was all just manipulation from the start. While Ji Chuyu was thinking this, Lu Chen continued, there is a difference between a Taoist couple and a darling. In my eyes, you are my darling, not my Taoist couple. Mainly, a Taoist couple is for dual cultivation, but I married you not for dual cultivation, but because I genuinely like you. Ji Chuyu paused again, but she quickly recovered. She tightly closed her eyes, forcing the confusion from them, and then fiercely glared at Lu Chen saying, empty sweet talk. No matter what you say, it can't change the fact that you forced me. Lu Chen did not continue to dwell on this and said instead, by the way, I have some good news for you. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly change the topic, Ji Chuyu snorted and said, what good news could you possibly have? Lu Chen said, the Sum Emperor and Blood Rainbow Pavilion's Nangong Qingye are planning to join me. This. Ji Chuyu was completely dumbfounded. She could hardly believe that Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye would choose to join Lu Chen, this invader from another realm. With their cultivation states and strength at the All-Law realm, they could absolutely construct a world passageway and then leave this realm. Why would they need to seek refuge with Lu Chen, this invader from another realm? And Lu Chen had been in her own bed for over half a month. How could he know that Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingye planned to join him? Wait a minute. Lu Chen still had puppets. Ji Chuyu instantly thought that Lu Chen could be dealing with the outside world by controlling puppets. Upon this realization, a few suspicions surfaced in Ji Chuyu's mind. Could it be that when Lu Chen had been with her in the form of a puppet, his real body was also on some woman's bed, entangling with another woman? At this thought, Ji Chuyu's expression grew even more unsightly. No wonder this guy's puppet, when with her, would lie in bed all day and often make strange noises. Every time, this guy would say his real body was breaking through, so he had no mind to control the puppet. It turns out he was doing that kind of thing. This deceitful man. His mouth truly never speaks a single truth. Seeing Ji Chuyu still glaring fiercely at him, Lu Chen asked with a smile, what, you don't believe it? Ji Chuyu did not answer but retorted, when you were with me doing that, were you also controlling a puppet in the Zishao dynasty? Lu Chen didn't think much and directly answered, yes. Ji Chuyu then asked, so, does that mean when your puppet was with me, your real body might have been on some woman's bed? This. Lu Chen did not expect Ji Chuyu to leap straight to that conclusion. Seeing Lu Chen fall silent, and not immediately responding to her own answer, Ji Chuyu bit down hard on her teeth. Just as she had thought. While Lu Chen's puppet was with her, his real body was indeed in some woman's bed. The thought that Lu Chen's puppet was whispering sweet nothings to her while his real body was with another woman doing those things, made Ji Chuyu feel an indescribable pain in her heart. Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, Ji Chuyu cursed, you really are a liar. As her words fell, Ji Chuyu couldn't help but let tears slip down from the corners of her eyes. She could accept that Lu Chen had other women, and now she could even accept that Lu Chen was an invader from another realm, but it was hard for her to accept that while he was deceiving her with his puppet, his real body was with another woman. Seeing Ji Chuyu's pitiable state, Lu Chen felt a tinge of guilt. He had indeed done such a thing. However, he often cultivated feelings with his many wives and concubines, so he was already accustomed to this kind of life. For him, such matters were very normal, although, of course, he understood that for a woman like Ji Chuyu, who was encountering the matters of men and women for the first time, it might be somewhat hard to accept. Yun Shenxian also couldn't accept that he had so many women at the beginning. Faced with the current situation, the only thing Lu Chen could do was to comfort her. Lu Chen then leaned over once again, blocking Ji Chuyu's red lips, and then got busy, trying to soothe her emotions. Ji Chuyu was stunned. She had not expected that Lu Chen would do those things to her while she was feeling sad and distressed. This bastard. Sigh. Never mind. With Lu Chen's comforting, Ji Chuyu eventually quickly forgot the sadness Lu Chen had brought her. Facing such an unreasonable man, she couldn't even get angry anymore. As soon as she got angry, the guy would take care of her, and all her inner sorrow and distress turned into loud cries that were vented out loud. After who knew how long, the room once more fell silent, and Ji Chuyu's eyes were misty again. Lu Chen let her lie on his chest again and gently stroked her jade back with his hand, soothing her emotions. Ji Chuyu now couldn't be bothered to speak or move, she just lay there quietly. She felt that if she said a few more words, the tyrant might abuse her again. Lu Chen then said, "You might not be able to accept that kind of thing, but I have many wives and concubines, each of whom needs my care. As a responsible man, how could I bear to leave them alone? Also, doing this allows me to help them with their cultivation, without neglecting my own affairs. It's a win-win situation." Hearing Lu Chen's trashy words, Ji Chuyu simply snorted coldly, too lazy to bother with him. She knew she had completely fallen. Although this cheater was indeed a liar, his strength was too overwhelming, and she just couldn't resist. She had also figured it out now. This cheater had already devoured her completely, so what was the point of caring about his deceitful words? Seeing Ji Chuyu not speaking, Lu Chen said, "If you don't speak, I will." Before Lu Chen could finish, Ji Chuyu quickly cut in, asking, "What do you plan to do with me?" Ji Chuyu clearly felt that Lu Chen wanted to take advantage of her again. This liar had one trick after another when it came to dealing with women, now she was completely out of patience with him. Lu Chen said with a smile, "What are you talking about, dealing with you or not dealing with you? You are my woman, why would I deal with you? When I unify the Ziyang world, I will make you a noble concubine. How do you feel about that?" Ji Chuyu fell silent again. She didn't know whether to be happy or sad. She knew that Lu Chen certainly had many women. But then again, the noble concubine was a rather precious status in the emperor's harem, much better than the common consorts. This also showed that Lu Chen was actually quite nice to her. However, what Ji Chuyu did not know was that Lu Chen's harem only had the titles of noble concubine and imperial noble consort, there were no ordinary concubines. At that moment, Ji Chuyu still thought that Lu Chen had given her a high status. Ji Chuyu immediately asked, "Have the Purple Emperor and the Nangong sect master really decided to pledge their loyalty to you?" Lu Chen said, "Of course, they will soon come to Black Moon City to express their loyalty to me proactively." Ji Chuyu sighed inwardly, never expecting that the number 1 dynasty and number 1 cult force of the Ziyang world would so easily surrender to an invader from another realm. Lu Chen continued, "You should rest well next and regulate the spiritual power in your body." When she heard this, Ji Chuyu was just about to say something when suddenly she felt the spiritual power that had been sealed in her body burst open instantly, and a vast sea of spiritual power directly appeared in her mind. Ji Chuyu was completely stunned. She had broken through. And it was to the Yin-Yang realm. How could this be? Had she simply slept with Lu Chen and jumped from just below the creation realm 5th layer directly through 5 realms to the Yin-Yang realm? This was too exaggerated. She had never heard of a Taoist couple's dual cultivation having such an exaggerated speed of cultivation. As Ji Chuyu was still in shock, Lu Chen hugged her jade-like back and gently turned over, laying her body on the soft couch. Then he leaned down and once again sealed Ji Chuyu's red lips. Ji Chuyu's delicate body trembled slightly, thinking Lu Chen was about to do that thing to her again, and in that moment, her entire body tensed up. However, just at that moment, Lu Chen slowly rose up, and as their lips parted and he felt Ji Chuyu's body clinging to his, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Who would have thought, Chuyu, that you are so fond of pleasure? It's been over half a month, and you still can't bear for me to leave." Upon hearing these words, Ji Chuyu instantly recalled her own reaction and, for a moment, felt her entire body incredibly hot. This damned liar. He had toyed with her body and now he wanted to humiliate her. Ji Chuyu had intended to snap, "If you're going to leave, then do it quickly, But when she thought that saying this might result in Lu Chen taking her life again, she held the words back. She felt utterly powerless in front of this shameless man, Lu Chen, and she also realized that her body had indeed become somewhat dependent on him. Seeing Ji Chuyu looking as though she wanted to retort but didn't dare to speak, her face flushed with shame, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh, though he did not continue to tease her. Soon after, he pulled away and left, took a quick bath in the next room, changed his clothes, and then left the courtyard where Ji Chuyu was. Once Lu Chen had left, Ji Chuyu quickly rose from the bed, sat cross-legged, and then tuned into the spiritual power within her body. Having confirmed that she had truly broken through to the yin-yang realm, the excitement in Ji Chuyu's heart took a long time to subside. She had really broken through, and it wasn't just her imagination. When had it become so easy to break through to the Genesis realm? According to her original cultivation progression, it would have taken 500 years to reach the yin-yang realm. Yet, she had achieved it in just half a month, and that too unconsciously. Clearly, all this was thanks to Lu Chen. Every time she thought about the charlatan who had helped her improve her cultivation state, Ji Chuyu's emotions became even more complex. Lu Chen had deceived her, and he was an invader from another world. By all rights, she was his enemy, and they should not be together. If Lu Chen were just an ordinary cultivator, perhaps their fate would have ended the moment she learned of his identity as an invader from another world. Every time Ji Chuyu thought about how Lu Chen had forcibly taken possession of her body and then applied various methods on her, she gritted her teeth in anger. This trickster was so skilled. She did not know how many women he had harmed before, and how many consorts were in his harem. Alas, this was perhaps the tribulation she was destined to endure in this lifetime. Besides, Lu Chen had already planned to grant her the status of a noble concubine, leaving her with little to say. Not only did he elevate her cultivation state to the yin-yang realm, but he also gave her the noble concubine identity, on top of bestowing her the demon-burying spell and a saint-grade cultivation technique. This was, for her, an immense opportunity. Such an opportunity, worth exchanging with her chastity, was something many women longed for but never had the chance to grasp. Ji Chuyu muttered to herself, "It has come to this, whether I'm a plaything or a furnace cauldron, I accept it." Having received so many benefits from Lu Chen and tainted with such significant karma, even if Lu Chen was an invader from another realm, she could only accept it. Thinking this, Ji Chuyu's body heated up once again, with the images of Lu Chen oppressing her replaying continuously in her mind. She quickly started her cultivation practice, trying hard to control her restless heart. Soon, news that the Zishao dynasty and the Blood Rainbow Pavilion had surrendered to the Tianqian world spread throughout the Ziyang world. This left people baffled. The Purple Emperor and the Blood Rainbow Pavilion Master not only did not leave the Ziyang world but had in fact allied with the Daxia dynasty. With the myriad laws realm power they both held, fleeing the Ziyang world would have been easy for them. Some powers myriad laws realm cultivators had already voluntarily opened the world channels to escape. Instead of escaping, they had chosen to pledge allegiance to the Sum Emperor. As people wondered why they chose such actions, the Daxia dynasty's temporary imperial court in Black Dragon City issued a statement that once the Ziyang world stabilized, the Sum Emperor was set to marry both the Purple Emperor and the Blood Rainbow Pavilion Master. Upon the publishing of this news, people immediately understood why the Purple Emperor and the Pavilion Master had not fled. They had already agreed to marry the Sum Emperor. This revelation also made some clever individuals understand the twists and turns. The Sum Emperor had not chosen to use force against the entire Ziyang world immediately but instead opted to marry the women of the Ziyang world, indicating he had no intentions of destroying it. He likely aimed more to control the world, and as long as they surrendered to Daxia and fostered good relations with the leaders chosen by the Sum Emperor, Daxia would not use force on them. In just a few days, hundreds of powers had gravitated towards the Blood Rainbow Pavilion and Zishao dynasty, and some of the larger powers also sent envoys to Black Moon City, voluntarily swearing allegiance to the Sum Emperor. Once the trend of surrender was established, taking down the Ziyang world posed barely any difficulty. The next thing for Lu Chen to consider was how to manage the entire Ziyang world. His plan was straightforward. He had no immediate plans to let the Daxia Imperial Court directly manage the Ziyang world, frankly, because it was not quite feasible given the immense size of the Ziyang world, with the Daxia Imperial Court already struggling to manage the Tiantian world. Moreover, in the future, he aimed not only to capture the Ziyang world but also intended to seize the chi fortune of other worlds, inevitably conquering even more worlds. He planned to adopt a system akin to feudalism temporarily, selecting one or two spokespeople to help him manage the worlds he occupied. Of course, to avoid any betrayal from his spokespeople, all those chosen would be his women. Once he had enough powerful beings by his side in the future, he would establish an empire, and then at that time, he would unify all the worlds he had conquered under one imperial administration. A few days later, at the city lord's mansion in Black Moon City, Lu Chen sat in a pavilion, examining the map of the Ziyang world, when Ji Chuyu entered the pavilion. Seeing Lu Chen so engrossed in the map, she stood outside the pavilion, not entering or speaking, merely watching him in silence. For this man who had taken her innocence, and whom she both loved and hated, Ji Chuyu's emotions were incredibly complex, uncertain what to say to him now. Just as Ji Chuyu was lost in thought, Lu Chen's voice reached her. "Chuyu, is there something you need?" Ji Chuyu replied hastily, "No, nothing." She did have something on her mind. She had heard that Lu Chen wanted to marry Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingya, and she had thought about asking if it was true. But recalling what Lu Chen had done to her, she couldn't help but think of him as a lecher, so it wasn't surprising that he was attracted to the beauty of Nangong Yuehua and Nangong Qingya. Moreover, she held no significant status or identity in front of Lu Chen, and therefore had no right to question him. Of course, this pained her heart. Even though she knew this man had many women, it made her suffer to think that he had just arrived in the Ziyang world, taken her virginity, and now had already started thinking about other women. She wondered if once she truly entered Lu Chen's harem, she would end up alone in her chamber, much like the consorts in the mortal dynasties, who might never even be graced by the emperor's presence once in their lifetime. Hearing Ji Chuyu's hesitant tone, Lu Chen looked up at her, and Ji Chuyu, with her head slightly lowered, dared not meet his eyes. Lu Chen's lips curled into a small smile before he teasingly said, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you want my help with your cultivation but are too shy to ask." At Lu Chen's mocking words, Ji Chuyu huffed, "I'm not that low." With those words, Ji Chuyu turned and left in a huff. She had been tormented by Lu Chen for over half a month. How could she possibly think about anything of that sort again? Lu Chen was clearly humiliating her. Even if she had resignedly become Lu Chen's plaything, she still maintained her dignity. Ji Chuyu had just walked a few steps when Bai Qingqing appeared in the courtyard dressed in black gold armor. Seeing Bai Qingqing, Ji Chuyu's eyebrows slightly furrowed. These past few days, she had often seen Bai Qingqing, and although Bai Qingqing appeared to be just a maid, the soldiers around Lu Chen were all very polite to her, making Ji Chuyu suspect that this so-called personal maid might also be involved with Lu Chen, the deceiver. As Ji Chuyu thought this, Bai Qingqing's voice came through, "Your Majesty, the Tianji Pavilion has sent people to sue for peace." Hearing this, Ji Chuyu was startled. Was the Tianji Pavilion surrendering to the Daxia dynasty too? It seemed that the Ziyang world was indeed about to fall into the hands of this tyrant. Thinking of this made Ji Chuyu feel a wave of inexplicable sadness, as she had grown up in the Ziyang world and had deep feelings for it. Although she had now become one of Lu Chen's women, it was still very painful from her perspective. Hearing Bai Qingqing's words, Lu Chen chuckled and then said, "The heavenly demon was released, largely due to the Tianji Pavilion, and they dare to ask for peace now." The Tianji Pavilion had actively collaborated with various forces to break the seal of the heavenly demon, freeing it, which to most people in the Ziyang world was an unforgivable crime. Lu Chen, wanting to win the hearts of the people of the Ziyang world, naturally could not exonerate Tianji Pavilion from blame, having to hold a power accountable. As the main conspirator, the Tianji Pavilion certainly had to bear the blame for releasing the heavenly demon. Nevertheless, Lu Chen decided to see what the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion was up to. Lu Chen then spoke, "Allow the envoy from Tianji Pavilion to come in." "Yes, Your Majesty." After Bai Qingqing's words fell, she turned and left the courtyard. Seeing Bai Qingqing had left, Ji Chuyu also quickened her steps and exited the courtyard. Not long after, Bai Qingqing led a few people wearing gray robes with yin-yang patterns into the courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, they immediately bowed to Lu Chen and said, "The sinners of Tianji Pavilion pay respects to your majesty." Lu Chen glanced at these individuals and discovered they were all elders of the Tianji Pavilion. Seeing so many elders, Lu Chen chuckled lightly and then said, "Surely not all the elders of Tianji Pavilion have come. Have you come willingly to the doorstep, not fearing that I might capture you all at once?" Hearing this, Elder Yu Changqin of Tianji Pavilion immediately stepped forward and said, "We are indeed sinners. If your majesty wishes to eliminate us to demonstrate justice to the world, we have no objections." However, at this point, Yu Changqin paused for a moment, then continued, "However, the sinners have something to say and hope your majesty will allow us to finish." Lu Chen's gaze returned to the map on the stone table, and he said expressionlessly, "Speak." Seeing that Lu Chen did not immediately attack them, Yu Changqin felt a glimmer of hope and quickly said, "The release of the heavenly demon was entirely the decision of Gongye Liangpeng. We had opposed it initially, but Gongye Liangpeng was autocratic and, since he had the backing of major forces in Ziyang world, we were powerless and failed to stop him." Lu Chen said, "Oh. Are you trying to shift all the responsibility onto your pavilion master? If I guess correctly, your pavilion master has already fled the Ziyang world, hasn't he?" Yu Changqin hastily responded, "Your majesty is insightful. It's our responsibility, and we will not shirk it. As members of the Ziyang world, we failed to stop Gongye Liangpeng, and we remain unforgivable. Moreover, it wasn't until Gongye Liangpeng left that we discovered he was actually a demon envoy. Having followed a demon envoy and contributed to his malevolence for so many years, your majesty, no matter how you decide to punish us, we will have no grievances or regrets. It's just that the infamy associated with the release of the heavenly demon is something we truly dare not assume." Upon hearing Yu Changqin's words, Lu Chen once again raised his head to glance at Yu Changqin. Name: Yu Changqin. Identity: Elder Yu Changqin, candidate for Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion. Strength: Yin-Yang Realm 9th Layer. Loyalty: 96. Yu Changqin's loyalty to him was in the 90s, it seemed he genuinely wished to remain loyal. Lu Chen said, "Gongye Liangpeng has fled, and if Tianji Pavilion does not bear the infamy, do you expect me to take it on?" As soon as the words fell, a suppressive force emanated from Lu Chen's body, instantly causing Yu Changqin and the other elders of Tianji Pavilion to kneel on the ground. A powerful pressure weighed down on them, making even breathing difficult. Xiao Yuanjia clenched his teeth and spoke word by word, "Your Majesty, failing to recognize people correctly was our responsibility, and we are willing to accept any punishment. However, Gongye Liangpeng was so powerful that even if we had tried to stop him back then, it was with willingness but without power." Lu Chen indifferently said, "With willingness but without power. You didn't exert any effort, of course, you were powerless. If you had fully tried to stop Gongye Liangpeng from unleashing the heavenly demon back then, you wouldn't need to beg me today, and I wouldn't pursue your responsibility." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Yuanjia and the others fell into silence. Back then, they indeed believed that unleashing the heavenly demon to combat the invaders from another realm was improper. However, the Tianji Pavilion had always been dominated by Gongye Liangpeng's word, and even though they opposed it verbally, they dared not take any actual action. At that moment, Lu Chen withdrew his oppressive aura, and Xiao Yuanjia and the others instantly felt their bodies lighten, breathing deeply. Lu Chen continued, gazing at the map on the stone table and said, "Indeed, I could just absolve some of you in Tianji Pavilion of your responsibilities with a single word. But why should I?" Hearing this, Xiao Yuanjia instantly understood Lu Chen's implication and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty is in the prime of life and surely will not stop at conquering Ziyang world. If your Majesty plans to attack other worlds in the future, our Tianji Pavilion can help predict the enemy's strength and strategies in those worlds." Lu Chen pondered for a moment. If the people of Tianji Pavilion could predict the specific situations of other worlds, then he could save some time when gathering intelligence. Like when attacking Ziyang world, Collecting intelligence took too much time. Once they entered Ziyang world and merely exterminated a heavenly demon, the world almost fell into his hands immediately. If he could determine the overall strength of a world earlier, then he could deploy his troops earlier, conquer that world sooner, and also absorb the world's chi fortune sooner. Thinking this, Lu Chen said, "Your predictive abilities seem to be lacking as well, not even knowing your pavilion master was a demon envoy. Even if I spare you, I doubt you'll be of much use." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Yuanjia and the others stood rooted to the spot, unable to refute him on this point. After a while, Xiao Yuanjia then defended, "Your Majesty, a cultivator with strong predictive abilities can shield the divinations. Gongye Liangpeng was stronger than all of us combined. It's normal that we couldn't predict him being a demon envoy." Lu Chen said, "Oh. Is that so? Since I can't shield the divinations, predict what I'm going to do next. If you can predict that, consider yourselves to have passed." As Lu Chen's words fell, the elders of Tianji Pavilion looked at one another, seemingly communicating through their gazes. Seeing that they did not respond immediately, Lu Chen said, "What? You don't have the capability." Xiao Yuanjia said, "If it pleases your majesty, we already tried to predict everything about you on our way to Black Moon City. But your majesty is a person burdened with great chi fortune, protected by the cosmic origin, so we cannot predict anything about you." Lu Chen snorted and said, "As I thought, a bunch of useless people." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the people of Tianji Pavilion felt an immense sadness in their hearts. It seemed they were doomed. When they jointly attempted to divine the origins of the Sum Emperor while they were still in Tianji Pavilion, they faced severe repercussions. They had guessed their fate then, which was why they decided to risk their lives and come to Black Moon City to pledge allegiance to the Sum Emperor. Now, it seemed they had failed. Just as everyone thought the Sum Emperor was about to dispose of them, Lu Chen indifferently said, "I can give you one more chance. Predict the origins of the Pavilion Master Nangong Qingya of the Blood Rainbow Pavilion, and what she plans to do next. If you can't even predict that, then you may as well go back and wait to die." With that statement, the elders of Tianji Pavilion clung to it like a lifeline, hastily forming a circle. The next moment, a yin-yang formation appeared beneath their feet.